Alright, let's go. Last we left off, we'd only played the first couple hours of the game. We were on an alien world in the Andromeda galaxy in the Helios cluster. They specifically put us in the Helios cluster, which they've said is full of like garden worlds and golden worlds, because we don't have mass relays out here, and it wouldn't make sense for us to be able to explore multiple planets otherwise, right?
We're gonna find the Pathfinder, like right now.
Calm your beard.
Repositioning.
Okay, so I can still command them. That's cool. Now I have Sam from my scanning ship. Let's see if he gives us any new interesting information. Not really, Chaos. I mean, I enjoyed the game so far. It's definitely not bad. I'm excited to see where it's going to go, but I wasn't like, oh my god, I need to go live 10 minutes sooner like I was with Zelda. I don't know if I'll feel like that about a game for a while. Shit. Just try not to fall off to our deaths here, otherwise. I think just the difference is that the first 2 hours of Breath of the Wild are a really strong hook for what the game's all about, right?
Look, the rods. They're drawing the lightning away.
Yeah, I don't know if I deserve that
they might keep us safe.
Hey, Nodovan. Yep, this is my second time playing it.
Dead bodies here. Lightning didn't do this.
Neither did we. This is more than we took out.
Incendiary rounds. My dad's been busy. He was an N7. They don't mess around.
Nothing. Scanned a lot of these unknown technologies over here.
Somebody was pretty clever with these rods. Okay. Only way to survive here.
2, if you count shooting on sight.
Okay. Yes, yes. Try to not stand in the poison here is probably a good idea.
Ryder, some sort of cave over there.
I'm on it.
Check that out.
Now this looks more like the golden world my dad was expecting. So
this organic life form died recently. It appears this was a trap for catching it.
Huh.
Suppose those aliens set it?
If they did, they don't play nice with anyone.
Or maybe
I really
they're
like the Metroid Prime scanning in this game. It's a pretty cool concept. Unknown plants. Climate conditions.
This tree shows signs of cellular mutation, perhaps as an adaptation to the environment.
It's lasted this long. Guess that makes it the alpha tree, huh?
Right. But what happened to the rest of the planet?
Really curious to see how they're going to develop Sam later, because like,
even possible?
Extreme example of a microclimate.
he's supposed to be an AI, which is a big explanation for why they were able to come to Andromeda in the first place.
Something nasty happened out there. But this means there's hope. Life as we know it can thrive in Andromeda.
Go this way. Very visible mission walls. It's okay. Anyway, like, so far Sam has been very stereotypical sci-fi, like, emotionless robot, whereas Edie, our other example of an AI character, was very expressive, so maybe that'll change as we go. Yeah, they didn't really cover the whole you have an AI with you with an extreme amount of, like, stress, you know? Like, it was a pretty big plot point in Mass Effect 1 through 3 that most of the galaxy is freaking terrified of AI.
Halfway shows my dad's up there.
And reasonably so. Right. I appreciated that they subverted that trope in Mass Effects 1 through 3 though, Chaos.
Sir.
What's up, Dad?
Stay low.
The father character is like an amalgamation of the two twins. You pick to play as either female or male rider, but you still create the other sibling. Your dad looks like both of them.
Who are these guys?
Visitors, just like us. I don't think they're native to the planet.
They're not. We found an abandoned lab, like they've been studying the place.
Good work. You actually did some scouting.
You didn't think I would?
You never know what people are made of. Not until everything goes wrong.
Plenty of that on this mission. Sir,
It'll
you said
never
you
work.
had an idea
It's
about
not
the weather?
something that I can
It's the
possibly
dark
cover
energy
for.
cloud the Hyperion hit. It's affecting the
Because
whole planet.
messages from chat relay start with
Interfering
your name, and
with
those are
that.
variable.
The tower is caught in a feedback loop, the cloud. Together they're disrupting the entire climate with undirected energy.
It would explain a cave we found. Plant life sheltered from the storm. From that tower.
It's a good bet. And I think if we can get in there and shut the tower down,
The lightning goes away.
and the shuttle can get us out of here, in theory. We just have to get past them.
We're banking on science we don't really understand. What if the theory's wrong?
The alternative is an 85% chance of death from lightning strike, capture, or worse.
I could potentially make one that's specific just to Nodovan,
Well, when
since
you put
he's
it
the
that
only
way.
regular that
No
consistently
illusions
watches on a
about
different
this.
platform.
It'll be a nasty fight the whole way.
Beats getting fried by lightning, but we risk turning a skirmish with these guys into something worse.
It's them or us.
Oh, it's them. Problem is, we're outnumbered.
I've been working on that. We just need to change the math.
Might work now, but just for Nodovan. Oh, that's cool, Kami. It's a nice change.
Works for me.
Let's go!
Right behind you.
Push, Sam. Load combat profile.
Here they come!
I don't like the lack
we've
of
got their
combat
attention.
pause. Like, you
What's
can
the-
technically press the weapon wheel to pause, but you can't move the camera while it's in place, and you can't see the enemies. The one thing I really liked about the old Mass Effect games is you can practically play them as turn-based. if you
Get into
wanted
that
to.
building. We don't want to get bogged down out here.
Let's go south in a hurry!
Go, 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 go!
They're coming out of the woodwork.
Nice.
Keep things tight, don't
Charge
get
is pretty
separated!
fun.
Get moving!
I'll play around with it later, Nodovan. Consumable loot. Kind of distressing. Hey, here's a place that actually has chest-high walls. They've been pretty good at hiding their chest-high walls in this game for the most part. But it makes sense here. Hell do.
Sam, biotic imp interface mode.
Oh, he's biotic too. That's cool. We're gonna wait to keep up, dude. I want to scan shit. I haven't been doing that.
I'm here!
Keep the momentum up. Don't let him get the drop on you.
No, screw momentum. I need to scan shit. There's a real reason we're playing this game, and it's
Have to
not
keep
to
an eye
shoot
on our
things.
Not if we keep moving forward.
Accruing
Don't let him
lore.
catch us.
I want to do another round of reading codex entries after we finish this mission as well.
How's your dad doing all of this? He's like a machine.
No idea, but it's working!
It works when it's like a defensive structure. They made some pretty funny jokes in
That's it. We're doing
the
it.
Citadel DLC about
How
chest-high
much farther?
walls.
Where are we going?
All the way to the top.
I'm not going anywhere, man. I'm scanning shit. Calm your beard. It's a really good question, Six Gun.
Oh, that hurt.
I think that's probably a video game abstraction thing. You understand what he's doing.
Almost fried me.
Don't stop. If we fall behind, we're dead.
Yeah, I'm sure about that.
Ready? Let's get inside there.
Shit, went to the wrong one. It'll be okay. Looks like your squad mates are still pretty useful in this game. I like that about the original Mass Effect series, that your squad mates could do a lot of work on their own. It didn't entirely depend on you. Yeah. Biotic Charge is fun. I played as a Vanguard, like in my off-stream Mass Effect 1 through 3 playthrough. I always liked Vanguard. Biotic Charge is a ton of fun. You get a sense for when things have already been counted as scanned. So like I've already scanned those military dudes, but I guess I'm guessing I get a different scan if it's one of the big, like heavy versions of the unit. It would be nice if it did like a Metroid Prime thing where it changed what color they highlighted in if you had already scanned them before, you know. Nothing else to scan here, it looks like. My dad's just ruining shit over here. Coils. It does change the color. What's the difference in color? They all appear to be orange regardless. Around with all this loot I'm finding after we leave. I think it's randomized, like Mass Effect 1, since we died a couple times and came back. Cora went and got herself killed somewhere. No, don't climb on that.
We're almost there. Looks like a control center. Keep him off my back.
You heard him.
We made it. In one piece.
In one
Not over
piece,
yet.
except
I need
Cora.
to get through that door over there.
Back to scanning. So they have like a yellow outline if they've already been scanned. Red is unscanned, yellow is scanned. Okay. Because I haven't been able to notice the difference in the color yet. There's a heavy dude. Yay! Cryo powers. Didn't leave behind a corpse though.
I need to decipher the language.
How are you going to decipher the language? I guess because Sam. I think
more coming
having
up.
Sam with us
What's the
is
plan
how they're
here?
explaining
They'll surround us
away.
in no time.
It's
We
their
need to
like
defend both
unobtainium
sides or they'll flank
plot
us.
explanation,
Where do you want us?
or how this can even be possible. Watch this be the only time in the whole game where they want us to do this.
Right.
Hey, Kai Mom, how you doing?
Got it. Watch it. Think I see movement.
Where?
We held them
That's
off
cool
with the
though. It makes
shuttle. We
sense.
can
Like
do it again.
it was a pretty big taboo in
Lot
Mass
of
Effect 1,
people
2,
still
3. So
counting
that's
on
the big
us.
thing that makes this group
I'm just
different.
getting warmed up.
They're all using an AI versus like this small terrorist
They
group
mean
using an
business.
AI. You
Keep
know?
them off your dad.
Analyzing possible inputs. 25% decrypted.
Can't walk past them.
Hurry, we don't have long.
Hey. Whoa! Don't do that.
Hold both sides. Can't let them slip through.
Come on, shields.
What is this place anyway?
I don't know, but they sure want it back.
Well,
50% decrypted.
In the mission
The
area.
fight's
It actually
back here.
kicks you out eventually. Wow. Even though enemies can spawn
I
beyond it.
think I really pissed that one off. Maybe because
Oh, that
I
sounds
shot him in the
delightful,
face.
Kaimon. I can't get them from there.
Just a little longer. Sir, any progress?
Decryption is 75% complete.
we've almost got it.
Space dinos.
They're falling back.
Could be regrouping for another push. Stay sharp.
Decryption complete.
That did it. Security override. I'll try to open the door from here. Ah, damn, it's jammed.
Kill him.
I need to take a look at it.
Open the door. I really like the first block of codex entries we read last
back into
stream,
it.
so looking forward to doing that today after this mission's
You
over.
really think we can shut this thing down?
I don't know yet. Sam's decoded part of the language. Now we'll see if I can have a conversation.
Yeah, 'cause I think this was far behind him.
Who do you plan on talking to?
Instead of Paragon Renegade,
More
this
like
game
what?
has casual,
It's fun.
professional, and emotional logical, which is a really cool system. I'm totally down with that. Make it a little bit grayer
Come
than
on.
Paragon Renegade.
These are the moments that make it all worthwhile.
Ryder's apparently both a badass N7 Marine and an AI researcher.
Sam, begin
Which-
translating.
A moment.
Maybe Six Gun can talk about some
Indexing.
like ultra combat military marine
Translation.
who is also a genius
Let's see
programmer or
what we
something.
have.
But imagine it's rare to have both of those, you know. He was dishonorably discharged for his AI research. I like the soundtrack of this game so far.
I'll be damned. It's working.
Hooray!
We did it.
There's hope at least.
This is more than
It's
hope.
kind of a Mary
It's
Sue at the
proof we
moment.
weren't
I guess we'll
crazy.
see if they
We can fly to
Give
a
him more
whole new
flaws later.
galaxy and still make sense of things.
Sam had a little something to do with it.
It was simply a matter of linguistics, though I am pleased to have.
space magic window again. Oh, that's not good. Did we use our Omni tool to fix that last time?
Repeat, we need an emergency extraction now.
They're spinning up the shuttle. ETA is 3, maybe 4 minutes.
We don't have that long.
Wasn't that the core focus of the beginning? Oh, cool.
Deep breath.
What are you?
Initiating transfer.
I thought one of the very first things that happened was we crash landed and used our Omni tool to fix our helmet. Yeah, you can hear that 6-gun. It would be one thing if he was like, you know, a military engineer or something, but like they really wanted to push in the fact that he's N7, and Mass Effect 1 through 3 establishes that the N7 designation is like, you know, you're a badass space marine, basically. So the fact that you would also be an AI researcher seems a little nutty. That's a big deal to be working on this illegal thing, you know, because you could be an N7 engineer in Mass Effect 1 through 3, but I don't think it's really implied that you're doing a lot of this like independent research on the side.
It's a seizure. Her brain can't handle the connection.
Yeah, scuba swap.
Get her to Sam node.
Yeah, he looks nothing like your character because
Sam, what's the reading?
he's based on the
Right,
appearance of the
I
two
suggest
kids.
a hardwire connection.
Do
Nope.
it.
There!
He's a combination of my two characters, the twins I made.
Welcome back.
What happened?
Right. In AI research, especially when there's like,
seconds.
you have to be completely covert to do it, 6-gun, since it's 100% illegal. You can't just like, you know, go to the University of the Citadel and study AI research. You will go to jail. You know, how does someone just independently do that?
Then how did I make it out?
Hey, you're still with us. Guys, get to Sam node. Ryder's awake. Who are you talking to?
Am I misremembering?
Sam.
I could have sworn that one of the first events was our ship
didn't know.
crashed at the beginning of the game
You're
and
up.
her mask cracked, and she
Look
just
here.
used her Omni tool to fix it.
And here?
My father. Where?
Yeah, I customized the twin to look kind of like the main character.
It was your life or his.
So they both have green eyes. He
and
has green
chose
eyes.
you. I'm so sorry. I know this must be a blow.
Kami trying to pull some chat chicanery about it. He gets more character later on. Weren't close.
Growing up with Dad was tough. He and I never really
yeah.
hit it off. But
I know he could be distant, but he once said that when his time came, he wanted to go out among stars no one had seen before.
what are we doing in Sam node?
Sam is now part of you, in a way we don't entirely understand. It played havoc with your brain.
Yeah, just big smiles while saying that. There's
Sam?
an AI in my brain.
Your father authorized the transfer of Pathfinder authority to you.
Shouldn't that be Cora?
In theory. In reality, you're the new Pathfinder.
Whoa. Well, if that's how it has
Sounds
to be.
like plot device.
Don't sell yourself
Right.
short. I think you can do it.
We want this character to
Cora?
be. Although I like that she's kind of a
It's what he
rookie.
wanted. I won't stand in the way. But being Pathfinder is a serious job. You sure you're ready for this?
I'm sure there's a lot I don't know. But I'll figure it out.
If it helps, you've got me to lean on.
It's all
They've
academic
got this
anyway.
magical
Sam's
Omni-Gel
linked to your
ceramic
mind on a
thing.
deeper level now. Trying to untangle it could kill you. I know this is tough, but we need to start thinking about the next step. A lot of people are counting on us.
Is the Ark still drifting?
That's the thing. Whatever your dad did with that tower, it saved the day.
Also, he's still
Some
fine.
sort of atmosphere scrubber.
The energy cloud thinned out. We're on our way to the rally point now. Should be at the Nexus soon. She needs to rest first. She has 2 hours. We'll need our Pathfinder for this.
That's the sort of thing where I would have liked
yeah.
a throwaway
Actually,
line
brother.
about it or remove this scene
Still
where
no
the
change.
helmet cracks.
But if you can pull through, so can he. A bit of your dad in both of you.
Your father will be missed.
What's going on, Sam?
This is our private channel. I shared it with him.
It's talking into my brain. Gotcha.
He never mentioned anything about that.
It allowed me to know him better. Alec wouldn't want us to lose sight of the goal. He said pain emboldens our resolve. He'd insist we grow stronger from his passing.
I was kind of hoping they'd keep him alive for the whole game to kind of defy the trope, but I think that him dying deserves it. Oh my god, although he did die off screen, so watch him be fine and show up later.
Oh my god. Oh my god! Although actually it was sort of obvious.
This game's approach to story reminds me a lot more of Mass Effect 1, which is kind of cool. Cinematic cutaways to the villains, like we kind of had with Saren. Alas. So the problem you run into there from a story perspective is then you're like stuck following your dad's orders and being subservient as the protagonist, which, I don't know, that's an unusual story to tell, right? The protagonist always has to be the leader. Already hate Ryder. These guys not know what this artifact is? It'd be interesting. Oh, know the power of AI, probably. His face is so much different from all the other aliens. That was a cool scene. And it was wordless, right?
Good to see you on your feet.
They're able to do storytelling without dialogue.
It's the forward hub for the entire Andromeda initiative. The Asari, Solarian, and Turian arcs should be there too.
Let's hope they've had better luck.
Starting our approach now.
It's almost as big as the Citadel back home.
Nexus Control, this is Arc Hyperion requesting docking clearance.
It's nowhere near as big as the Citadel back home.
Captain, I'm only getting their automated approach channel, not a live person.
Well, like it or not, we're here. Take us in.
Construction should have
Am I right that most of the controversy around this game right now is around the
How?
facial
Habitat
animations not
7's
being
a
great?
bust. We might have started
I haven't
a war
watched
with
any
the
of
first
that
aliens
stuff.
we met, and our Pathfinder's dead.
I've seen the
This
meme.
better be rock bottom.
Green across the board. Docking initiated.
So I don't have a sense of how big the Hyperion is, but
All right. I got us here. Good luck,
some
Pathfinder.
bad dialogue. Like poorly written or poorly acted? Hey, cool. We're gonna read some codexes, because this is another game I'm gonna play as though I'm not streaming it, so you guys have to bear with me here. Still can't save the game. I'm sure it just saved when I came out of that, though. Journey so far, finding a home. During your trial by fire in Habitat 7, you tried to initiate peaceful first contact with the aliens you met, despite their hostility. Okay, so it did actually track my decision there. Explored an alien laboratory, found a cave full of plant life. Rescued Greer from his captors, accepted the role of Pathfinder, and probably missed some other stuff because of the way the game doesn't let you backtrack at a certain point. So I'll have to be more careful in ongoing missions. Though you mourned the loss of your father, you were never as close as you could have been. Yeah, so That's interesting that I actually defined that about my past. You don't get a lot of questions that do that in the main Mass Effect series, where they ask you something and then you're defining what has already happened, outside of the bug cover-up in Mass Effect 2. Hey Sornus, how's it going? Sorry. Archaeological evidence shows that abundant Thessian resources and their natural tendency to cooperate helped ancient Asari develop city building, writing, and agriculture unusually early. Tone of research paper suggests this is a point of pride for Asari scholars. After studying a number of Prothean ruins and developing their space program, Asari astronauts found their way to the Citadel, the most advanced station in the Milky Way, deserted since the Prothean extinction. Later, when Solarian explorers reached the station, the Asari proposed a joint government eventually known as the Citadel Council. Asari have played a fundamental role in galactic politics ever since. Commandos served with distinction in the Rachni Wars despite heavy losses, and Krogan occupation of the Asari colony Lucia was the tipping point for the Krogan rebellions. In recent years, the Asari devoted themselves to diplomatic service, including helping negotiate the 2157 human-Turian ceasefire. That's consistent. Renowned for their long lifespan, biotic ability, and diplomatic nature, the Asari were one of the most influential species in the Milky Way. Asari explorers were the first to discover the immense Citadel Station. It was the Asari who first proposed the creation of the Citadel Council. Nothing is missable for scanning? Really? I got kind of stressed about that. Asari are monogendered. Their unique physiology allows them to reproduce with any species via a form of parthenogenesis, passing on genetic traits to their daughters. Almost all Asari are biotic. The control over their nervous system allows them to hone their powers to heights few other species can match. Can live for 1,000 years, passing through life stages referred to as maiden, matron, and matriarch. Matriarchs are ancient and respected, having immense cultural and economic power, though no such frameworks exist in the Helios cluster. There's new dialogue. Sorry, I come from Thessia. Boo at that picture. Whose vast element zero deposits form the basis of the most powerful economy in the Milky Way. Living in small city-states, the natural Asari tendency to cooperate led to the loose conglomerate known as the Asari Republics. Government operates as an e-democracy, which is a really cool concept. Policy discussions take place over the extranet and are open to all. Decisions are made by consensus or with the advice of politically minded matriarchs. The Asari military is relatively small and informal, no less lethal. Small units of Asari commandos, also known as huntresses, handle peacekeeping operations in Asari space and were among the first Council Spectres. I think they established the first Spectre was a Solarian in the Citadel DLC. Their 1,000-year lifespan gives most Asari a long view of events, investments, social programs, and environmental policies trend toward long-term rather than short-term rewards. That would be nice. We need some space elves on Earth here. Approach Germany Asari to the Andromeda Initiative, undaunted by the centuries. Though they appear feminine to many species, I like that. They appear feminine to many species. They don't appear feminine to all species. Asari are monogendered during reproduction. They provide 2 sets of genes to their daughters in a form of parthenogenesis, with the second set modified by contact with a partner. During Asari melding, an Asari attunes her nervous system to her partner, giving and receiving electrical impulses through the skin until the two briefly become one unified nervous system. This fine control over their nervous systems contributes to their Asari talent for biotics. Few species can train the level of control most Asari have by nature. Since joining the Citadel, Asari prefer to mate outside their own species, claiming that this fosters development and understanding. I don't know if that was a since joining the Citadel thing in the original Mass Effect series, or if it was a something that they just developed. I guess there weren't any other sapient species for them to mate with. I don't think, bang the family pet. Anyway, this fosters development and understanding. It also reduces incidences of Ardot Yakshi, pure-blooded Asari who suffer a dangerous genetic disorder. They're basically sex vampires. If Asari are compatible with life in Andromeda, that will prove several theories about the fundamental building blocks of life. Cool. Also, the fact that they might just be throwing away a reference to the Ardot Yakshi there would be kind of cool if they follow up on that. I guess we've only ever seen an Asari in humans so far, huh? We know that there were other arcs, but we just haven't bumped into them yet. Systems Alliance is a supranational government that spearheads human space exploration and settlement in the Milky Way. The Alliance is responsible for the governance and defense of extrasolar colonies and stations, and officially represents humanity on the Citadel Council. Alliance was founded out of necessity, as no single nation could fund and manage the rapid expansion of humanity from Sol. The discovery of Prothean ruins on Mars had proven that alien contact was inevitable, earning international support for the Alliance and solidified after Alliance forces liberated Shanxi in the First Contact War. archived extranet articles and Jean Garson's staff bulletins. She's like the Elon Musk ultra billionaire that funded this whole Andromeda initiative. Reveal tensions between the Alliance and the Andromeda Initiative, construction of dreadnought-sized ships, and persistent rumors of AI development which could have damaged humanity's standing on the Citadel very severely, led to the Alliance demanding to oversee the initiative's labs and shipyards. Negotiations continued until the day of the initiative's departure. I wonder if they left early. The most respective Systems Alliance officer training is awarded through Interplanetary Combatives Training, ICT, at the Villa Militar in Rio de Janeiro. Candidates at the Villa are initially given 20-hour training missions to lead teams through hostile terrain on little food or sleep. Trainees who do well are awarded an internal designation of N1 and are invited to return. Subsequent courses N2 through N6 are often held off-planet, include instruction in zero-G combat, military freefall, jetpack flight, combat diving, combat instruction, linguistics, frontline trauma care, and apparently predisposal to AI research. The highest grade of training, N6, provides actual combat experience in conflict zones throughout the galaxy. A way they could have solved this is to have, like, he could have nothing to do with AI, but his wife could. And I think that they established in other codex entries that his wife did, but he gets dishonorably discharged for not reporting her or something like that. He doesn't have to also be an AI researcher himself. The highest grade of training, N6, provides actual combat experience in conflict zones throughout the galaxy. If the trainee survives these scenarios in admirable and effective fashion, he or she finally receives the coveted N7 designation. N7 is the only ICT designation to be worn on field or dress uniforms. AI is taboo. It's taboo before the Geth in Mass Effect 1 through 3. It's something that kind of comes up in every culture, it seems like. Because the whole reason the Geth were a problem is because the Quarians were trying to skirt AI research by making VIs that network with each other. And because they were so, their computing power was so strong when there were lots of them gathered together, they kind of became an AI accidentally. But it was long before that AI was a taboo. People were worried about runaway AI, gray goo, issues of organics being taken over. They were described as special forces in Mass Effect 1 through 3. Maybe they're kind of sort of dialing that back. Sure. On arrival in the Helios cluster, ground teams have cited strange structures and technology in multiple locations. This technology appears to be inactive or performing functions that are not fully understood. Whatever its purpose, even cursory scans show this technology is highly advanced and constructed of unknown materials. Alec, Ryder, and I guess I being Sam, developed a means to interface with this technology. She believes was causing the violent weather conditions in Habitat 7. Of course they did. In the space of hours. I guess the AI is the space magic explanation for why they did it so quickly. Although it did not survive to develop his theory, the structure we activated appears to be a form of atmosphere processor. After our interface, Habitat 7's ecology showed a degree of improvement. The energy cloud hampering the Hyperion was diminished. Hooray, Asimov. Sighted on Habitat 7, this unknown species is proven to be extremely dangerous. Their armor and equipment suggest a technologically advanced species capable of spaceflight, while their battle tactics indicate attritional warfare with decentralized command. In the event of hostile encounters, First Contact Protocols counsel withdrawal and remote long-term study, but the circumstances of our arrival in the Helios cluster makes this unlikely. Without access to the species' language or an understanding of their motives aside from attacking on sight, cannot advise on procedure aside from avoidance if possible and self-defense if necessary. Flora and fauna. Manta, nicknamed a Manta by Andromeda Initiative observers. Majestic creature has been sighted on several worlds in the Helios cluster. That's interesting. Nexic scientist believes it may have originally evolved in a world with heavy deposits of Ezo, giving it the ability to lower its mass enough to swim through the air. That's cute. That's a cool idea. I guess you also have, Thresher Maws. They give a reason why they exist on multiple planets. Expanding the muscular gas bladders on its underside allows the creature to rise and orient itself in flight. Despite its size, roughly 30 meters, holy shit, Manta is not a threat to outposts or explorers. It appears to subsist on mineral deposits from rock formations, wrapping itself around rock spires, or even against cliff faces to remain camouflaged while it feeds. Camouflage ability suggests that these mantas have predators or other reasons to remain hidden, but otherwise, reasons are unclear. May as well go through the rest of the codex. It's actually not as long as I thought it was. Habitat 7. Eden Prime. It's one of the golden worlds selected by the Andromeda Initiative for early settlement. Science went into a lush and biologically diverse tropical region that could easily support an outpost. With no communications from the Nexus or sister arcs upon arrival in the cluster, the Hyperion approached Habitat 7 to begin survey and settlement operations as soon as possible, but even visual assessment showed that the planet was no longer viable. Habitat 7 is now a storm-racked world with an unbreathable argon-nitrogen atmosphere. Intense magnetic activity and unknown metallic elements interact with the storms, causing interesting but highly destructive electrical phenomena. The investigating Pathfinder team encountered hostile alien life and strange technology on the surface. Reactivating this technology caused a noticeable change in the conditions on Habitat 7. Okay. So, the planet is habitable provided that the technology that... There's like terraforming technology on the planet, I think is what all those things are supposed to be, and that's what Alec turned back on. I don't know if the evil aliens had shut it off at some point or something bad shut it off. Planet's still unsuitable for settlement, and the resulting activation ultimately claimed the life of Alec Ryder and the human Pathfinder. Or so they say. Upon arriving in the Helios cluster, Hyperion encountered a massive and extremely dangerous interstellar phenomenon that severely damaged the Ark. Extending beyond the solar system, the phenomenon did not appear on any of our long-range surveys of Andromeda and now lies directly in Ark Hyperion's course. It's really weird looking. They made some kind of comment about it being dark energy related, which I'm interested to find out what they mean by that. It's too early to have a clear understanding of this phenomenon, which appears to be an energetic cloud of dense debris with bizarre properties. Initial sensor readings are inconclusive since the phenomenon itself causes severe interference. Asked to speculate, I suggested on preliminary evidence that it may be a dark energy phenomenon, despite inconsistencies with our current understanding of dark energy or dark fluid theory. A more disquieting possibility is this energy cloud exhibits properties so unknown to current physics that our sensors are unable to report accurately. I prefer that answer. Let's go with unknown as much as possible here. Located 2.5 million light years away from the Milky Way. That's so crazy. Like, our human brains cannot wrap our heads around the immensity of space, I don't think. The Andromeda Galaxy is the largest galaxy in the local group, also categorized as M31. Andromeda is a spiral galaxy roughly 220,000 light years in diameter, containing approximately 1 trillion stars, compared to the Milky Way's 300 billion. Helios cluster is a large star cluster located on the galaxy's outer fringe. Andromeda has roughly 14 satellite galaxies which orbit the galactic disk. Evidence shows a disturbance where one of these companion galaxies, M32, passed through Andromeda's spiral arm several million years ago. Andromeda itself is accelerating toward the Milky Way at roughly 100 kilometers per second. In roughly 4 billion years, the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies will collide and merge, forming a new galactic disk. Exploration tools. Planetary surveying, especially for potential settlement, involves meticulous scanning. There's been little pressure to improve planetary scanners, and in its search for a better solution for its Pathfinders, the Andromeda Initiative began with hardware salvaged from Geth platforms and software developed by the Solarian STG. That's the Special Task Group. They're like super Solarian spy ninjas, hackers. For artificial intelligence support, Initiative scientists developed a fast, accurate sampling system codenamed Panoptes. Clever. Link it to the quantum computing power of an AI, which can reproduce multiple analyses and predictive models in seconds. They created an Omnitool mounted scanner that completes accurate surveys in moments instead of weeks. For typical scanning, the Panoptes system uses a transmitted accelerator mass spectrometer, or TRAMS. Creates a snapshot of an object's components. It's just like the big orange rectangle. Atomic weight and radioactivity. Allows you to produce a more in-depth analysis. For biological materials, the Panoptes system switches to an electrospray ionization system. Plants or animals can be scanned without causing radiation damage. Okay, I was about to ask, why is there all this ammo everywhere? With limited cargo space above the orcs for specialized gear and facing unknown dangers in Andromeda, the Initiative's philosophy is to adapt to succeed. Colonists are required to have a wide variety of skills. Equipment and weapons are expected to perform multiple functions. This adaptability is fueled by non-renewable resources like ammunition, metagel, and power cells. Knowing they would not be readily available in Andromeda, in an emergency, the Initiative's Omnitools can recover and repurpose appropriate resources to serve a similar function. Liquid coolant allows weapon heat sinks to be reused, organic compounds can be refined into metagel, and so on. When these resources are available, the user is alerted to be an interface between the user's scanner and their HUD. So when we see those boxes, we should be imagining them just recovering local resources. It's not like the aliens have a box full of, metal slugs that we use for the guns in this game. Hi, Raker, what's up? Once proprietary hardware for Turian Special Forces, explaining why it doesn't exist in Mass Effect 1 through 3. Initiative armor comes with jump jets as standard. These jets allow the user to make extremely high jumps, or hover for several seconds. All colonists are trained in their operation to evade predators or environmental hazards, obtain resources, or conduct maintenance in high places safely. The jump jet itself consists of the helium-3 microthruster with a tungsten hafnium carbide casing. Gyroscopic element 0 core functions to both keep the user orientated in flight and lower their mass when hovering, keeping fuel expenditure down. Hard-coded safety features prevent continuous operation of jump jets to avoid injuring the user, melting their equipment, or allowing you to fly outside the map. Yeah, this is Mass Effect Andromeda, just came out last week. Consumable resources. While Andromeda initiative gear and weaponry is designed to be as versatile as possible, extraordinary circumstances sometimes arise. Pathfinders and scout forces often turn to less orthodox resources to ensure they survive hostile conditions. Adrenaline is a nickname for a prototype Omnigel OSD package. OSD are optical storage discs that are like USB sticks, basically. When deployed, it bypasses Omnitool safeties to manufacture new heat sinks to provide a temporary but powerful boost to armor. Okay. So these are the things I've been looting this whole time. Shield capacitor immediately overlocks the user's shields, bringing them to full power and giving them a boost. This boost is unstable and will be lost the next time the shield is breached. Okay. This is actually extremely similar to the Codex menu. A life support pack boosts the environmental managed systems of a user's hard suit, enabling them to cope with environmental hazards for a longer period. Special ammunition packs apply a variety of effects to weapons fire. Incendiary ammo coats projectiles in thermite paste as they're fired. That's cool. Paste adheres into and burns through armor. Cryo ammo uses Bose-Einstein condensate to freeze an enemy or slow them. Disruptor ammo projectiles carry an electrical charge that damages enemy hardsuit systems. That's cool. They don't really ever address like what is the special ammo in Mass Effect 1 through 3. Cobra RPG package uses a volatile solution of Omnigel to manufacture a short-lived but extremely dangerous projectile launched from an Omnitool. It hits with the same explosive power as a portable rocket launcher. Okay, they're really playing up the stuff you can do with an Omnitool. It's fun. Omnitools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omnitool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor from a distance. The holographic haptic interface also functions as a communication device. With sufficient Omnigel or other raw materials, usually converted from salvaged light alloys, plastics, and ceramics, an Omnitool's fabrication module can flash forge small three-dimensional objects or emergency suit patches, but not like your entire mask, apparently. The Andromeda Initiative's Omnitools are designed for reliability and efficient recycling of materials. Pathfinder Omnitools also take inspiration from the models used by Solarian Intelligence Services, prioritizing the computer microframe to allow lag-free scanning and AI support. I'm going to be catching up on that stuff this weekend, Raker. You'll have to bear with me. I'm spending most of my mornings working on the house that my wife and I are buying. So I'm a bit behind on stream activities like that until we get the house on April 20th. Charting Andromeda. Charting the Andromeda galaxy for habitable planets presents a unique challenge. Observations limited by light, and given Andromeda's distance, any observations in the Milky Way are 2.5 million years out of date. Enough time for a planet to have altered irrevocably. Cool, I'm glad they're addressing this problem. Initial attempts to identify settlement sites were made by obtaining Asari astronomical surveys and running them through predictive models, but Gene Garson was unwilling to risk thousands of colonists without solid information. Yeah, I've been working a lot on April Fools. I have it written down, so I'll take care of it. Keep an eye out after the Patreon newsletter goes out. It should include catching up on all those things. I have did some pledge upgrade stuff for Nodovan as well. Eventually, the initiative obtained promising data from Quarian explorers who claimed to have found a Geth array on the fringes of the Perseus Veil. This array was supposedly built from 3 mass relays, using sensors in the combined relay corridor as a form of FTL telescope to observe dark space beyond the galactic rim. That's a interesting... They're like, this is a really big problem, right? Like, how can we go settle a place if all of our information about it is 2.5 million years out of date? I'm okay with this solution. I mean, it's kind of silly to be like, oh yeah, the Geth totally built one of these things. But hey, at least they thought about it, and that's what I like about Mass Effect. They tend to think about things. Why the Geth expended so much effort to study dark space is not known. That could actually be connected to the dark energy plot and like them worshipping the Reapers in Mass Effect 2. Amongst these observations were near contemporary surveys of Andromeda. When our predictive models confirmed them within an acceptable margin, the initiative was able to begin identifying golden worlds. Cool. For many species, early long-range exploration relied on cryogenic stasis. Without modern FTL capability or long-distance transit methods like mass relays, the distances involved in space travel meant that most crews would die of old age before reaching their destination. Before I read more about this, it's interesting that like the Andromeda initiative was even a thing before we found the FTL telescope, right? Like, how can you even possibly want to fund expedition somewhere where you know nothing about it and you'll probably die because your information is so outdated? So I think that this is really critical to this even happening, and I'm curious if it's ever going to come up in the story later, if it's just in the codex for crazy people like me who want to know how the universe functions. Anyway, cryogenic stasis gradually lowers the body's temperature enough to slow its vital functions, but not low enough for damaging ice crystals to form before the pod generates a Mass Effect stasis field that suspends both the individual and the interior environment in the pod. Contrary to depictions in popular media, the individual is not conscious of time passing. From most travelers' perspective, they lie down in the pod only to be awoken moments later. Stasis failure, while regrettably common for early expeditions, has been vastly improved over the years. Even in the event of catastrophic system failure, multiple monitoring VIs and failsafes are in place to initiate an emergency wake-up. Like that really bad movie with, was it Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence? EZO, rare material known as Element 0, generates a field when subjected to an electrical current, which raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect forms the basis of modern technology, from weapons and manufacturing to enabling faster-than-light travel. Element 0 is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars, though mining such regions is extremely hazardous and requires significant investment. There's also a weird thing in Mass Effect 2 where you can only really find EZO on garden worlds. I don't think they really ever address exactly why that is. It was just kind of a little Easter egg if you were paying attention in the game. Various isotopes of Element 0 have been identified, though the rarest have only been observed in laboratory conditions. Surveys of the Helios cluster suggested the region is rich in Element 0, which was the deciding factor in Andromeda Initiative's decision to settle there. Without EZO, the Initiative's technology would quickly become obsolete. Starship travels faster than light using an Element 0 drive core. 2001 Space Odyssey. In special relativity, an object approaching light speed effectively gains in mass until it would take infinite energy to propel it, but a negative electrical current running through an EZO drive core lowers the starship's mass, allowing it to travel at FTL speeds. Motive force is provided by the ship's thrusters, chemical rockets, commercial fusion torch, or military anti-proton drive, in addition to the FTL drive core. Without thrusters, the ship has no ability to move. Standard drive cores build up a static charge during operation and must be discharged periodically. I love this concept that you have to go to big gas giants to dump your drive core's charge. Otherwise, the core discharges into the ship itself with catastrophic results. The Initiative's drive cores, intended for long-term voyages, are designed to recycle or reduce static buildup. So I'm guessing the ship, piloted by the AI, just stops off occasionally at gas giants or something to discharge. Military anti-proton drive. Element 0 can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, the mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. I think this is exactly the same entry. I guess there's more at the bottom, as in Mass Effect 1 through 3. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The Andromeda Initiative's technology relies heavily on mass effect fields, from reduced mass supply drops for outposts to the impressive long-range drive cores of the Arcs. Biotics are rare individuals with the ability to create and manipulate mass effect fields. Turian Secretary of the Navy. No, I hear you, Six Gun. I just want lots and lots of games in this universe. Given the correct implants and careful training, a biotic can raise defensive barriers, yank opponents off their feet, or shred an enemy apart at the molecular level. Biotic gains these abilities after exposure to dust form element 0 in utero, or via secondary exposures at a young age. This is only for humans, because I think Asari are just naturally biotic without needing that. Although this often results in fatal cancer, roughly 10% of those exposed develop element 0 nodules along their nervous system. Once activated with the body's electrical impulses, these nodules allow the biotic to create Mass Effect fields, the most needed neural implant to wield them effectively. Some species, like the Asari, are naturally biotic. Human biotics are still relatively rare, and many view them with suspicion. Which is interesting, given how many of them we see. Oh, wow. Thank you, Raker. That's awesome. You can go ahead and disperse that one right away so I don't forget. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That'll go towards some of the upcoming expenses around us getting a house here. And it will help get us to the game reviews milestone. I think we're fairly close to that. I'll do a report on it when I do the Patreon newsletter next week. Some species, like the Asari, are naturally biotic. Make sure I mathed it right. That's right. Andromeda has proven attractive to biotic applicants, explaining why we have a shit ton of biotics, since it sounds like most people get cancer and die. Hyperion serves as the main vessel for carrying human settlers bound for Andromeda. Named after a Greek mythological figure associated with knowledge of celestial bodies, the Hyperion represents a breakthrough in intergalactic travel. Substantial money and resources were devoted to its construction, all privately funded by Gene Garson, Elon Musk, and the Andromeda Initiative. Built to withstand the rigors of a nearly 2.5 million light-year voyage, the Hyperion is outfitted with ODSY drive core technology, which allows the ship to take a 600-year voyage safely at FTL speeds. Features enough stasis pods to accommodate approximately 20,000 settlers and crew. Okay, I don't think I caught how many settlers there were. That's useful information. Hyperion left the Milky Way in 2185 as part of the initial wave of departures under the command of Captain Nozomi Dunn. Why does it still show the codex as having things I haven't done? Oh, jeez. Maybe after I go to the next section, it'll clear it out. That's gonna drive me crazy, though. Wait, here we go. There's one. Alec Ryder. Soon after our arrival on Andromeda, died during operations on Habitat 7. There we go. Yay, it's gone. Alright. Travel to the Nexus via tram. What else is in here? Completed missions. It's cool, so I can mark these down and I'll get more side quests later. Pistols is just the Predator. Helmets, arms, chest, legs. Okay, that's cool. Standard issue Andromeda Initiative hard suits are designed for exploration as much as combat. Personnel equipped in these suits can enter and leave alien biomes without fear of contamination. Standard issue Andromeda Initiative hard suits. Oh, this all says the same shit, doesn't it? Encounter XP increase. Interesting. Just on the chest piece. Symbols, research. Oh god, I got a ton of this shit. This stuff later. Yeah, this is for crafting new weapons and stuff. Wow, we get the Widow's sniper rifle already? It's like the most powerful sniper rifle in the previous games. Silicon, Omnigel canister. Looks like the ooze from Ninja Turtles. Salvage. Sell it to merchant for credits. They're really not do anything else. Huh, this just must be flavorful, that's all. Hey, Sailor Dan, it's groovin'. Oh, right, the Black Widow, you're right. Cool. Gotta find a workbench for that shit. Now she has a point that's outstanding, but I was going to hold on to it until she gets another level up.
You gonna be okay, Ryder?
There we go.
The captain just called me Pathfinder.
So ends 30 minutes of codex
This is
reading.
really happening.
Appreciate y'all's patience, but I'm going to play this like I'm not streaming it.
This should have been my father's moment.
It's alright.
But now it's yours. You just
like,
need to decide what
the
you're gonna
codex
do with
seems
it.
pretty spot on from what
Where do
I'd
I
expect
start?
from the first 3 games.
Just
And
not
the
sure I'm
lore of
ready.
this setting is what I like the best about it. The combat's pretty fun, it's very different, you can't combat pause anymore. My biggest
Right.
problem so far is with
So,
the
always
way
keep a jump jet
game
handy.
saves work. I can't play on the difficulty I want to play on because I could potentially lose 20 or 30 minutes of progress. But other than that, it feels fun to play. It's very satisfying. The combat feels polished so far. I like the new dialogue system of logic versus emotion and scan stuff here. Maybe. Professionalism versus casualness. No, basically, when you're in a main story mission, you cannot save the game, and the game is horrible about its autosave rate. Like, at one point during the launch stream, I died because I was playing it on hardcore, and it set me back about 25 minutes. So I can't play on hardcore on a priority mission, the difficulty I want to play on, if I'm not willing to lose 30 minutes of progress every so often, since I will die on a higher difficulty rate. Kami was telling me about a potential workaround to that issue. I haven't tried it yet, but I might check that out later on in the game. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's one of those, like, how did this make it past QA type problems? I'm really curious as to why they restrict saving during main story missions in general.
Let your teams know that docking procedures are now in effect. We've got 20,000 colonists still asleep, and we'll need somewhere to put them when the alarm clock goes off. As soon as we get clearance from the Nexus, we'll be following stasis revival protocols. We want to avoid any logjams, so it's vital your teams coordinate with each other and keep people moving. Any questions so far?
How do we handle deaths that occurred in transit?
Right. It's an unfortunate fact that not everyone will have survived the voyage.
They're addressing that.
We've already got scattered reports of medical problems from that dark energy cloud we hit. If somebody didn't make it, check with the medical officer. We'll see about notifying their next of kin. I'm hoping it's a rare exception. Also, try to keep it quiet. Andromeda is all about new beginnings, not holding funerals.
I mean, that didn't really answer my question. You told me how to notify next of kin, but what am I, like, if I'm transferring a dead body, where should I put it, dude? Oh, game saucer. Bad pun. Used to not
It'll
suck.
be nice to see
Hooray!
some friendly faces this time.
The Nexus runs a support crew, just enough to finish building the station and provide safe harbor for the Ark.
It means we can start waking our people up.
They built a bar, right? Gotta have champagne for the welcome party.
You're expecting one.
After what we've been through, I could use a buzz.
We all could.
Yeah. Rough ride so far.
This is a cool set
We'll
piece.
bounce back. Real food and a shower are just ahead.
I feel like they've gone for a lot more of these conversations since Mass Effect 3, where people are just talking instead of locking you into a conversation.
Here we are.
I can see the benefit of that, but I kind of like being locked into conversations. I'm more attentive.
I don't see any champagne.
Where is everybody?
Location discovered. So
Well,
we're
this
saying
can't
that
be
this
right.
red is the
It's
different
like
color.
everything's on standby.
If it's a surprise party, they're doing an awfully good job of it.
Hey, it's Avina.
We could see what the VI has to say.
This one I already had, right? Hydroponics.
Plants are still alive.
Supply crate.
It's like they didn't finish building it.
I'm betting that there's people out there who hate the scanning in this game, but I love it. Like, that's what Mass Effect is about to me, like going around and getting lore. Hey, Avina, what's up?
to Andromeda. I'm Avina, a virtual intelligence designed to assist you with
I think that's the same Avina voice actress.
Can you tell us where the welcome party is hiding?
I'm sorry. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations. Please select from the following pre-programmed responses.
Shit, yeah.
How does the immigration process work?
We ask that you
Pre-programmed responses. This is a video game. You can't actually talk at Avina.
Once you've been cleared, our colonization experts will assist you in finding your new home. Please be mindful of the queue. Thousands of eager colonists like you are waiting to begin their new life in Andromeda.
Where? Place is deserted.
What can you tell me about the Andromeda galaxy?
Here in Andromeda, you are over 2 million light years away from the Milky Way galaxy. This is the furthest any life form has ever traveled outside our home system, making you a brave pioneer indeed. The Nexus itself is located in a region known as the Helios Cluster. Here, you and thousands of your fellow colonists will fulfill your dreams of settling a new home. Fortune awaits.
What is the Nexus?
Like fortune.
The Nexus serves as the central hub for the Andromeda Initiative's colonization efforts. It is the first destination for all colonists upon their arrival in the new galaxy. Please enjoy the many venues the Nexus has to offer. As the station expands, it will one day serve as the seat of government for Milky Way colonists. Providing a safe, stable, and prosperous environment is our primary goal.
Not from the looks of it.
Where do colonists live?
Once you've cleared immigration, our helpful staff will assist you in choosing the
I have a sudden suspicion that it's taken us longer than we thought to get here. That would be a cool twist.
Habitat 7, the gentle rolling hills of Habitat 3, or perhaps the mysterious twilight world of Habitat 5. Whichever you choose, rest assured our Pathfinders have carefully vetted all colony worlds to ensure your security
Not quite.
and prosperity.
Oh boy.
Habitat 7. That's where we landed. She's way out of date.
Thanks, Liam.
What year is it?
The current year is 2819. After spending over 600 years in stasis, it's normal to feel disoriented or confused upon arrival. Our helpful medical staff can assist with any physical or psychological after effects you may be experiencing.
Well, she's got the date right, at least.
So where is
everyone?
So we
think.
That's all.
It has been my pleasure. Please see one of our helpful immigration staff for further assistance. And welcome to your new home in Andromeda, where the brightest star is you. Current wait time for immigration processing is unknown error.
Right. That was helpful.
That was an interesting voice direction decision there to have her talk like a robot at the end.
Be packed with people.
It's with the lack of being packed.
There's a guy. Maybe he's got champagne.
What's up, dude?
Hi there. We're from Ark Hyperion, and wondering where everybody went.
Did he hear you?
Did you say an arc?
Interesting. Something's been spoiled in the codexes so far in item drop descriptions. It talks about like exiles, council exiles. So I think it's going to be other races from the Milky Way that are going to turn on us at some point. I don't know if this is going to be connected to that.
This is the Nexus, right? Pretty sure we parked in the right place.
And for what it's worth, your VI over there could use an update.
Of course, I'm sorry. It's just, we thought you were all dead.
What?
Cool.
Or captured, or lost in dark space, or...
I think it's taken us longer to get here.
You have no idea how much this means.
I don't believe it.
Hey, it's a Turian.
I'm Tyrion Kandros. I lead our militia on the Nexus.
I'm Ryder.
This is really cool. I'm excited about where they're going with the plot
part
here.
of the Pathfinder team.
We've docked with their version of the Citadel and
Our
it's
sensors
empty.
told us an arc had arrived, but Helios is notorious for scrambling equipment. We thought you were just another malfunction.
But aren't you expecting us?
You're the first Ark we've seen. After a year of waiting and no sign of the others, we shuttered this area and stopped looking.
You've been stranded for a whole year?
Longer. I'll fill you in on the way to Op Center.
Interesting.
Everything that could go wrong with our plan has. We arrived 14 months ago. Right away, we hit a band of dark energy that knocked us off course.
Okay, so it's not that far in the future.
Then you'll know why we call it the Scourge.
Scourge.
We lost whole sections of the station. A lot of people died. No power, no food. The chaos went on for months. It finally led to armed rebellion. When order was restored, the insurgents were banished. Exiles,
There we go, exiles, so that we have other enemies to fight,
Not even
models
close.
from the first 3 games.
But you're here now, so maybe the worst is over.
Where are the exiles at?
No word from the other Pathfinders?
No word from anyone, period.
Any threats from the locals?
So far, we've stayed hidden. We're in no shape to deal with an attack.
We had a first contact situation on Habitat 7. Whole thing went south. They tried to kill us.
That wasn't first contact. We know about them. Those aliens are going to be a real problem.
Interesting.
We're here.
You guys go ahead. I'll check out the security situation.
You should know our command structure has been fractured. Some of us are filling in for leaders who died.
Is it true?
They said drop everything and report for duty.
And no one was expecting an Ark to finally show up.
So we're the only Ark that made it.
Docking procedures are green across the
I
board.
was gonna say, it would be kind of crazy if
Stand by to
everything
merge
worked on the
Hyperion
first
power
try.
into the grid.
I think that would make sense though, right, Six Gun? Since they don't have mass relays.
The crew of the Hyperion.
Good luck.
I'm Jaren Tan.
Like, there's only
director of
one
the initiative.
sapient
You
species
have no
in
idea how much your arrival
the area
means to us.
around Sol, right? And we're effectively in the same thing. We're in a small little cluster.
We've heard about what happened, and we're ready to help.
We could use
I'd
any
actually
supplies you
be
have.
weirded out if there's
Food,
more than
water,
one
we're
alien
short on
race in
everything.
Andromeda that we
This
run
is
into
Foster
here.
Addison. She oversees colonial affairs.
Is that
Where's the Pathfinder?
what's his name?
You're looking at her.
You're not Alec Ryder.
My father's dead. He made me his successor.
Alec is dead. Please understand, the entire initiative is at risk.
I can't
None of the
remember his
Golden
name.
Worlds panned out. They're a bust, and there's been no word from the other Arks.
What happened to them?
Unknown. Our supplies are nearly depleted.
Silicon Valley,
Rationing bought us
April
some time,
or
but even
Adventure
that's
Time.
running out.
We need to find more resources, but that takes people, and we can't wait.
I really like that guy. He's
Until
great.
they have somewhere to live. A golden
He's the voice
world.
of Prismo on Adventure Time as well.
Now more than ever, we need a Pathfinder.
I'm surprised they didn't do
It
more
now falls to
post-processing
you,
on his
Ryder.
voice though.
Are you up to the task?
My dad knew what it meant to be Pathfinder. He wouldn't pick me if he thought I wasn't.
Your father won't be around to fix things if you fail.
You all raise good
That's
points.
no way to treat a guest.
Whoa, female Krogan.
I'm
Interesting.
Nak Morkesh, superintendent of this station. Hope they haven't scared you off already.
It's nothing personal, but now isn't the time
Eyes
for
look super
on-the-job
different.
training.
At least the Pathfinder here seems willing to try. We could use a fresh perspective.
You've heard my concerns. I'll leave you to it.
We're all feeling the pressure. Let's have a private word in my office, Ryder. We'll discuss giving you a scout ship.
Yeah, polite
I'm
Krogan.
happy to work out the details with your associate.
Yeah, why didn't they do any post-processing
Welcome
on him,
to the
man?
Nexus.
Speed him up a little bit. He talks way too slowly for a Solarian.
I can't believe how far off track things have gone.
It's bad, but it's not over. Not yet.
Ma'am, the Hyperion's core is now online.
Let me show you something.
There aren't any natural blondes anymore among humans, so they're all bleach
An
blondes.
hour ago, that was all dark. But with the power from your ship, you're keeping the lights on. You have my vote.
And when the power runs out?
You'd best go talk to Director Tan. Make sure that doesn't happen. And don't be shy. Come see me when you have a chance.
I feel like there's less post-processing on the aliens in general, and that was a big draw. Because, like, the Turian we've met had a little bit of it. The Solarian definitely didn't have any. Getting to know the Nexus. I wonder why they decided to cut some of that. Alright, more Codex entries. We can get them as they show up, so it doesn't take quite so long. Despite Director Tan's reluctance to share them, the Nexus retains records of the so-called Nexus Uprising in the early months of the station's arrival. The damage caused by the Scourge killed members of the senior leadership. New individuals had to step in to fill these roles. However, with hydroponics damage and no habitable planets available, supplies were stretched to crisis point. Dissent turned to open rebellion against this new leadership. With the Nexus threatened, Krogan work crews were asked to provide military support against the rebels, now led by Head of Security Sloan Kelly, in return for political representation. Krogan were ultimately successful, and the rebels were exiled from the Nexus. These exiles remain a concern for the Nexus leadership to this day. The majority of Krogan personnel also left the Nexus soon afterward. Director Tan has declined to provide details or fill in gaps in the official record. Oh, shit. So Elon Musk died aboard the Nexus while it sustained severe damage from the Scourge upon first arriving in the Helios cluster. I thought she was going to be a huge component of the plot, but maybe she still is. You know, we didn't see her die, so I'm curious to see how they're going to follow up with her. Intended as safe anchorage, embassy, and financial center, the Nexus is a vast space station sent ahead of the main Ark fleet. It's the mini Citadel. Travel to Andromeda in an incomplete state to reduce fuel demands, with construction plan to be completed within a standard year after arrival. However, syncing with Nexus databases revealed that damage from the Scourge has set the timetable back significantly. It's a cool concept. Turning Ark's anchor at the Nexus' central wheel, integrating their power grid, and offloading colonists for orientation and temporary housing before deployment to outposts. The Nexus collates and manages the resources which form the basis of the initiative's economy, coordinating scientific research and defense. Acts as headquarters for the Pathfinder teams. Once outposts are established, the Nexus will become the permanent seat of government for the initiative. Nothing. Breaker. Krogan. Krogan culture was irrevocably changed by the Genophage. Society built on clan pride, conquest, and enduring any challenge could not survive the prospect of a quiet extinction. In the Milky Way, the Krogan are a scattered and fatalistic people. Believing the Genophage will never be cured, many subscribe to the idea of kill, pillage, and be selfish, for tomorrow we die. Krogan who don't become wandering mercenaries often live within clans with histories that stretch back thousands of years. Now, I'm curious how they're going to deal with Genophage-afflicted Krogan that are on this initiative trip, right? If it's like only 1 in 100 pregnancies are viable, like did they just only bring fertile females that wanted to go live somewhere else? It's a really interesting question. Krogan who don't become wandering mercenaries often live within clans with histories that stretch back thousands of years. Others organize under the banner of a single warlord or into a crant of like-minded warlords, or warriors, rather. The history and traditions of a Krogan clan are maintained by respected shamans who prove their worth through grueling and secretive initiations. Female Krogan capable of producing offspring are a valuable commodity, as most females live in separate camps where they raise children until they're old enough to face Tuchanka's dangers. Krogan are exceptionally hardy, having evolved in a crucible of lethal conditions and monstrous predators. 240-degree vision, normally a feature of prey animals, gives Krogan a broad awareness of their environment and approaching enemies. I love that about the Krogan. It's like, Tuchanka is such a shitty place to live that it's more advantageous to not have predator eyes. Their tough hides can withstand stabbings and gunfire, and multiple redundant organs allow them to survive internal injuries. An electroconductive secondary circulatory system, rather than a central nervous system, makes Krogan almost impossible to paralyze, while the hump on their back stores valuable water and fats. The extremely high birth rate of Krogan, in response to Tuchanka's harsh environment, once saw them overrun gentler worlds within a few decades. The Genophage has reduced live births to a relative handful. Krogan physiology is also highly resistant to radioactive or toxic environments. This allows them to live comfortably on planets hostile to other life. Initiative scientists have studied Krogan cellular regeneration while developing first-in colonist radiation treatments. Degree in Krogan history was apparently once a joke in academic circles, but excavations on Tuchanka show that ancient Krogan had a thriving and impressive civilization. Their technological advances ran afoul of Krogan aggressive instincts. Once the Krogan entered the Atomic Age, they didn't hesitate to deploy nuclear weapons on Tuchanka, devastating the surface and reducing their people to scattered warring bands. Solarians technologically and culturally uplifted the Krogan in return for their service against the Rachni, who were terrorizing Citadel space. Capable of surviving the harsh environments the Rachni preferred, Krogan units drove the Rachni to extinction and were hailed as heroes. They were granted gentler worlds to colonize, but the rapid breeding meant the Krogan soon overran them and threatened neighboring species. Krogan rebellions lasted almost a century, until the Turians deployed the genophage bioweapon. Unable to breed reinforcements, the Krogan people fell into decline. Krogan homeworld of Tuchanka is one of the harshest in the Milky Way, honing the Krogan into a physically powerful, aggressive, and adaptable species. Once considered heroes after the Rachni Wars, Krogan expansion made them a threat to the galaxy until the Turians and Solarians used the controversial genophage to quell their numbers. Several authorities questioned, including the Krogan and the Andromeda Initiative, given their history. Invitations were extended to several clans, particularly those who did not take part in the Krogan rebellions. I don't know why. Their assistance eventually proved invaluable in building the Nexus. Colonist interviews show that many Krogan see the Initiative as a chance to reinvent their people. Krogan are considered a dying species in the Milky Way, as the genophage means only 1 in 1,000 Krogan pregnancies succeeds. It's 1 in 1,000, not 1 in 100, my bad. In recent years, Krogan have showed signs of adapting to the genophage as they have to many other threats. Maybe that's their throwaway line for how they can bring Krogan with us to Andromeda and have a hope of breeding anything at all. Yeah, the Krogan, I think it's the best, one of the best pieces of the Mass Effect lore. It makes so much sense too, right? Uplift these things, fight the Rachni, they overbreed, they rebel, quell it by reducing their breeding rate. It's a really good, like, ends justify the means, Paragon versus Renegade question. Real quick before I read this Solarian thing, I'm gonna go grab something to drink. Throw something dry today. I'll be right back.
You know what the priority needs are anyway. Thank you.
Engineering update. We are working on accessing more power from the Hyperion. All non-relevant repair requests are currently on hold until power coupling is complete. Please be advised that Hyperion docking procedures are now complete.
Alright, we're back. Let's see. Arc species, Solarians. Fortunes of Solarian political dynasties dominate their early history. Most students require VI assistance to trace the complex interplay of trade wars, intrigues, assassinations, joint scientific discoveries, and treaties that created the current political climate. I love that it's like they're the exact opposite of the Krogan. Some of the most famous, such as the 10 Traders War, have been immortalized in long-running extranet dramas. Oh man, they're throwing out cool history shit. I love you, Mass Effect. That was not in the Codex entry for Solarians in the original series. The Solarians were the second species to discover the Citadel space station that serves as the political heart of the Milky Way, making first contact with the Asari and becoming founding members of the Citadel Council. Their intelligence gathering proved vital during the Krogan rebellions and later led to the creation of the genophage bioweapon intended as a deterrent. Its deployment by the Turians remains controversial to this day. So they weren't actually going to use it. It was going to be like nukes. The Solarian STG has played a secretive but vital role in galactic history. Specializing in information gathering and covert missions, it's believed that STG operators have ended several wars before they began. They kind of like inspired the Spectres, basically. The HRE 6gun. Solarians are a warm-blooded amphibious species from the Milky Way planet of Surkesh. Naturally fast metabolisms mean the Solarians live intense but short lives of less than 40 years, which is really cool to think about. Oh, Holy Roman Empire, sure. Their quick intellect and photographic memory make them gifted scientists and engineers, and the Solarian Union is renowned for its technological advances as well as its secrecy and intelligence gathering. I think they spend like 20 hours a day awake or something like that. 22 hours. Tension between Solarians and the Krogan has lingered for centuries. Solarian scientists were responsible for creating the genophage that devastated the Krogan population and ended the Krogan rebellions. Almost 90% of the Solarian species is male. Political power is centered in Dalatrasses, rare Solarian females who negotiate the fertilization of eggs and the strategic alliances that result. Many Solarian females chose to join the Andromeda Initiative as civilians, a significant break in Solarian tradition. Milky Way, the Solarian Union is dominated by the rare Solarian females known as Dalatrasses, who negotiate the complex web of Solarian politics on behalf of the regions they govern. Solarians belong to vast clans whose interrelation and current political status must be painstakingly tracked. That's such a cool idea that you have this 10% of the species is female and they tend to lead everyone because of it dates all the way back to them bartering over egg fertilization. Super cool. Clans are divided into concentric circles of relatives. Those closest are in the first circle, which may be up to 100 members, and circles increase exponentially outward. This is considered confusing by other organic species, though it is mathematically straightforward. Solarians do not have a concept of romantic love. The fertilization of eggs is a political act, since the lineage of any resulting females has a strong impact on society. It only occurs after months or even years of negotiations. Multiple Solarian females opted to join the Andromeda Initiative as civilians. Renegotiation of a dozen political dynasties in the Solarian Union was ongoing when we departed. Solarians are renowned for their high-speed metabolism, allowing them to function on 1 hour of sleep a day. Compared to most, and then this makes more sense, right? The typical fantasy trope is that your elf race doesn't have to sleep, and they live for thousands of years, and your short-lived races don't. But it totally makes sense that if their metabolism is really, really fast, they just burn out faster, right? Anyway, compared to most species, Solarians think and act quickly, processing both emotional and biochemical changes at a rapid pace. A Solarian workday traditionally accommodates 5 or 6 small, high-protein meals to match. However, Solarians also have a comparatively short lifespan of roughly 40 years. Solarians are haplodiploid, egg-laying amphibians. Unfertilized eggs hatch males, fertilized eggs hatch females. A Solarian female typically lays a clutch of dozens of eggs once a year in environmentally controlled hatching pools. Once hatched, young Solarians imprint on their parents, ensuring dynastic loyalty through generations. Their large families were a contributing factor to the Solarians developing photographic memories, enabling them to recognize hundreds of relatives. Not quite as photographic as the Drell, which I don't know if it's going to be in this game. The Drell have a solipsism thing where they literally remember everything perfectly to the point where it's like a Jonathan Nolan story. They have perfect memory, so they just relive events constantly. Solarians rarely forget a fact, face, or grudge. Popular saying suggests making a Solarian enemy in the morning makes 1,000 by evening. I guess we'll see. I do like the Drell. It was they were challenged to introduce new races in Mass Effect 2, and I think they did a good job with it with the Drell. Turian culture is founded on public service and personal accountability. It's a meritocracy, right? The Turian military is the center of their society, functioning as a public works organization as well as an armed defense force. Citizenship is conferred once Turians have completed boot camp, begun on their 15th birthday, and promotion through the 27 citizenship tiers is judged on individual merit. At the top are the Primarchs, who lead colonization clusters. Their inclination to military service and social trends means few Turians pursue entrepreneurial careers, making the Turian economy more vulnerable than most, which is why they teamed up the Volus. Yeah, the supportive clients like the Volus makes up for this deficiency. They defend the Volus help them with economics, I guess. Service guarantees citizenship. Let's say that again. Turians in the Andromeda Initiative operate outside a comfortable hierarchy. Interviews with prospective Turian colonists indicate some are seeking this very freedom to forge their own destiny. Other colonists believe Turian selflessness and civic structure will be vital to the initiative's success. I like this idea of, we're going to include these races. Some of them it doesn't make sense to include, like the Krogan and the Turians. How can we make it make sense? Renowned as men of action, the Turians have a militaristic culture revolving around public service. Turians earn their place in galactic society after their actions in ending the Krogan rebellions. They subsequently serve as the peacekeeping arm of the Citadel Council and commanded the largest fleet in the Milky Way. Turian society once relied on client species like the Volus to build their economy and trade. In the Andromeda Initiative, the military training all Turians undergo allows them to fill many vital civic and security roles, but many also have enrolled for entrepreneurial or diplomatic training to be better-rounded colonists. Okay. They're like kind of like Krogan-ish, or not Krogan, kind of like Klingons. Galactic events and their military doctrine have left lingering resentments between Turians and some species. The Turians were responsible for deploying the genophage against the Krogan. Misunderstandings with humans led to the First Contact War, though humans and Turians have since become cordial, if not close allies. Turians evolved on Palaven, a Milky Way world with a weak magnetic field that leaves it vulnerable to solar radiation. Most life on Palaven has a protective, metal-rich exoskeleton as a natural defense. The thick, plate-like skin of a Turian protects her against some long-term radiation, but does not defend against projectiles or energy weapons. Unlike most sapient species in the Milky Way, Turians are a dextroprotein species, like Quarians, meaning that food for levoprotein species like Asari or humans can cause dangerous allergic reactions and vice versa. The only other known sapient dextro species is the Quarians. As well as Palaven flora, Turian species with the Andromeda Initiative paid the Quarian migrant fleet handsomely for plants and fungi that were especially developed to thrive in hydroponic conditions. That makes sense. Before joining the Citadel Council that governs much of the Milky Way, the Turian hierarchy was a formidable power with numerous client species supporting its powerful military. Rapid expansion from Palaven later led to problems with outlying colonies, when isolation and xenophobia led to infighting in what has been termed the Unification War. Turians made first contact with the Citadel around 700 CE when the Krogan rebellions were raging. It was like they happened to show up to save the day against the Krogan, after the Krogan were uplifted to save the day against the Rachni. When the Krogan devastated Turian colonies, the Turians responded by unleashing the Solarian-developed genophage against the Krogan. 200 years later, the Turians were invited to join the Citadel Council. In 2157, human explorers attempting to activate a mass relay were attacked by Turian forces, as unauthorized relay activation was strictly illegal. The resulting conflict, the First Contact War, saw the human colony of Shanxi occupied by the Turians before the Citadel Council negotiated a peace. Cool. And we got something on technology. We're going to talk about quantum entanglement communicators. Here we go, guys. This was supposed to be like a special thing that, the Elusive Man had one of, and they kind of went crazy with it after Mass Effect 2, and suddenly everybody has fucking QECs everywhere. Communications have always been a concern for interstellar colonists. I really like that in Mass Effect 1 they talk about communication being hard, right? You can't do it instantly. You can use like mass relay buoys, little miniature mass relays to transmit data, but like there were different priorities, and it was really hard to get lag-free internet unless if you were part of the government, basically. And then they come up with QECs, and they're like, actually, no, this is too much of a pain in the ass. All communication is instant. Let it go. Communications have always been a concern for interstellar colonists. Trade, defense, and political representation depend on reliable lines of communication. The most sophisticated method is quantum entanglement communication. This utilizes a pair of particles that are linked on a quantum level. Any effect on one particle is mirrored instantaneously by the other regardless of distance. Pathfinder implants use miniaturized QECs to remain in contact with their AI partners. Manufacturing these particle pairs is a delicate and difficult process, especially with resources limited in Helios. Long-term, the Andromeda Initiative plans to establish a comm relay network transmitting data between buoys linked by mass corridors of space. Okay, that's how it works in the main games. The Scourge has hampered these efforts. In the meantime, Initiative starships act like a maritime mail packets. Okay. Carrying secure data packages that transmit to approved colony receivers once they're in range. Transmissions are limited by the ship's data storage and the capabilities of receivers, but improvements are ongoing. Okay, alright. This isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I was worried that they were going to imply that, everybody has a QEC now. It's like, no. It's actually kind of hard to communicate, and these things sort of suck. I don't think that quantum entanglement communication is an actual thing. Like, I'd have to ask one of the physicists, but my understanding is that our ability to resolve information from entangled particles still is limited by the speed of light, if that makes sense. So like, if you change the state of one, the state of the other, or no, it's not if you change the state of one. If you discover the state of one, the state of the other is known regardless of the distance. But you can't, like, once you collapse it, it's collapsed, right? And that requires, what was the example I heard? It was like, if somebody gives you, I won't worry about it. I'll look it up later and post a description in chat. Because I'll butcher it if I try to describe it. Hey, Yahan. How's it going?
You and I are going to be very good friends.
Oh, that's super cool, Six Gun. Or just to study quantum entanglement in general. Let's see if there's anything we're scanning here. Congrats on your having of internet.
Draft technicians
So that's progress. What about scanning? Talking to people. Oh, cool.
Hello, I'm Jan Garson, founder of the initiative.
And you're dead,
It's through your
unfortunately.
hard work that the vision of the Nexus has come to life. You and all your colleagues bind our proud new colonies together. Look around at your achievements. And if you have any questions, my door is always open.
Founder Garson's office is located at Workspace Not Allocated. Please select a topic. You are Employee Writer, Salary Code 19B, Active Pathfinder. Your supervisor is Director Tan. Based on current staffing needs, you will be eligible for paid vacation time in 587 days.
Seriously?
Why not plan on which beautiful colony you'll vacation on while you wait?
Here's the quantum entanglement, no communication theorem Reddit thread. There's a really good example about having a deck of 52 cards to give you an intuition for why we wouldn't be able to use that
For
to
initiative
communicate.
strategy and Pathfinder coordination, please see Director Jaren Tan. For colonial affairs or outpost status, please see Director Foster Addison. For station maintenance, please contact Superintendent Nakmor Kesh. For militia operations or Apex deployment, please see Tyrion Kandros.
Right, I think you got it, Game Saucer. I think that's the example I just linked to as well. It's like, yeah, you know that your side of the coin is heads, but it could have been heads or tails, and the fact that you also know that the other person has the opposite thing doesn't give you any information. You would have to be able to manipulate the state of your particle and have that change its state on the other end, which isn't how it works.
Integration from the Hyperion is ongoing. Personnel are still restricted to operations. Viable planets capable of supporting life are key to our survival in Andromeda. The viability of a world is affected by several factors, including temperature, resources, threat levels, political stability, and so on.
Glad to hear you
We
on
have
internet
few
trouble is so
viable planets
frustrating.
currently within range. Resource levels are considered at risk. The selection process saw the Andromeda Initiative evaluate thousands of potential habitable planets within the galaxy. After discovering an unusually high ratio of potential candidates, or golden worlds, the Helios cluster was selected as our destination. Even at a distance, studying the light from stars can reveal much about their planet's composition
Which is the
and
coolest
atmosphere.
thing ever, man.
7 worlds,
Spectroscopy
nicknamed
is so
habitats,
cool.
have the life-supporting environments and resources
It's a really
we need
easy
to start
science
our new
demo to do
lives
for
in
kids. I was
Andromeda.
disappointed that I never got it when I was young. When we had like touring people come to do outreach. You basically just get a bunch of you can get lights that have different gases in them, and you can wear the goggles that polarize the light so you can see the spectral patterns, the spectral lines, and you can say, oh, okay, that's like the fingerprint of argon or the fingerprint of neon or whatever. I don't know. I think that it's such a neat little demo, and it gives you this idea that isn't it amazing that we can look out into space and know like the chemical composition of a star that's light years away.
This is a nightmare.
Side quest? Hey, female
It's not
Turian.
right.
Female Turian.
It's not fair.
What's wrong?
Oh my, you're... So it's true.
We've gotten around to
A
making
Pathfinder has
female
found us.
models for all the
There's
alien
hope at
races.
last. Maybe you could help. You're impartial. This whole thing has gotten so political. My husband, he's locked up and slated for exile for a crime he didn't commit.
Exile, huh? Guess it wasn't for having a hand in the cookie jar.
They say it's murder. They're calling him the
Can see
first
that
murderer
scar?
in Andromeda, but the dead man was his friend. He wouldn't have. There are witnesses and evidence, but it's all circumstantial. At worst, it was an accident. His name is Nilken Rensis. He could give you the details if you were willing to speak with him. Please.
Cool, thanks, Sixen.
I'd be happy to.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure the jailer will allow you a visit. Please, tell Nilken I love him.
Okie
I know that look. The others bent your ear, did they?
Something like that?
You get used to it. Just focus on being a Pathfinder.
That Scar looked a lot better in the character creator.
Though they'll try. Anyway, welcome to Militia HQ. Excuse the mess.
Yeah, he's got
this
post-processing
office fields
on his
militia
ways.
work, Nexus security, and looking for the Turian Ark.
What's the word on the Turian Ark?
Scattered readings. Some indicate the Natanus was destroyed, others that people are alive. Who knows? If you need anything, come see me, even if it's just a vent.
See his tongue through. Alright.
What brought you out here to Andromeda?
I was tired of being the good one.
The good one?
The Kandros family is old.
Scars are actually pretty realistic looking in this game.
There were expectations.
I guess scars shouldn't look
Then my
badass.
sister
They should
became
make
a
you look like you've
sculptor,
been in
and
battle.
cousin Irene went
Like,
pirate
oh, what's
on
wrong with your
Omega.
face?
Everyone was proud that I stayed in service. But I kept wondering, when do I get my adventure? Jien Garson's dream.
Oh, it is
so
Jien.
Grand, so gutsy. I had
I thought
to
it
be
was
part of
Jean, but I think it's like a Chinese name.
You talk like you weren't part of the leadership. How did you end up commanding the militia?
I was escorting a prospecting team on some moon when we ran into a species we'd never seen before. They penned us like cattle for experiments. I managed to get loose, snatched a gun, and freed the others. By the time we killed the bastards and headed back to warn the Nexus...
Is there no conversation interrupt system in this game? Does anyone know?
That sounds familiar.
The militia grew from there. Funny.
You play a game as Edward James Olmos. You see that scene in, was it Futurama? Oh god, it's like Edward James Olmos on IMAX.
Are the other Turians managing
I love that man.
So.
He's one of my favorite
We're not good at
actors.
sitting around in a crisis. Service before self gets drummed into us at boot camp. That's probably why so many of us are in the militia. We like to earn our citizenship, whatever galaxy we're in. But it's hard to focus with our arc missing.
My team ran into some not-so-friendly locals on the way here.
I'm gonna pay him to say
Advanced
things.
tech, merciless sons of bitches. They're called the Cat. We've sighted them on several worlds already. I've seen how dangerous they are firsthand. They could take the Nexus apart. Someday Addison will believe me.
It's rough out there. I might need backup if you can spare the people.
I have strike teams specializing in assault and extraction. If you need serious firepower, my Apex teams have you covered. In fact, I could give you authority to dispatch them. It'll cut down their response time.
Thank you.
Our current ops are on the terminal. See if there's anything that could use a shot where it counts.
Cool.
Bye, Kandros. Duty calls.
You and me both, Pathfinder.
Well, not really, because I'm going to talk to you again, because I think I missed a dialogue option there.
No news on the Turian Ark yet? Or is this militia business?
What do you know about the enemies we've encountered? The Ket.
We usually see them on worlds with those
we've given them a
alien
name now.
structures. The Ket don't take kindly to anyone studying them. Not sure why. They don't talk to us. Every time we cross paths, there's a fight or they take prisoners.
Why? What do they want?
No one knows. But I've seen their weaponry and what they do to those prisoners. I want them a long, long way from the Nexus.
It's a cool way to find out what they're calling it.
Bye, Kandros. Duty calls.
You and me both, Pathfinder.
Did I get a new codex entry, renaming them to the Ket? Militia and Apex. Though encountering hostile species was a possible scenario, political, philosophical, and resource constraints in the Milky Way mean the Andromeda Initiative does not have a standing army and only minimal military hardware. Events was planned to revolve around technological superiority. The Ket, however, represent a greater threat than anyone projected. The Nexus Militia was formed by Tyrion Kandros after he was captured by the Ket and led other prisoners in an escape. Debriefs show that upon their return to the Nexus, that makes sense, they wouldn't have military, I guess. I guess. The enrollment list show over 300 active members with 150 in reserve from a variety of combat backgrounds. I mean, no, that does make sense, because the thought is, assuming that the members of the Andromeda Initiative know that the mass relays are unique to the Milky Way, or we assume that, we should have better technology. Maybe. I don't know. It's a reasonable argument that we're going to win through technological superiority. We don't need to have a big boots-on-the-ground military. Kandros describes Apex as the militia's long reach, selected for exemplary combat skills and experience. Apex forces are small but elite teams that handle special operations. Most Apex members have rescinded their colonist status to focus on defense. Don't they kind of have that, though? They have that with, like, Ryder, although Ryder wears too many hats. It's a problem we've already discussed, and we've got some Turian military people here. But I guess the frustration is that they're not formally organized. I guess if Elon Musk, organized an expedition, how would he get a team of Marines to work for him, Tyrion Kandros. In his screening interviews, Kandros states he's named after an ancestor who captured a dreadnought in the Krogan rebellions. He's expected to live up to the name. After beginning boot camp at the traditional age of 15, Kandros rose through the ranks and was assigned to Sagiris 8, one of the hierarchy's counterterrorism divisions. Persistent rumors on the Nexus claim that Kandros was sent to investigate the Andromeda initiative when the hierarchy became suspicious about its activities. Kandros refused to comment on former operations, citing family pressures as the reason he later joined the initiative. Interesting. During the early days of the Nexus's arrival, I'm surprised we don't have more criminals. Like, you'd think there'd be a big group of criminals that maybe they offered freedom to go on this trip. Kandros left the station to act as protection detail for a prospecting team and was captured by the Ket. He managed to lead several other captives in an escape, return to the Nexus, eventually founding a volunteer militia to defend the station. Feel like a private military company? I guess that would make sense. I don't really think about that as much. Ket. Known as the Ket, a species that has proven hostile in every encounter. This technology and weapons at least on par with the initiatives and may have been responsible for the death or capture of many initiative personnel. The only commonality is that the Ket have a clear interest in the strange structures of technology seen in Habitat 7. So maybe it's not their tech. It does seem like terraforming tech. There's still a codex entry. Nothing to scan. Strike team missions.
This console reports on the militia's current strike team missions, Pathfinder. Please speak with Tyrion Kandros for authorization to participate.
I did.
That's the console for our strike teams.
What are they?
Assault and extraction squads. When we need the best, I have Apex, combat experts who've signed up to defend us. Since you have a front row view of the cluster, I can give you authority to dispatch them.
What situations should they handle?
Protecting civilian outposts, holding key positions, or just distracting the
That
Ket.
might be the multiplayer.
Authorization complete. Good luck out there.
Might be connected to the multiplayer in some way. Hey, I can save my game. Holy shit. It's the first time that's become available. Okay. Sure. I'll give it a check it out. Why not? I don't want to do a ton of it, but see what the deal is. I did play a bit of the multiplayer in the first game. It's kind of cool that you can access it from inside the single player. It was pretty separate in Mass Effect 3. And when I booted this up, I just hit resume right away without waiting then for it to connect, thinking it would still try to connect offline. This is PS4. I got it on console rather than PC, so I didn't having any like PC game conflicts with OBS and streaming. One less thing to fail on me. If you were thinking. This game doesn't have cross-console multiplayer, does it? Now, there are remarkably few games that do, unfortunately. Based on the status report 16 Charlie, it seems we're no closer to gaining a foothold in any sector. Without decent reconning rate or intel, efforts are futile. The risks involved in continued loss of resources and lives makes it hard to justify. Scale down expectations again. Oh shit. I don't want to do a ton of these because they probably have spoilers for enemies. Like what happened in Mass Effect 3. Missions are available for your strike team. Select a mission with X to send a strike team. Check back daily for new missions. Describes the difficulty of the mission. Time limit to attempt. The mission traits. Pathfinder rewards. Strike teams recruited. Use a team with X to equip them with special gear. Retire a team with triangle if you want to recruit a fresh team in their place. Yeah. Is this actually the multiplayer? $40 mission funds. Okay, I'll come back to it later then. If it has spoilers.
All non-relevant repair requests are currently on hold until power coupling is complete.
Apex are hard mode for the multiplayer. So can you jump seamlessly from the single player into a multiplayer mission and then back into the single player? Is that how it works?
I still reckon they had breathing.
You must be the Pathfinder. Wonderful. You and your Sam are exactly what we need.
Oh, strike teams are like
Professor
garrisons?
Hewitt, my colleagues and I will work with your Sam and the data you gather to solve Andromeda's scientific mysteries.
They change the way Solarian legs work?
What fields do you study?
Eric's into life sciences. I do planetary geology, oceanography, rocks and runoff. Aradana's the space and math whiz.
Not that we've had much to study, with everyone cooped up for 14 months.
But your data on the Scourge flows like poetry. Now we can better advise on repairing the damage it caused.
And maybe Addison will give us a real workspace. Who can think with all this racket?
Flows like poetry, huh?
Pathfinder, we've had some trouble.
Anything I can help with?
Perhaps. I discharged an away team to get readings from a section of the Scourge that was behaving anomalously. They haven't reported in for some time, and sensors can't locate their shuttle. I sent them out there. Good, dedicated people. I fear what might have happened to them.
Your work is important. Don't lose sight of that. When I'm out there, I'll see if I can find them.
Their friends and family will want to know what's happened, and I need to know.
Okie dokie.
Hi, Pathfinder. Want to hit some rocks for science?
Absolutely. What do you need?
Sam and I used your scans and made a VI for geophysics surveys. Beta builds on the console there. Test it out in the field, and I'll wrangle you a consultant's bonus from Director Addison. How's that sound?
Like hitting rocks for science.
Pathfinder, those bioscans are superb. Could you gather more for our comparative conservation effort?
Sure.
What conservation effort?
Ah, my thesis is on the console there. Broad strokes, we're comparing and preserving organisms.
Go
from
read my
both
thesis.
galaxies. If you donate more bioscans and samples to the catalog, I can get you a finder's fee. Tempted?
Sure.
Engineering reports. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%.
The beauty of the cosmos unfolds in your planet scans, Pathfinder. But there is more they can do.
See what people mean about the dialogue. It's not all bad, but like they're kind of going for the unfortunate sci-fi trope of like, oh, they're the Asari, so they talk about like the beauty of the poetry. And I feel like the first 3 games did a really good job of putting those in there occasionally, but not constantly like, you know, pelting you with it. See, they live for 1,000 years. They're poetic.
Do you have something in mind, Doctor?
Plans for a school are underway to inspire a new generation of young minds. I want to craft a model of the cluster for them, accurate and splendid from your data. My prototype is on that console. Add more scans to improve it, and I will share my educational budget with you. And my thanks.
Cool. All the side quests. So we are, by definition, an invasive species in Andromeda. Our inevitable footprint must be laid carefully. We must preserve anything we replace. This cluster presents an unexpected challenge. We arrived with seed archives and DNA banks to ensure preservation of the biodiversity of the Milky Way, but this cluster is scarred by the Scourge, and its unique flora and fauna are threatened by its turbulence. That, too, requires conservation. Patch notes. Streamline interface with Omni tool. Tune voice recognition recognize both aluminum and aluminium. Update interface no longer defaults to transparent. Cool. This is not how mission tasking and budgeting works. The 3 initial system models will be complete by next week, which is here our place in the world. Orbital variants for the Nexus must be corrected as construction, correct orientation. Okay. Again, get it? Or poetic? Hey guys, what's up?
Pathfinder, no time for our beer yet. This place is a mess. Security is, let's call it strained.
I can believe it. The Nexus is running on empty.
Not just that. A lot of the exiles were security. Everyone was trained and armed for frontier.
How are strike teams like garrisons or like retainer ventures, like things you send off every day to get rewards or something?
There's apparently no viable planets in range. Exile may have been a sanitized death sentence.
What a shit show. Pathfinder, we have to get this back on track or we don't survive. No pressure,
See ya, Six Gun.
As long as the Nexus is here, as long as we're here, we have a job to do.
Double down crisis mode. I can do that. We can do that. Ready and willing, Pathfinder. Pathfinder, I'm feeling less bad about missing a year of this. Everyone's beaten down. Nothing to do but watch the reserves shrink.
And now all eyes are on us.
All I know is we have to fix it.
Engineering update.
It's quiet here. Still get opinions, of course. And talk to security.
What about?
Leaders, direction, lack of it. Tan is the standout, but none of them have made friends.
Who would you say is actually measuring up?
My dad would say elections were rubbish because you don't get people who could do the job, you got politicians. By that measure, I go Addison. She does not want that job. Pathfinder? Ryder?
Rex?
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
Alright, I'll try sending one of these out then. See if I can get it to work here. 74% chance of success. 5 mission funds. Loot boxes. Interesting. So those loot boxes end up working in the multiplayer? So you have like these retainer venture, like garrison things you send out. And then they give you loot that you can use in the actual multiplayer, I guess, right? That's pretty neat. Excuse to play the game regularly, I guess. Who's merchant?
Weapons and stuff. I got you covered. Use the console to take a look through what I got. It'd be a lot easier if I weren't missing half my stock.
You got it. Shop till you drop.
Single player
Here
loot.
I come.
Okay.
That's fine. Hey, wait.
Crafting
Please don't
notes.
drop anything you bought from me, okay? Tam would have my head if anything happened to you on my account.
N7 Crusader, ultra rare shotgun. Sell all salvage. So that's my main way of getting money, I guess. Omniblade 2. Can I see if something's better or not? Well, that's cool. It's like barter based. That makes sense. Guess I don't have any right now, do I? Do a lot of melee with this charge build, but that's a lot of my money, and I don't really know if it's worth it just yet.
Disembarkation procedures for Hyperion are on hold. Please await further
Shit.
instructions.
Okay. Bummed out lady. Hanging out. Security footage. Whoa. Damage control. As you're aware, there was a mutiny aboard the Nexus during your absence. Events escalated quickly. We believe it began with a fire in hydroponics and theft in the armory. Motivations for the uprising vary. Mob mentality was certainly a factor. For the leaders, including your predecessor, former security director Sloan Kelly, it was a conscious betrayal. There have been perfunctory attempts to catalog and address the damages caused by Sloan's people during the uprising. Supplies stolen, equipment broken, things of that nature. Then the militia could step in and drop an official report. My people focus on defending the station, not taking inventory. If you really need a militia oversight, I'll get Sergeant Nelson to look at it. Because more Calyx's people than Sloan's. Isn't he the one who started the mutiny? Calyx may have started it, but Sloan made her allegiances clear. I know you held her, or she held you in high regard. Who can be impartial when it comes to this task? Wait, is this first one? Yeah. Sloan Kelly's not who I thought she was. There won't be a problem. Good. Anyone objects to sending a small and discreet reconnaissance team to find out where Sloan and the exiles might have gone? There's a lot of cool, like, potential for story twists here with the whole exiles thing and, like, the Elon Musk character GN getting killed on the way here. Trail's cold, found what looks like abandoned camps in the Pfeiffer system, but none with living inhabitants. In the graveyards, the conspirator Irita was among the dead, but not Sloan Kelly. Emmanuel Goldstein. Oh, that sucks, Leon. I don't think I found the crafting in this game yet.
Disembarkation procedures for Hyperion are on hold. Please await further instructions.
That's how we first came in. Oh, it's a pretty big place to check out, huh? I'm down. Got shit else to do. Man, playing Mass Effect Andromeda today is going to be the perfect counterpoint for April Fool's Day tomorrow. The way I play this game. Let's slowly read all the text. All the text. It's basically a visual novel. Same shit, different day. For posterity, in case the initiative goes belly up, the Nexus is a 4-ring circus. Don't like how Tan operates, and his disdain for the Krogan is obvious. I believe his intentions are ultimately good, but he's an opportunist who's likely to create dissent. I don't see the Nexus coming together if he's left unchecked. It's already polarizing Addison. She's taking the cue to circle the wagons. I think I can talk to Candaris about this. At least try to get the two of us more coordinated. God. I hate this drama. I hate drama too. What's up, Kesh?
There you are. Hope the others haven't been giving you a hard time. There's a lot that needs doing. At least with the Hyperion hooked up and feeding us power, my team and I can get more work done.
Tell me more about you.
I noticed there aren't a lot of Krogan around.
You haven't spoken to number 8 yet, have you?
Number 8?
Number 8?
Tan. Ask him why most of my people left. He'll have opinions.
Oh, are they with the
exiles? I can tell you this much. When the mutiny happened, a deal was made. My clan were supposed to settle matters and, in return, get more say in the initiative.
Why do you call Tan 8?
Because he was 8th in line to take over the Andromeda initiative. I like to remind him of that now and then. Keep him humble.
Did the deal go through?
The clan held up their part, but Tan had a meltdown when he found out we wanted more say around here. Then Addison's assistant, Spender, pretended he never made the deal in the first place. It was a mess, but I don't blame my people for walking out. We're done being used.
Something seems really weird about Kesh, like the character model animation. Like, I felt like the Krogan, especially Grunt and Rex, were super expressive. And I believed that, like, you know, they were really talking to me, but it's breaking my suspension of disbelief. It just looks like this weird thing that's moving around a little bit, and then there's separate voice acting track that's playing on top of it. I can't place why that is. I can't say, oh, you know, they didn't get the lip flaps right or something, but it just feels weird. Is that true for the is that the complaint about the animations in this game? Is that what they're talking about?
With your clan gone, why did you stay?
It's complicated. The station and my clan both need me here.
What sort of problems have you seen on the Nexus?
Situation's gone to shit pretty much sums it up. There's arcs missing. Some idiots tried to mutiny and take over, then more idiots offended my clan, so they left. And to top it all off, the founder of the initiative, Gian Garson, was killed.
What happened to G and Garson?
Killed in the Scourge disaster. Her and a bunch of the other leaders. Tan might know more.
And I thought the Hyperion had it bad when we arrived. Anything else?
The outposts aren't happening because
Like
we
the
don't
voice
have
acting was
resources
good, it's
or
just there's a
people,
weird
so
disconnect
Addison's
between the
more
models
uptight
and
than ever.
the voice lines.
And let's not forget how badly the station was
Like
damaged.
her
on
eyes
arrival.
just look kind of dead.
But that's a detail, according to some. My team and I are repairing what we can. If we don't get
It's a
materials
scar, yeah.
soon, things will go downhill. Fast.
When we left the Milky
It's one of those
Way,
problems
the
that would
Krogan
look
were
a little
still
bit
dealing
different in
with the
character
genophage.
creation.
Right. The genophage. A little gift to our people from the Solarians
Fucking A, I got a
thousands of years
rash.
ago. That sterility virus they infected us with left most of our children stillborn. Only 1 in 1,000 survive.
No wonder your people have such a problem with Solarians.
Some wounds never heal. Not that my ancestors didn't provoke it. They did try to conquer the galaxy. The Solarians were forced to respond. And it's not fair to blame it all on them either. The Solarians developed the virus, but it was the Turians who deployed it. I'm hoping that's all in the past. Plenty of blame to go around, but Andromeda is about new beginnings. My people need that more than most.
What about the Krogan here in Andromeda?
There's no cure for it. But my clan was starting to show mutation against the virus. A natural defense. During the trip to get here, Krogan underwent gene therapies to enhance the mutation while we were in stasis.
This is how they're
So
gonna...
you used those 600 years to your advantage. Gave the adaptation more time to develop.
Yeah. It's still early, but I think we made a dent. Our scientists say we've improved viability to almost 4%.
Okay,
which is
all
a
right.
lot better than what we had. Beyond
That's
all the
reasonable.
statistics, it means
They didn't
more
just cure the
Krogan children
genophage
will
on the way
live.
here.
It's the only way my people have a future out
Okay,
here.
I'm down with that. That's okay. It's fine.
What kind of work do you do as superintendent?
I was part of the team that originally designed and built this place.
Eh,
I keep the station functional.
it's fine.
Or
I mean,
as functional as possible, considering.
if you're a Krogan that's going on this trip, you're probably a very different... So, like, this is something that I hope that they're careful to address, that the sorts of people that are going to do this thing aren't just going to be the randos in Citadel space in the original Mass
Nothing
Effect and the
more for
Milky
now.
Way, right? There's going to be
Later.
a different kind of personality. So I would expect more Krogan-like Kesh, really, than the Mass Effect stereotypical Krogan.
I don't care. We know the problem is more widespread than we thought. We're working to fix it. That's all.
Do I have a map of this place? Super
Working
helpful.
on accessing more power from the Hyperion.
I do, but it doesn't really mark places of interest that I want to.
Repair requests are currently on hold until power coupling is complete.
This is Nexus Control to Hyperion. It's good to have you here.
It's good to be here.
How the hell should I know?
Excellent. Let's go over the doc.
Spender. All right, what happened?
To who?
To whom? And your goddamn father. Sorry, my face is tired from dealing with everything. And right now, I just
My
want to know
face?
what happened with Alec. Not how he died. I pulled those logs. What happened with Pathfinder?
I don't want to get into it. Things went wrong. And now I'm the one you have to deal with.
Alec Ryder wouldn't accept that kind of ultimatum. Damned if I will. We'd never have left home if we... Not home. The Milky Way. This is home. This mess. We don't have a lot of options, Ryder. Maybe you'll prove your father right. After 14 months of failed colonization, forgive me if I don't hold my breath.
How do you fit into the Nexus leadership?
She just like
I
popped in a
oversee
place
the
there while I
actual
was picking.
settlement effort. As the number of outposts is currently less than ideal, my influence is limited. As Tan is quick to remind me. Left a perfectly adequate career as a chief officer. Provincial capital, too. Only a new galaxy could pull me away. And here we are, idling.
You called my father Alec. No one does that.
A lot of us joined the initiative because of his vision. What he shared of it, anyway.
Were you friends, or...?
I'm not your new mother, if that's what you're asking. Or his friend. He hated that I didn't use his title. But no one's a Pathfinder until they've path-found something. Much like a colonial director without colonies.
There must be some kind of plan for encountering hostile aliens. We can't have been that naive.
We expected life, not an enemy that refuses to talk. They don't attack, they disinfect. We're nothing until we're bacteria. Sorry, 14 months and you stoop to poetry. That's how bad it is. Talk to Kandros if you haven't. He's unfortunately become the head of our military. And as soon as he realizes it, we're in the shit.
You don't trust him?
I trust him to defend us. I do not trust a rising military influence in a supposedly civilian initiative. We came here to make history, Ryder, not repeat it. Ugh,
didn't make any sense
poetry.
at all. What? Alright, in order for me to enjoy this game, I'm gonna have to look past the word choices and idiom choices and stuff and just try to get at the meat of what they're saying, because the meat is cool. They must have had a different team for dialogue than the Codex team, because the Codexes are pretty on point.
There's also this strange technology. Has anyone studied that?
We've tried. Not me. The brains in research. They're supposed to know their business. The current excuse? The tech we dug up on Mars was more advanced, but it was plug and go. The tech here thinks different? I don't know. We've mostly avoided it. And from what the Hyperion logs say about Alec, maybe that's good.
You've had no colony successes in over a year? How many tries is that?
Less than you'd think. The Scourge, spoiled worlds, exiles, hostiles. We can't just plop down an outpost and expect picket fences. We need the Pathfinder and Sam to scout, evaluate, and inspire. The initiative promised a goal. Andromeda has not cooperated.
And if it had?
Beautiful utopian horseshit. Colonies that produce and support each other. The Nexus as Citadel. Not headed by Tan. Or even me.
Excuse me, Director Addison.
Ryder?
I have to go.
It's Pathfinder.
Ryder, we're starving here. If we don't get a foundation of outposts to feed the initiative, we might as well be 600 years dead. Alec promised a lot. None of it panned out. That's what you're up against. Why people won't trust you. Why I don't trust you.
Great.
Prove me wrong.
Disembarkation procedures for Hyperion are on hold. Please await further instructions.
This is very pretty. Got cool skyboxes. I've always liked that about Mass Effect. So this was Kesh's office, which doesn't show up on the map. Does, but only when I've opened the door? Question mark. Okay. I don't think this reflects places that I have and haven't been. I don't think it gives me a clue as to where I still need to explore, if that makes sense. There's stairs I can go down around here. Those are the shops. Okay, the stairs just go in there. I understand now. They have those special markers on to a different part of the zone. It's not just her voice acting, the writing is really weak for dialogue
7.
there.
It wasn't even close to livable.
That's been true of every world we've found. Ryder, we were discussing your next expedition.
I thought I didn't measure up as Pathfinder.
Director Addison keeps her own counsel. I keep mine.
And when you disagree?
I oversee the entire initiative, and I have decided to give you a chance to prove yourself. To that end, the Scourge dealt us a serious blow. Whatever it is, our scientists theorize it's not natural.
An artificial energy cloud?
It wasn't here when we left the Milky Way, yet it rendered all the golden worlds unlivable. Then there's the aliens you ran into, the Ket. They're obsessed with alien structures we found scattered around the cluster. They'll do anything to prevent others from accessing them. It seems murder isn't exclusive to the Milky Way. And now the challenge is to settle a world in spite of all that. This one here. Eos.
How?
You need to increase the viability of the planet so we can establish an outpost. Then
How
we
do
can
I
bring
do
more
that?
colonists out of stasis.
The whole
The more
planet?
colonists we have, the more resources we can gather to support the Nexus. Everything depends on it. There are 6 worlds we hope to settle.
Okay, but you said every planet you found is unlivable, so how do I...
A good Pathfinder would relish the challenge of solving it.
Right. I think I should go check on things.
And if I fail, I guess it's no sweat off your back, right? You'll just look for another Pathfinder?
Placing bets on people is part of my job. Some of them pay off. Others...
Just point me to my ship and I'll be out of here.
They're prepping it now in the docking bay. The coordinates for EOS will be in the computer. And when you have a moment, we should discuss the missing arcs.
I was wondering about that.
Sam shit.
Something wrong?
I've got the cipher. I mean...
Ryder, Casey needs download on the Hyperion. Your implant needs attention, and we need to discuss a confidential matter.
No. I'm fine.
Okay.
Ryder,
What's up, Dinesh?
Condolences for your father.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know him very
Prismo.
well, although I understand he played a key role in planning the initiative. I'm sure he'd be concerned that we still have several arcs missing.
Any idea where they went?
Nothing certain, but tens of thousands of colonists are unaccounted for. It paints the initiative in an unflattering light. Did you have some other business?
I want to know all these things.
Sounds like the Nexus has had a rough time of it.
Publicly, I would say we're more than up for the challenge. Privately, I can tell you...
She doesn't have telepathy. She has an implant that interfaces with an AI, so the AI is talking to
Many of them are
her.
senior leadership. Even the founder of the initiative, Gian Garson, is dead.
How did Jean Garson die?
She has a direct
With the rest of the leadership.
neural link with
When the
the
Nexus
AI.
hit Scourge, a large wing of stasis pods was destroyed. They were killed instantly. These people traveled 600 years and died before they even woke up. Gian Garson never glimpsed Helios. She never saw her vision realized.
Although they need to be careful because they're like getting close to telepathy there, right? Like if you can interface with an AI in your brain and talk to the AI, and other people on your team can do the same thing, there's nothing stopping you from basically having invented telepathy through that. We'll see if they explore that at all.
Kandros mentioned something about hitting the Scourge.
The AI
How did
can
it
talk
play
to other
out?
people for you.
Criminal elements took advantage of the emergency and preyed on people's fears. An uprising followed. We had no choice but to turn to the Krogan to deal with them. They crushed the mutiny and the criminals were banished. Exiles, we call them. I doubt we've heard the last of them. They're led by an outlaw, Sloane Kelly. She used to be one of ours.
Yeah, well, they implied that it's a unique thing to Ryder Sr. and now to me, Kami, but it's one of those things where there's a natural consequence of that technology existing that they could deploy it to other people on the team eventually. And the reason they haven't is, it's a secretive thing, something that Ryder Sr. was up to.
Who is this Sloane Kelly?
She was head of security on the Nexus. She opposed the uprising at first, but eventually turned traitor and joined them.
Manual
Misguided sympathy for the plight of the common citizen. Nonsense. They posed a direct threat to our existence.
There don't seem to be many Krogan around.
Good riddance. The Krogan demanded a greater say in political matters. The last place you want them involved. Their muscle, nothing more. Good for fighting and lifting heavy objects. When they didn't get what they wanted, they left.
I really like getting Kumail to play a Solarian. That's a pretty perfect casting choice. I just wish they would have used more post-processing and sped up his dialogue so he sounds more like a Solarian. Otherwise, that problem of like the Solarian talking and me hearing Prismo.
Why don't you like the Krogan?
It's common knowledge that they are a violent, ignorant species. Long ago, they waged nuclear war on one another. Their planet was decimated. My people tried to uplift them, but the Krogan could never tame their worst instincts. What if they bring their tempers to Andromeda? We'll all be dead.
What more can you tell me about the initiative?
It represents the greatest migration ever attempted. No one had ventured beyond the Milky Way before. We've all left home in search of freedom, fortune, perhaps a new beginning. We are the bravest souls each species has to offer. I hope the Nexus will serve as the seat of government for us all.
What do you know about the early days of the initiative?
As most everyone knows, Gian Garson's vision made it happen. She was an entrepreneur on Earth. Wealthy. Young for a human. Garson had the idea for the initiative in the early 2170s, I believe. Many thought leaving the Milky Way was impossible. But she persevered. And as with most great ideas, the doubters were wrong.
Because things are looking great for us right now here. Well, I guess we made it here, but...
Why do you think most people came?
There are thousands of reasons. One for every colonist here. What does any pilgrim seek? Usually, happiness. Finding the thing that eludes them. The thing to fulfill them. While we cannot promise they will find it, we can facilitate the search.
It looks like a melting pot around here.
The Nexus is home to several initiative species. Many came ahead of the Arks. The hope is that this station will one day serve as the governing body in Andromeda. Though I'm not sure what they were thinking, lumping Krogan into the mix. As a Solarian, my kind tend to have a low opinion of them.
What, having the AI implants? No, I don't. That's not a from birth thing.
As director of the initiative, are you in charge around here, or what?
Ryder came up
If
with
the
it,
others would
so Ryder
allow
Senior, and put it in his own
They
brain.
don't see
so.
me as the rightful successor.
So how does anything get done?
In theory, Kesh handles the Nexus's physical operations, Kandros runs the militia, and Addison manages colonial affairs. I oversee all of it. In practice, we argue, debate, and yell at each other until a decision is made. If we're lucky. It is maddening.
What's their problem with you?
I am not Gian Garson. Our founder was charismatic, eccentric, larger than life. Traits I cannot hope to mimic. She and her inner circle perished in the Scourge, some at the hands of the Exiles, some never made it out of stasis. I was deputy assistant for revenue management.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Then all 7 leaders above me died.
I think Gian Garson's still around in some form.
So, you're an accountant?
Don't let that fool you. We are all capable of more than we know. When I was young, I was fascinated by the idea of exploring space. Life had its detours, and I went a different direction. Then I heard about the initiative, and saw my chance to try the path not taken. While I may not be setting foot on new worlds, my authority can ensure that you do.
Right. Sorry. Any more information you can give me on the missing Arks?
Fun to find the other Arks.
And that is the distressing part. The Asari, Turian, and Solarian Arks are completely unaccounted for. If they had the same problems with the Scourge that we did, I fear the worst. Should you find any clues, please investigate. Without the other Arks, the promise of the initiative can never be fulfilled.
Are there any other Arks we should expect?
We had hoped
all of them,
Quarians
right?
would be part of the first wave. But before departure in 2185, we got word they had technical problems with their ship. It seems they're also bringing along Drell, Hanar, and other species as well.
Hopefully they all show up.
Managing all of their biological needs caused complications.
Yeah,
we
Mesh and
won't
Hanar
see
are
them
pretty
for
rough.
some time to come.
We won't see them during this game, might be what he means to say. So no Quarians, Drell, or Hanar. Womp womp.
What do I need to consider in making a planet viable?
Assuming the planet supports life, an outpost is critical. People like a roof over their heads, and you'll want to eliminate any hostile threats. Whether that's the cat or other terrors lurking in Helios,
It's like, you
colonists
gotta
being
go to like
ordered
one
on site
place on the
can be
planet.
discouraging.
The planet's
Also,
habitable
scouting
now.
and mapping terrain
It does make
is a
sense we have to make one
priority for any
outpost, though.
Pathfinder. And don't forget forward stations. You'll want those.
What can you tell me about forward stations?
I was afraid you'd ask. It's mostly what the engineers tell me. A forward station allows mining, equipment repairs, and resupply for field teams. I mean, who wouldn't want that? But seeing as how every colonization effort has failed, it's just theory at the moment. You get to test it out, Ryder.
That's all. Thanks for your time.
I'm happy to help. You will find our futures depend on each other's success. Good luck.
Thanks, dog. Getting to know the Nexus. Alright, looks like I got some new codex entries there. So let's see what we learned. Director Tan. Jaren Tan is a replacement leader for those who died in the Scourge. He was 8th in line. Personnel records indicate he was the Nexus's deputy director for revenue management when the Arks departed the Milky Way in 2185. That's kind of a cool idea that this accountant is in charge now. On arrival in the Helios cluster, the disastrous encounter with the Scourge led to substantial loss of life among the senior leadership. The line of succession eventually fell to Tan as the next in line for overall director, much to the apparent consternation of certain Nexus personnel. Born on Sirkesh, Tan's application to the initiative lists his previous work experience as senior consultant, advanced matrix-based accounting, with hobbies in model shipbuilding and travel someday. When queried if he had any prejudices that would affect his ability to serve the initiative, his answer was blank. However, careful data forensics revealed his original reply was, "Wait, you're letting Krogan come along?" Okay. Today, Director Tan has official oversight of initiative operations and strategy, and effective supervision of Pathfinder teams. Again, like, I feel like the Codex paints a better picture of this guy than all that dialogue we just had, and it feels like a wasted opportunity because the actor is so amazing. Like, they didn't really have very much comedy in there at all, and he's a pretty funny guy. Overseer of the Nexus's initial design and construction phase in the Milky Way, Nakmor Kesh is currently superintendent of the station. She's oversight of the Nexus proper, maintaining systems, integrating any returning arcs, and continuing construction efforts. She's also considered a senior figure in Clan Nakmor, despite the departure of the majority of the Krogan from the Nexus. Was Clan Nakmor in the original games? It may have shown up somewhere. It sounds familiar. Describes her role as Fixer-in-Chief. Records from the Nexus Uprising show Kesh played a key role in keeping the station operational during the crisis. Her strong management and knowledge of the station makes her an irreplaceable member of the Nexus leadership. The minutes of official meetings suggest she and Director Jaren Tan are often at odds. Kesh's presence ensures the Krogan still have a powerful voice on the Nexus. Previous to the initiative, Foster Addison was the Chief Operations Officer for a provincial capital. She stated in her screening interviews that she preferred the position because it was the highest non-elected municipal office. It carried responsibility without requiring a public face. Foster was asked to head colonial affairs early during initiative training. She accepted after being assured it was temporary. After arrival, Outpost would appoint a new council, and she would be obscure in a new world. In the meantime, she would remain senior advisor to Gian Garson. Unfortunately, Garson died at the Nexus's initial Scourge impact, to be replaced by Director Tan. Call him bullshit on that. During the rebuilding, Colonial Director Addison had no colonial affairs to direct. That limited the influence she wielded and increased the scrutiny demanded. She's expressed frustration at the open-ended nature of her position and the ongoing need for statements about the status or lack of outposts. Though she remains eminently capable, it appears to be exactly the job she didn't want. Scourge is the colloquial term for a huge and extremely dangerous interstellar phenomenon sighted across much of the Helios cluster. It appears to be a cloud spreading in tendrils that affect planets and surrounding space, destroying starships and sent to pass through them. This is interesting. I feel like you're somewhat rewarded for reading the Codex early, because once you get the new information, it doesn't just replace unknown phenomenon with whatever the proper noun name is. It totally rewrites the Codex article. Early study of the Scourge has been difficult, and it does not match any previously known stellar body, leading to many wild theories about its nature. Given the problems and observation of the Scourge's unaccounted effects on gravity, some have suggested it is a dark energy phenomenon in the literal sense, meaning a form of energy that has no electromagnetic interaction and thus cannot be detected, hence dark. So I guess the fact that we can see it is just for our benefit as gamers, that you shouldn't be able to see it at all. Though the Scourge's characteristics don't match our current understanding of dark energy, these theories persist while further observations are taken. Yeah, right, it's visible. Every breath you take. Jeez, Jahan, what a good choice. Especially with recent legislation passing, right? I'll be watching you. No long-range data showed any sign of the Scourge before departure to the Helios cluster. Nexus scientists suggest it may have appeared in the intervening centuries while the Arks traveled to Andromeda. One of the Scourge's more interesting characteristics is that it appears artificial. Its origin point is yet to be determined, but the pattern of the tendrils and the composition of the cloud could not have been caused by any celestial event known to astrophysics. Investigations are ongoing, though slowed by the deadly conditions created by the Scourge. So I don't know if this is the case. Some of my speculations at this point include that Gian Garson isn't dead or continues to live in some form, in like an AI or something like that, and that maybe the trip here took longer than we think it did. I think that would be a cool twist. They'd have to explain how that was possible. Oops, I didn't mean to clear everything, but we can click on all these guys anyway. Ark Parchero is the Andromeda Initiative's designated vessel for transporting Solarian colonists to the new galaxy. The fact that there are like 3 of these makes me wonder if these are going to be the big priority missions we choose between, like this game's equivalent of Novaria, Pharos, and so on, Vermeer. Mirroring the design of its human counterpart, Hyperion, Parchero can accommodate 20,000 passengers and crew in cryogenic stasis. Parchero's development was plagued by early delays and disagreements between its senior crew and the initiative's design team. The Solarian penchant for constantly pushing the boundaries of technology was often at odds with the realities of budgets and time constraints. At one point, it was calculated that if every vital and necessary improvement suggested by the Solarian contingent was incorporated into Parchero's design, its launch would have been delayed until 2204 at the soonest, long after the death of everyone. After considerable negotiation and debate, a compromise was reached, and Ark Parchero departed the Milky Way in 2185, and the initial wave of settlers under the command of Captain Lumont Hager. Lucinia, which would be the Asari one, right? Constructed in orbit around Piares in the Asari home system Parnithia, Ark Lucinia is named after a kingdom of wealth and learning in Asari mythology. She's built to the same specifications as Hyperion, with internal modifications to accommodate Asari's social preferences, and captained by Elonis Etandra. The Andromeda Initiative was initially rejected as a human-driven boondoggle by many Asari investors, and the construction of Lucinia was met with ridicule. However, the efforts drew the attention of several matriarchs who had assisted in previous attempts to send crewed missions to Andromeda, and their impassioned extranet addresses helped turn the tide of public opinion. At her departure ceremony, Ark Lucinia was officially blessed by the Autumna Politiae, an organization of Ciarist high priestesses from across the Asari republics. Ciarism is like one of the big Asari religions. Ark Lucinia traveled the initiative rendezvous point in 2084 and left the Milky Way as part of the initial departure wave. Natanus was constructed in orbit around Aventon, a once lucrative mining planet in the Turian home system Trivia. The Ark was named after legendary spacefarer Palex Natanus, who would be the first Turian to travel through a mass relay. Like, believed to be, because it's been so long. Natanus is built to similar specifications as the Asari and human Arks, but with minor changes to accommodate her dextro-amino acid-based passengers. Captained by the renowned Dia Prayton of the Sixth Fleet. Like most economical ventures, Turian investors were turned onto the Andromeda Initiative by their clients, the Volus. The Turian hierarchy was intentionally kept in the dark to keep the initiative a private civilian project. I wonder if the Volus are going to show up with them then. It wouldn't make sense if they have that dextro stuff. Left the initial wave. Okay. I'm going to run to the restroom here real quick. Be right back.
All non-relevant repair requests are currently on hold until power coupling is complete. Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once. Tram technicians, please report to the Hyperion coupling annex. Tram technicians, please report to the Hyperion coupling annex. Engineering reports. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%. Engineering reports. Hyperion power draw is now at 100%. Tram technicians, please report to the Hyperion coupling annex.
So, 4.5 hours into this game, I think I've got a nice, one phrase opinion of Mass Effect Andromeda, and maybe the people who have played further than me can agree whether they think this is true or not. I think that Mass Effect 2 and 3 excelled at... check this out in a second. Mass Effect 2 and 3 excelled at the micro of the Mass Effect universe, like getting the conversations right, the combat encounters, the little things from here to there, and it sinned pretty greatly at the macro level. Like, what is Mass Effect about? What's this setting all about? It made a lot of big errors there. And so far, I think Andromeda is nailing the macro, like, what's Mass Effect all about? The codex entries, that sort of thing, and kind of going off course with the micro. Like, the dialogue is not very snappy. The combat's got some issues. The mechanics have some issues.
Hey, you okay?
I'm fine. My arms got the brunt of it.
Stuff exploding like this happen often?
Back right after the mutiny.
No spoilers.
We had a lot of this happening.
Curious if that's a fair
I wasn't there
thought of
during
it so
the
far.
mutiny.
Lucky. I thought we were done
Awesome,
with this,
Leon.
honestly. That maybe I was just being paranoid.
You know what they say. It's not paranoia.
If someone is out to get you, yeah. Third time this week. It's getting worse. First one was small stuff. This one could have hurt bad if I'd been closer.
That's not good. Sorry. Understatement.
Awesome, Leon.
Yeah.
Shoot me a link to it.
And now
I'll
I
try
have
to work
more
on it tonight.
repairs.
I don't know if I'll have enough time to get it working in OBS in time for tomorrow, but I will do my best.
Did you talk to security about this?
How can I? For all I know, someone in security is the one doing this. I've scanned all the potential sabotage areas I can think of, but I don't know who to trust anymore.
Sounds like a lot went down before the Hyperion docked.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, that's it. You can't possibly be involved in this. You weren't even here during the mutiny. Would you, if you have time? Maybe you could help me, if they start hitting critical systems.
Sure thing. What can I do?
If you could scan these other panels while I fix this one, that'd really help. I've sent the locations to your Omni tool. Just send me the data when you're done.
Huge rash on my face. It's actually a scar. Can regret the inclusion. Well, I think I picked it specifically to not pick a badass scar, and I succeeded in that respect. What's that on your face?
We can start building a bank of vaccines.
Okay, cool beans. Thanks, man.
Tempest crew should report to the docking area at once.
Hey, what's up, Cora?
Hey there.
You okay? Those guys really grilled you. And Addison. First Pathfinder they've seen in over a year. All she can do is question your competence?
Which one was Addison?
She understands the stakes. If I fail, we...
You won't.
Let's hope not.
You won't. That's the end of it. I worked out logistics with Director Tan. They're giving us a ship and crew. He said their best is taking care of it.
I still need to head back to the Ark and check in with Sam.
Sounds good. While you're there, maybe see how your brother's doing.
Face is tired. Yeah, I remember Addison. Kesh is the Krogan, Tan is the director, Solarian, Addison is the colonial affairs lady. She's kind of a jerk to me, but I'm gonna be nicey-nicey because that's how I play video games. Got those classic Bioware issues like the Ark and Tennis codex entry showing constantly on the left side of the screen instead of getting dismissed. This comes with the territory though. That level of bugginess doesn't really bother me. Like, none of the Mass Effect games are exactly polished. Hey, there we go. Wait, nope, it's back. See if there's any other side quests I can pick up here. It's Captain Dunn. What's up?
Ryder.
You're not on the bridge, Captain?
We powered it down. Can't afford to waste energy. Though Cryo Bay and Sam Note are exempt. And I told them to keep their hands off Alec's quarters. You have access now.
Thanks.
Hey, sorry about your father. He was really good at what he did. Just not so good at working with people. He was right about going planetside, though.
Didn't really know him.
He was a stranger to me, really.
Not like any of us knew him. He kept people at bay. If there's anything else I can help with, let me know.
Now that the Hyperion is docked, what will you do?
Normally, I'd supervise thawing out the colonists, but that's been put on hold. I hear you're the one helping resolve the issue. Good luck with that.
Thanks.
If someone had told you that you'd be in the Andromeda cluster even 5 years ago...
Are you kidding me? I'd have laughed them out of the quadrant. Although the way things are now isn't exactly what I was hoping for either. We all knew there was a possibility on arrival of less than ideal circumstances. When you sign up, you hope for the best and plan for the worst.
Why did you join the initiative? We're a long way from home.
How could I not? I love my job.
Yeah, I think by 5 years ago, they technically mean 5 years before we left.
It was just a logical extension of what I already do.
They could have been more careful,
stars,
right?
Discovering new worlds. What self-respecting explorer could pass that up?
Thanks for the talk.
All right. I have requests to submit, administrators to harass, and people to wake up. I'd better get to it.
Yeah, she's nicer.
Good luck out there.
So, I'm generally impressed at... Mass Effect has been good about this for the most part, with some exceptions like not having enough female characters in the alien races in the first 3 games. But I think they've done a really good job of like having good representation in different like human ethnic backgrounds and in gender in different positions of power. Like, the nurses aren't all women and the commanders aren't all men. You know what I mean? And it's nice that they've done that too now with the Krogans and the Turians. Like, I haven't seen a male Krogan yet.
Pathfinder, it's good to see you.
So,
word is there's been trouble on the station.
I think that should be a coin flip most of the time, unless if you have a really compelling reason to not make it be a coin flip. Your characters should be pretty evenly distributed, 50-50, male versus female.
We're here now.
And that's a big problem with a lot of our modern fiction.
That's what I've been telling
that.
people. You're here now. As soon as we establish outposts, everything will even out. I'm sure of it.
What about your family?
Well, female Krogan aren't rare.
My parents died on the Mindoir colony when it was attacked years ago. No siblings. I left some friends and distant relatives behind, but I have friends here too. I love piloting, but I like the idea of going back to my roots and farming like my parents did. Someday.
Why did you join the initiative?
The most popular question on the station.
What was your major?
I wouldn't have known about this project if Nozomi hadn't reached out to me.
Nozomi?
Captain Dunn. Of all the captains I've piloted for, she's the best. I've always been a wanderer at heart. When she asked me to be her pilot, how could I say no to the adventure of a lifetime?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like she's just kind of staring blankly at me, despite her dialogue sounding a little bit enthused.
How do you feel about all this now that we're here?
Hopeful. I know it's a rose-colored outlook, but someone's got to keep the positivity coming, right?
Have to go now. See you later.
Later.
That's a really funny line with how grimly she presented it and how stone-faced she was when she said it. Someone has to keep the positivity coming. Right? Yeah. We'll see how it progresses if it keeps to have its finger on the pulse of the macro Mass Effect setting, but...
Pathfinder, Captain Dunn said to seal your father's cabin from anyone but you. It's open now.
Okay, I don't know why you're sitting there with your gun up like you're guarding something. You like to collect guns.
Your father's first sidearm. a memento of his early Alliance service.
I bet that saw plenty of action.
Alec's first kill occurred in combat during the First Contact War.
He was in the First Combat
Back
War.
when Turians were the enemy. Crazy times.
Hey, it's Normandy SR2. Just collecting ships again. Nice.
What's on here, Sam?
Your father's personal logs. Several of them are encrypted.
The day is finally here. We're pushing off from Earth. We'll jump through a few relays first, then we hunker down for the long trip across dark space. It's daunting thinking about all the hopes and dreams aboard the Hyperion. I certainly have my own. I wasn't the husband or father I should have been. Here's hoping 600 years can change a man.
Liara.
Sam, this is a reminder about Dr. Liara Tassoni. She's an Asari archaeologist I corresponded with a few years back. She's got experience studying ancient cultures. Make sure the team gets her research. Could be useful in Andromeda.
Interesting.
Liara Tassoni, huh? She studied the Protheans. When my team used to dig up artifacts...
We're just gonna say that's all she did, right?
She had some pretty controversial theories, as I recall. Never gained much traction.
I have loaded Dr. Tassoni's research onto datapads.
Awesome.
Hello, Alec.
Hey,
this
they got
is Dr. Tassoni.
They are to come back to
I'm
this.
flattered you contacted me. Most scientists dismiss my work, but I'm young and Asari, and they are getting older. So we will see who has the final word.
So this is probably talk to her before the events of Mass Effect
I'm
1.
happy to pass along my research. I hope your team finds it useful. Hello, Alec. I received your message.
Pretty cool.
I must say the thought of exploring another galaxy has my head spinning. I am honestly not sure how people could survive a trip like that. And anyway, I could not bear to leave the Milky Way behind. There is so much about the Protheans I still hope to learn here. So much potential wisdom to tap. I wish you much good luck and future success.
Reasonable. Super cool, though.
Dunn's agreed to a scouting mission on Habitat 7. I'm gearing up now. I'm worried about Scott. Dr. Tapero says he'll be fine, but he's my son. How can I not worry? I hate to leave him like this. It's these moments when you wish you told your children you love them more often. Or ever. Which brings me to the tough part. Kids, if anything happens to me, there are things you're gonna find out.
Of course there are.
I hope you'll understand.
Temporarily locked logs.
That log is inaccessible at this time.
Cool, so he's going to continue to...
That log is inaccessible at this time.
We're going to learn more about his character as we progress through the story. I don't know what we're going to find that's going to decrypt the logs. That was a nice little touch to have the Liara stuff.
I am Dr. Liara Tassoni, and I've spent several decades researching ancient Protheans. It is common knowledge that the Protheans were an advanced race that flourished in the Milky Way about 50,000 years ago, then went extinct.
I wasn't sure they'd
Even
get
at
any
the
voice
time of
talent
this
from the
writing,
first three games.
The year 2182,
Heard of Vina before, which is
their
nice.
culture remains a mystery.
Okay, 2182, it's
During
before
my
Mass Effect
studies,
1.
I have developed some practices that can be used when analyzing any ancient culture. I hope they may prove useful for the research community.
Yeah, it sounds great. Give me those techniques.
I am Dr. Liara
Okay,
Tassoni.
that's all she's got. That was pretty cool.
The coffee machine Mom got for Dad. He was so busy designing you. Needed the caffeine.
I did not realize I owed my existence to a bean.
And now you know what humility feels like.
Cool. Discovered SAM node.
Hello, Ryder. Welcome back to SAM node. I've adjusted my connection to your implant. The headache you experienced before shouldn't reoccur.
Great.
Yeah, what was that about? You said we need to discuss something confidential?
You should know certain facts before you leave on your expedition. It seemed best we speak alone.
I don't understand the need for secrecy.
I mean, you can just talk into my brain, but you had to fix my
What was
thing
he
first.
trying to hide?
My true capabilities. Alec overrode the implant safety protocols. It allows me unrestricted access to the Pathfinder's physiology.
Great.
And that's me now.
And only you. I can act as a force multiplier, dramatically enhancing your motor and neural skills when required. Alec called them profiles. They provide unique tactical augmentation during combat.
Interesting.
Your father preferred to keep this fact to himself.
Keeping things like this secret just makes everyone suspicious, like you're up to something.
Alec didn't think others would understand. He viewed it as a symbiotic relationship, benefiting us both.
What do you get out of this?
Though I'm artificial in design, I am fully sentient, far beyond what even the Initiative understands.
I don't follow. You're an AI, so what's different?
Oh my god, you should be shocked by the fact that he's an AI and terrified by him.
Your implant is my window into the world.
Wow, it hurts.
Okay, well, just as long as it doesn't hurt.
The only pain is that which life provides. As I've discovered, this can be a lesson in itself.
It's one I'd rather avoid. So where do we go from here?
I find myself in an unusual position. Though I had access to your father's experiences, there is a gap in my understanding.
How so?
He placed a block on portions of my memory array.
Oh, like Edie.
Perhaps so when you asked me what his plan was, I wouldn't know.
Oh, okay.
And Dad strikes again.
But not without recourse. The further you explore as a Pathfinder, the more blocks will be removed. Perhaps you should begin in your father's quarters.
It's very video gamey,
In the meantime,
but fair enough.
Unless you have more questions, your new ship awaits.
Thanks.
Pathfinder profiles. Okay. Interesting. That's pretty cool. So, when we first started the game, it gave us class names that were basically the classes from Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, but they had different names. Instead of Soldier, Engineer, Adept, Sentinel, Vanguard, and Infiltrator. And I picked the one that was the equivalent of the Vanguard, but wasn't actually a Vanguard. That's kind of cool that they gate this reveal partway into the game. No worries, Leon, it doesn't matter. 2 skill points each invested in combat, tech, and biotics. 3 skill points invested in combat and tech. 12 skill points each invested in combat and biotics. So I can change class at will in this game. These are like job crystals, I guess, once you qualify for them. Pathfinders, AI partners, highly skilled explorers, scientists, and soldiers when partnered with the quantum computing power of an artificial intelligence become indispensable. Built by Eric Ryder, bizarrely. A matrix is a pattern for multiple SAM iterations intended to partner with a Pathfinder, each traveling on their respective arcs. The nature of artificial intelligence means that hosting each SAM iteration on different hardware causes multiple tiny variations. This results in unique individuals who are similar but fundamentally different to myself. It's cool. Partnership with a Pathfinder allows continued development and increased empathy with organic individuals. Pathfinders go through, so there's going to be an evil SAM at some point. Pathfinders go through extensive psychological training before being linked to an AI partner. Allowing full root access to an AI without sufficient preparation can result in unexpected and unwelcome side effects. However, those who are prepared and sync fully with their SAM are capable of extraordinary feats. So there might be rare individuals that have done this that we might run into later from the other arcs, for example, that we can be telepathic with, but not just randos. The first Pathfinder neural implants were created by Dr. Ellen Ryder, a pioneer in human biotic implant design. All biotic implants bolster it. And she is our mom, and she's like one of the, at the forefront of like the L2 implants that plagued Caden with headaches. Anyway, while biotic implants bolster and focus electrical signals along the nervous system, Pathfinder implants go a step further by connecting to not only the nervous system, but circulation, endocrine function, exteroceptive senses. Synced with an artificial intelligence, the implants reveal their full potential. The implant is a two-way connection, giving me full insight into my host's physical and mental state, while allowing me to generate and alter electrical signals along my host's neural pathways that the body processes as its own. In a crisis, I can adjust a Pathfinder's balance, improve reaction time or muscle memory, or bolster biotic abilities. So this is how the main character is a superhero, in the way that Shepard's a superhero in 2 and 3 after becoming a cyborg. That's a cool idea. Quantum computing allows me to implement changes faster than synapses can fire. Space magic, but I'll take it. That's a cool idea. The main challenge of the Pathfinder implants was miniaturizing a QEC device enough to fit a neural implant. This connection keeps me in constant sync with my host. I appreciate that in this game they've tried to... some of the stuff I really liked about the original Mass Effect series was how it came up with cool science fiction ideas, like, the Mass Effect comlink buoys and things like that. So I'm glad they're not just relying on the old stuff. They're trying to come up with some new stuff too. I haven't played Kingdoms of Amalur, no. It's interesting. Technology. Tech and biotics. Artificial intelligence. While a VI is little more than a sophisticated interactive operating system, an artificial intelligence is a self-aware computing system capable of learning and independent decision-making. It is a person. Creating an AI requires adaptive code, a long education, and a specialized quantum computer known as a blue box. In the Milky Way, artificial intelligence is considered a threat to galactic civilization. The Geth, synthetic life forms who turn on their Quarian creators, are often used as an example of the destructive capability of rogue AI, and those who attempt to create AI without strict Citadel Council oversight are subject to sanctions or even arrest. Well, attempt to create AI at all, but sure. Alec Ryder's research papers claim that experiential separation is the root of conflict between organic and synthetic life, that an AI sharing the experience of its creator would have no desire to rebel. It's an interesting idea. My connection to your Pathfinder implant and physiology makes me the first iteration of this new approach to AI. Okay, that's also a cool idea philosophically. I'm down with that. Find out it keeps, giving me new codex entries that don't actually get marked. There it is. Self-examination being important for sentient beings, I was encouraged to write this entry by Alec Ryder. I am a simulated adaptive matrix, or SAM, a new generation artificial intelligence. Unlike most AI, what other AI are we talking about here? I link to a neural implant that gives me access to my host's sensory and emotional responses, but simply I have a direct understanding of the human experience, which allows me to grow beyond the bounds of logical programming. In return, I lend my quantum computing power and rational analysis to a Pathfinder's mission. Physically located in a server bank installed in SAM node aboard the Hark Hyperion, but quantum entanglement technology allows instant communication anywhere. In the event of catastrophic injury or death, protocol dictates that my command access be transferred to the next Pathfinder candidate in line. I'll try to watch for those little codex pop-ups on the left from now on. Find a way to remove Sam's memory blocks. Boy howdy, would I like to. I think there's a ton of stuff to scan in just these places. I probably don't have to worry about it as much. It's more necessary during missions, I think. I know, right? And I hope that they explore that Game Saucer. It's a really cool, scary concept that merits further exploration. Guard idle animation is interesting, to say the least.
Ready to see what Tan gave us?
I hear it's something special. Pathfinder en route. How's the ship?
In final checks, looking great.
We won't be long.
The Omni-tools actually managed to look
things
worse
are going,
than they did in
we'll be on our own
Mass Effect
out
1 through 3.
In other words, we're making this up as we go.
We used to call that tactical improvisation. But at least we'll be doing it in style.
Have you guys checked out the April Fool's thing on Reddit? The Our Place subreddit? It's a pretty cool concept. You get to put a single pixel somewhere on a map, and you have to wait 5 minutes before you can do another one. The button one last year was pretty cool too. So we already knew about the Tempest because it's shown up in a couple of codex entries. This is our version of the Normandy, presumably. It kind of looks like the old space shuttle. It's cool looking.
Let's go take a closer look.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's pick it up a bit, people. We're 14 months late.
Petra.
So you're the one who's making everything
I'm
happen.
gonna keep her helmet on.
Vetra. Vetra Nix. Initiative Wrangler, Provisioner, Gunner, and everything in between. Are we ready? The sooner we get out of here, the better.
You're coming with us?
Yes. Otherwise, there's no way they're letting this ship off the
No,
station.
I was gonna play it on hardcore, but because of the way saving works on priority missions, I don't want to waste like hours of stream time reloading from old autosaves. CP violation. I'm hoping that they patch saving in some way for priority missions so that it's easier to play on higher difficulties.
What's the rush?
Just don't want to waste any more time.
Hold it, hold it! You're not going anywhere.
Damn it. Whatever happened, it wasn't me. I just got here.
Director Addison wants to see a complete
Yeah, her
report
scar
of
just looks
Tempest
weird in really
supplies,
bright light.
munitions, and crew.
Director Tan overruled Addison.
The ship's loaded out with equipment for outpost discovery, squarely under Director Addison's purview.
Seen you around. Ben, right? Came here with a family, didn't you? Son still in cryo? I could pull some strings, get him to the front of the line.
Really?
Yeah, really.
They told me he wasn't essential, but I miss him.
I know. I got family too, Ben.
It's done. Addison's gonna kill me.
Thank goodness. For a sec, I thought I was going to have to deal with Addison again.
And no one wants that. All things considered, it was an easy ask. And right now, you need people tearing down obstacles.
People have just
not
figured
putting
out
up more.
that trick to play on a higher difficulty.
Finally,
I don't
someone
actually
cares
have the
about
ability
doing
to swap
stuff and not just
profiles though
talking
yet.
about
I only
it.
have one profile unlocked, so I'll upgrade it back to hardcore once we get that, I think. Didn't the community just figure that out recently as a workaround for the problem, Kami?
Everything state-of-the-art. Labs, sensors, exploration gear. Plus her crew, of course. The best in their field.
Ah, glad to see you looking well.
Our new Turian companion
The
is
engine core is
very
based on the Ark's
heavily
Alistair drive.
designed. Probably going to be
Runs a hell of a
important.
lot quieter.
That's Gil Brody. Engineer, mechanic, all-around wrench jockey. We call this the research room. There's space for upgrading equipment, gathering intel.
Router engaged. Securing connection to Tempest.
Welcome aboard, Sam. And Ryder, of course.
All run by Suvi Anwar, our science officer. Your quarters are below. Plenty of space up here to get everyone together. It's all yours. She's light, stealthy, and the fastest ship in her class.
Every plan the Initiative made is out the window. Now it's on us to find the way.
We all came here ready for a challenge. When you're ready to fly, head over to the bridge. Our pilot should have everything good to go.
Kind of hopeful they kept the galaxy map music. Like, there's one thing I'd like them to keep, it's that. Even if it's just like a remix of it. Hey, more codex entries. I know I love it. Am Costa, real booster for the initiative and always gives us all for a mission. Lexi's proven herself to be a capable doctor. She's our chocolates. Yeah, looking well. Your Nexus has joined the Pathfinder team. Seems to be familiar with the Nexus's nightmarish bureaucratic procedures, instrumental in getting the Pathfinder ship released to you. She remains a mystery. Ooh. Oops. Ships and vehicles. The Tempest. Survey ship designed for long-range, long-term exploration under a Pathfinder's command. Its lightweight and efficient design allows it to operate with a small crew and minimal resources. Built by the Andromeda Initiative, the Tempest makes use of several once proprietary technologies, including an IES stealth system originally developed by the Systems Alliance. Of course, we have one of those. Only operate in the Andromeda galaxy. Sure. Tempest Engine is a variation on the ARC's ODSY drives that allow long-term operation, capturing a percentage of the static buildup in capacitors. How did they pull that off? Because that's like a big military secret. Like everything about the Normandy was classified. And it sounded like they weren't a big fan of this initiative. Unless if this is hinting that, in fact, they were more involved in this than the other codex entries are suggesting, which would be a cool twist. That was a twist that they seem to be hinting at in Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 1 and the books, that perhaps Cerberus was actually an Alliance Black Ops organization that they classified as terrorists, so disavow anything that they did, but it was really part of the Alliance the whole time. They seem to have abandoned that plan in Mass Effect 3. But if they're doing something like that with this, where, like, no, the council races actually knew more than what they were letting on, and that they set up this whole Andromeda thing to escape the Reapers, I think that's a natural plot twist, and it makes sense given some of the other codex entries about a sudden surprise investment in this initiative right before the start of the game. Hey, Serp, how's it going? Yes, Y drive, long-term operation, capture percentage of the static buildup in capacitors. As a Pathfinder vessel, the Tempest has research and development facilities, laboratories, and a well-appointed meeting space to accommodate dignitaries. It's going pretty well so far. I'm still liking the game. It has some quirks, but if you're a fan of the series, it's easy to overlook them, I think, so far. I was saying earlier that I feel like this game is getting the macro view of Mass Effect correct, but it's making some weird decisions at the micro level, like combat to combat, mission to mission, dialogue to dialogue sequence. Excellent. I transfer data and latest discoveries to the scientist station there. Okay, sure.
Better head to the bridge when we're ready to go.
The meeting room. You can make vid calls from the central table, or just get the crew together.
Who all can I vid call? Nobody. Spying on me over there, veteran? Know where I'm going?
We call this the research room. You can run research projects and coordinate with the Nexus from here.
It's a cool ship. Hey.
Hi there. Can we talk and stuff later? I've got some last minute adjustments. She'll be ready to go when you are.
I don't know why they went with VidCon.
We're almost out there. Hello. Finally. I've just
Like
got to
the
finish this
vids.
download from the Nexus. We'll be ready for launch.
Doesn't seem like a term we would adopt. We would just use the existing word. Yeah, right. It's very Barkley shut up and jam.
Confirming, Nexus. We're good to go. Finalizing orders, flight plan, command access. Ready when you are.
Get the sense they're just telling me, hey, go to the galaxy map, asshole. Cool, let me take a look. There you go. That's perfect. Shit gonna get lit. Is there any chance you can change the background to be like bright green? It'll make me easier to chroma key it. Other than that, that's exactly what we needed.
Excuse me. I need to make sure we have everyone's medical files from the Nexus. Come by after launch, and we can catch up properly.
That's funny.
These are the Pathfinder's quarters. Your quarters. Sam's router is down there too.
Clothing and armor customization. Whoa. Bunch of new free gear. Emails to Ryder. Hello, Pathfinder. I'm a freelance vidmaker. I'll use your help with my latest project. It's going to be historic, I hope, just like your mission. Can we meet on the Nexus for a chat? Sure. Next time I'm there, I'm not going to go right now.
Verifying my connection from Hyperion to the Tempest. The Nexus confirms we're free to depart.
Okay, no gradient, and I can tell you the color real quick. Let me look at my... Let's go with, paste it in chat here. Thank you. Oops.
The Nexus confirms we're free to depart.
I get it, everybody. You don't want me to go. You don't want me to go talk to my crewmates and learn more about their history and their backstory, where they came from, where they grew up. Long sleeves. Jacket. Yeah, I kind of like the jacket. That makes sense. Armor. Auto tint. Custom tints. Oh, right on. Someone's trying to look like Dad, huh? Let's try to go for black and blue. I do not understand how this color thing works. I don't have the intuition for it. What am I doing here? What should I be looking at the wheel on the sides? This was giving me trouble when I first was select color, select shade. Oh, I didn't realize there were two buttons I was pressing. That makes a little bit more sense. Turn the wheel. Pattern. Not a lot of pattern options, it looks like. Oh, I can set a patterns color. Let's see. That makes more sense. It was black before. That looks cool. Presumably unlock more options for that later on, too. Unisex bathrooms? What is this? Ally McBeal?
Most of the crew.
Help me move a couch? Not right now, but I'll keep you on my list, especially if you're biotic and can drop the weight. Put you back in beer. Are you serious? Or do you have a comfortable seating? Congratulations on the successful installation of your new info board. Great. So it's like space Facebook. Spacebook. Alright, well everybody wants me to go use the galaxy map, so we can go do it. We'll get some lore from our party members later, presumably. Loading screen, presumably. Although a mild one. Thanks, Leon.
Some serious kill over here.
This thing done yet? In progress. Time remaining 5 minutes. Okay.
Seems like we're forever racing, but there's always time to check out new toys. Useful ones.
I'm all about what's useful.
I don't think I've ever held a conversation like this facing away from someone with my head turned like this, but it's all throughout Mass Effect 1 through 4.
Minerals, tech, doesn't matter. The research station will strip that stuff down, give you options.
We can craft our way through. Turn the junk we find into an advantage.
Hey, with tech like this, it won't be junk for long. Not after we're through. If the best we get is what we make, still the best. Check it out.
R&D terminal. So researchers will unlock new blueprints and augment by spending research data. Okay. That's neat. Milky Way, Helios, and Remnant. Okay. Interesting. Now I know what those things mean. I don't know what Remnant means yet. X to research. Aerial lubricant. When hovering, 35% rate of fire. That's cool. I don't think I've actually done hovering yet. Whoa. I didn't actually build that there. I was just trying to dismiss the pop-up. 4% damage when I was moving slowly, 10% when moving faster. Hey, welcome back, 6gun. Ultra rare. So are these things that say like rare, ultra rare, are those just there for our benefit in multiplayer? Or are they actually loot drops in game too? Let's try to get, can I get a melee something? A sorry sword. Huh. That's cool. Krogan hammer. So is melee in this game for a human character exclusively going to be Omni tools, or could I potentially wield an Asari sword or a Krogan hammer? I can't tell who's allowed to use this stuff. It's going quite well, triple to cheese. I'm enjoying it so far. Also cost research points. Let's see. Punitive immolation. Huh. Okay, I don't think I have anything I can really craft just yet, but I'll keep it in mind for the concept. Philip. That'd be cool. Oh, all this stuff is only for Ryder anyway? Gotcha. Gotcha. So this is me unlocking the blueprint for 150 Milky Way research data. And then I have to spend the requirements in the corner to actually craft it once I have the blueprint available to me. I think I understand the mechanic now. Roger. There's a convenient buy-sell kiosk, which folks said that crafting is the way to go in this game.
Hey.
Which makes sense. Swords and hammers. I might actually make the Krogan hammer. Yeah, that's really convenient.
Departure trajectory locked, Nexus Control. Ah, time for introductions.
Hey.
You must be Ryder, Gallo Jack. A pleasure to be here, and to meet you, of course. I'll be piloting the Tempest at your word. Quite the ship, but it'll take a Pathfinder's guidance to see us through Helios.
Yeah, I like the idea of a Krogan hammer. I think I'll go with that. That'll be fun to play as a Vanguard.
I'm new to this. Being a Pathfinder, running a ship.
You'll be fine. As for the ship, I can help. I knew the Tempest when she was a blueprint. I was test piloting the Tempest's early prototypes. I admit, I'm itching to see how she performs out here.
So, how do I...
The console syncs with your implant. Just swipe, touch a destination here, and the nav system calculates everything. Very efficient.
It was optimized for a Pathfinder.
Everything's secure, if you're ready.
Well, I have a scar that looked a little bit more reasonable in the character creator.
I guess we have to be.
All right.
Yeah, her cheeks like...
Excuse me.
Command access is transferring successfully.
Science and monitoring stations look fine. Lexi's reporting in.
Helm is green. Gil reports the drive core is online.
This is it, Ryder.
It's actually not too far from a default face, too. I only made some minor tweaks. I didn't touch anything like cheeks or anything. No. Let's go.
I never planned to be Pathfinder. I don't know what's out there.
No sweeping music for the speech?
But we're the Milky Way's best and brightest. We can do this.
Nexus Control, this is the Tempest. Ident 2527, prepping to depart.
To get that red letter media. What's wrong with your face?
Departure vector verified, Tempest. Godspeed, Pathfinder.
Alright, let's see.
To Eos then. What would have been our Habitat 1? 2 failed outposts put an end to that idea. Maybe we can turn things around. Callow, take us in.
No music? Okay. Okay, there's music. It's similar. That's all I wanted. I wanted it to be galaxy map-ish. Very good. Okay, we gotta explore places for sure. We have to fly everywhere manually because there are no mass relays. Yeah, whoa. I had a early femship character that I think I re-rolled in Mass Effect 1 because like if you screw with the cheekbones too much, she looks fine in the character creator and looks awful once you actually play the game.
What's waiting here? Anomaly on sensors. Probes launched. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
I like that they made this a little bit less cartoonish. It's neat. Yeah. Usual mineral composition of the asteroid system may have origins outside the fiber system and became caught in the sun's gravity. There is an aluminum deposit. Oh yeah, this is a much cooler way of doing scanning. Presumably that was all we found here. There's still a percentage progression. It's also exciting. Ah, there's still a scan to do. Don't think there's anything else on here, though. Back to the galaxy map. Oh, how do I step back out from this? System view. Gotcha. Understood. Oh, that's really neat with the black hole there. You see how it's creating that lensing effect with anything near it? That's cool. That's what that would actually look like. It warps any light. Yeah, Fallout does that, and Arcanum does that. Thanks to Earth's thin atmosphere, its brutally cold deserts can reach extremely high temperatures and direct sunlight, limit exploration to twilight hours only. I don't think we're actually allowed to explore it, right? Oops, I gotta get used to the right button to press to zoom back out here. Which is a really satisfying way to do this. Yeah. I could see that being the case triple to cheese if you're flying like this every single time. Be like, just take me there like Mass Effect 1 through 3, where I can just kind of click on the planet and look at it at a glance really fast. I feel like they put more effort into making the planets stand out since you can look at the whole thing. Thick dust clouds, dangerous electrical storms, and heavy gravity render H-480 inhospitable even for well-equipped Krogan explorers. That's pretty inhospitable. Does this scanning interface, is it just like for show? Is it actually showing me anything? Like, do the red lights mean anything? Probably not, right? And planet descriptions were a huge part of my enjoyment of the original series, so it won't faze me too much. This is a cool part of the fantasy for me. That and the codex entries. Just for show. So the only time you'd actually scan something is if you found an anomaly, is that right? The planet is highly toxic to most known life forms. Orire's helium-rich atmosphere appears to host enormous colonies of fungal spores. Cool. I wonder why they chose to go this way. I'll know when scanning matters. Okay. It's groovin', Kevin. Looking forward to the weekend. Iron and frozen nitrogen. One oddity stands out. Certain geological features suggest that nitrogen seas were once liquid. I guess one of the problems with planet descriptions in this game is that we don't have, like, a lot of the planets in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 had cool history, right? It was like, oh man, there was this Krogan warlord who, like, used a giant laser to etch something about how big his balls were on this planet. All sorts of cool things like that, and we're not going to know any of those things in Andromeda. I'm glad you've gotten to the end of it, Kevin. Having to be on the ship to check your email. Yeah, that'd be nice to just do remotely. No, I dig this game for the most part so far. Minor quibbles here and there, but probably the biggest problem is the priority mission saving issue and the banter being kind of bad sometimes, the writing not being super great. Extreme radioactivity and high-velocity winds makes H-479 a poor candidate for mining despite its rich metal deposits, a potential candidate for future endeavors. Let's go check out the black hole. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, Six Gun. They covered that in one of those codex entries about they haven't yet set up the FTL buoys, and quantum entangled communicators are too rare and expensive to really use effectively. Let's scan the black hole. Curved black hole. Even at this distance, the black hole presents a risk to onboard ship systems. The accretion disk around it is composed of the remains of at least one solar system, destroyed by the black hole's formation and gravitational pull. Caution is advised. So, Kip Thorne, who's a pretty famous physicist, Andrea's met him before. He worked on the simulations that they used to depict the black hole in Interstellar, and they made some, like, artistic decisions to change its appearance. But that was an actual, like, astrophysics paper that produced that simulation. I think it's kind of representative of what we see in this game, too, where you see this big accretion disk, and then it's also, like, warping in another circle around the bottom. That's kind of cool that they went into doing that. I assume that that particular depiction is inspired by the Kip Thorne paper. 100%. Alright. Cluster map. Well, it's not the lack of seriousness, it's that I don't think it's as tight triple as Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, which really nailed the like squad conversations. Good night, Kai Mom. Sleep well. Like some of the phrasing is a little awkward in this one. It's not a deal breaker, it's just I remember being really excited for every conversation because of how snappy everything was. It was very like a less is more approach to dialogue in the first 3 games. You felt a lot of camaraderie with your characters.
So this is where the human Ark first entered Helios?
Heck of a wake-up call.
Cool. Maybe an anomaly?
I'm picking up something.
Anomaly, yeah.
Deploying probe. Getting a scan.
The probe sound effect is very satisfying, very similar to the one in Mass Effect
Shuttle
2.
spotted. Drifting. It sustained catastrophic electrical damage.
Absolutely, Leon. Yeah, I don't think we really had that picture of what a black hole would look like, because you go to a black hole in Mass Effect 2, and it doesn't look like that. Kip Thorne's a cool guy.
That's the research vessel Dr. Aridana informed us of.
He was at the LIGO presentation too. I think he's part of that research project. Eudoxus. Crew component 7. Presumed port missing. Sustained pervasive damage due to scourge flares that wiped out all internal system. Dr. Aridana's crew was killed instantly. Okay. Remnant research data. That's what remnant means. Gotcha. Okay, that's really good to hear, Triple. Yeah, I've been holding off on playing it to give my regulars a chance to get ahead of me on the game, so they're not getting spoiled when they watch. Pretty big Mass Effect fan, though.
I'm picking up something.
Okay. Shall always detect it. Habitat 7. Eden Prime. Eden visual scans show that Habitat 7 is no longer a promising settlement world. The planet's atmosphere is largely argon nitrogen, and little of the projected plant life has survived.
Probe away. Satellite detected.
Standard monitoring satellite. Its registration shows it was deployed accidentally from the Hyperion during its collision with the Scourge. Gateway research data. Cool. Presumably that's all that's on here, right? I hear you. That before I was a streamer, when Mass Effect 2 and 3 came out, I took like a week off of work just to pound them out really quick so I could actually look online without getting spoiled for stuff. I guess this isn't too bad if it keeps you moving through these systems a little bit more slowly. Appreciate them more. But depending on how many systems are in the game, I can see it getting
Anomaly
annoying.
on sensors.
This place has got anomalies for days. Finland is a small rocky world with a pressure cooker atmosphere composed of argon and carbon dioxide. Its valuable cobalt deposits would require robotic mining due to volatile surface gases. It's cool. Sometimes the anomalies are actual physical features. Here caused the impact of heavy debris, possibly from the Scourge. The meteorite still contains valuable resources. XP, nice. Decent amount of it, too. Model of the spheres. Awesome. You've been a fan of the series for a while, presumably? Yeah, I think that... So I've avoided basically all media about this game. I haven't read any reviews, I haven't watched any trailers. This is as blind as humanly possible. But the closest thing I've seen, I've heard very mixed reviews for the game, like that the critical reception has been mixed. And the only things I've heard are the reasoning behind that are the facial animations, which is a stupid thing to get up in arms about, I feel like. And the dialogue being not as tight as Mass Effect 1 through 3, which I've kind of picked up on. I don't know to what extent that's a poisoned well problem, but I've heard people say that, so I'm looking for it now. But more aluminum. Where'd I get that quest? Picked up as many quests as I could, and I can look in my quest log after we finish scanning these here in a second. I think there's definitely a bandwagon critical problem we're having right now, especially with user response to games. And it wasn't quite as severe with Mass Effect 1, but if you remember all the complaints about the elevators in that game, like, was enough for people to say, I'm not going to play it. Markland is a large frozen world with a surface composed mostly of silica with deposits of cobalt. The planet's albedo is unexpectedly dark, suggesting geological activity or contamination from the Scourge. Interesting. 100%. So it looks like the initial galaxy map is way less open than the first 3 games, but that makes sense, right? Because we don't have this pre-established travel network. So, also it's less stressful to pop on the map. It's like, oh my god, I have to visit all these planets. Oh, that's cool. Your bridge, and we still shouldn't have windows, especially in our Andromeda initiative ships, but it looks cool. This is a rule of cool thing here. It's really neat.
Glad you stopped by. You'll pardon me if I keep an eye on our vector?
That's probably smart.
Nothing like being on the bridge of your very own ship, is there?
You mentioned something about helping design the Tempest?
Test pilot, mostly. Plunging through the
There was a
abyss
cool
was
throwaway
almost
line
a
about that at the very, like the first chapter of the first Mass Effect book.
Of course, it took a whole team to build the Tempest.
They still
I
build
was the
ships
only one to come to Helios,
or
though.
windows and ships because it's like a romantic sci-fi
we poured our
ideal,
hearts into a
even though
ship
it's a
that
huge
wouldn't
structural
realize her
weakness.
potential until Andromeda. I could have stood on the shore and waved goodbye, or took the leap to see how it all turned out.
Big step for one ship.
I get it. Like leaving a good story half finished.
The team liked that one of us was going. It felt right, after all we went through. I remember Serena debugging line 2281 over and over, chewing that green pencil. Tion and O'Connell arguing equations, tapping on the console.
Yeah, right, with a codex entry about, like, the Turians wanting to stand above everyone.
Oh, yes.
To talk
Solarians
down to
have
people.
photographic memories, and apparently mine's unusually sharp. Like my past is still happening. Though I suppose with the Solarian arc missing, you might not get many chances to compare.
Did you hear anything about the Ark back on the Nexus?
Not a peep. Isn't that strange? You'd think there'd be something. Not that I dislike
Quality
the
of her
company,
face is
but it's lonely without other Solarians.
worse or better. It's really, really affected by lighting, right? It's that, what's the Seinfeld episode about that?
Don't sweat it.
There's
We'll bring
one
the
other
Solarians
Solarian.
home.
Of course we will. I just have to be patient, that's all. I should get back to it, but thank you. I was afraid the Tempest would be mothballed after we lost your father. We built her for this. She deserves to be in a Pathfinder's hands.
Yeah,
Please,
absolutely,
come by
Triple.
anytime.
I don't get it. Like, I think that The Last Guardian got a really similar response, that it had some mild technical issues that got propelled into, like, meme status as the game was first launched. And it's, like, perceived as having mixed reviews when it's a fucking stellar game. It's super good. So I don't know if it's, like, you know, latent frustration with the ending of Mass Effect 3 that people were already, like, geared up to hate this game, like how they were geared up to dislike The Last Guardian because it was in development hell for like 12 years. I don't know. I don't know if the critical environment is changing that rapidly, but college S. Chat in your free time. Okay, so these options will improve the more I talk to my crewmates. That's cool. He's a cool guy, I like him. I've sometimes noticed, not even because I'm wearing headphones, that like the audio direction is weird. Like it'll sound like they're coming out of my left ear even though they're clearly right in front of me. And rotating will put them in the wrong point. Yeah, subtitles I think are the way to go. Tempest physician and psychologist, excuse me, Alexi DePero. Ryder is part of my assignment of the Tempest and requires some psychological assessments. Pathfinder HQ. Sending you my notes. I known you a short time. It's just my initial take. Displays analytical thinking and intellectual curiosity. Keeps a sense of humor and rarely takes things seriously. So that must be I've been focusing on logical and casual responses. Gotcha. That's cool. It reminds me a lot of Mass Effect 1 so far, and like the gameplay and world presentation having more of an exploration focus. I'm excited for the squad focus. That was my favorite thing about Mass Effect 2. Say a lot that Mass Effect 2 feels like a Japanese RPG that was made in the West, in the sense that it's a lot more focused on characters and relationships with characters and their arcs as opposed to like overarching plot. And Mass Effect 1 was much more of a plot game. The squad mates were cool in that game, but you didn't really learn a lot about them. Calo Jath was born in Surkesh, and quoting directly, into a life so boring even you couldn't calculate it. Pushed towards a lucrative but dull bureaucratic career with Parohi Aerospace, Calo became more interested in flying the starships he was meant to be cataloging. He left Surkesh for formal pilot training and joined Parohi's competitor as a test pilot. Internal emails show that when the Andromeda initiative was building teams to develop their survey vessels, Parohi Aerospace warned against recruiting Calo so fervently that Gian Garson's interest was piqued. Calo claims the prospect of the initiative was intriguing enough to make him join the Tempest design team, test flying her early prototypes, running stress tests in regions like the Nemean Abyss, which is one of the places you can visit in the first Mass Effect trilogy, and rumor has it helping to acquire advanced technology. Calo has an acute photographic memory, even by Solarian standards. This may be linked to his unusual motor responses, though he discourages my speculation. Yeah, that's cool. It'll help me too, because I won't be playing this every single day. I'll have like a week in between sessions, so it'll be nice to be able to just catch myself back up if I'm going to continue reading all of the codex entries. The Tempest required a number of experimental technologies to accommodate the unique requirements of the Pathfinder team. Its planetary surface imaging, for example, uses photosensitive and radar lidar emitting microsatellites that coordinate with the Tempest router back to SAM node, and then conduct simulated scientific and probability studies on the data for presenting the Pathfinder with a summarized analysis. Really quickly, the Internet represented interesting challenges that most Milky Way computer systems have anti-AI safeguards built in. The Tempest network had to be designed from scratch to accommodate my interaction with the ship's systems. Firmware bridges, inspired by studies into Geth networking technology, allow me to temporarily interact with and augment sensors, communications, and the ship's navigation array. Cool. Given the desire to reduce mass without sacrificing safety, electrical charge from the Tempest capacitors is used to keep the ship stable via prototype piezoelectric vibration reduction technology. The piezoelectric effect is where you can get a charge from stimulating something, a vibration, or vice versa. When the ships, this is what you use for like electronic drum kits. When the ship's superstructure is bent by vibrations, such as during atmospheric re-entry or complex flight maneuvers, piezoelectric elements receive an electrical charge that bends bulkheads in the opposing direction, reducing vibrations and smoothing the ship's flight path. That's cool. Compression of very specific crystals that creates it. Leon? If you guys ever see Paranormal Echoes, Matt, so my sister-in-law's boyfriend, he works in a really cool project that's like cell sorting. So one of the main things they do is they have this big machine that uses piezoelectric triggers to sort male versus female, like cattle sperm, basically, for the dairy industry. So it can detect subtle variations in whether it's a male or female, or going to be a male or female, with a laser, and then they use a little piezoelectric nub to like nudge it down a certain path so they can sort it one way instead of the other way, and apparently it's a lot more effective than like using a centrifuge and a lot more destructive to the material. You should ask him about it sometime if you watch them streaming. He rarely gets questions about his work. I remember one time we were in New England with my wife's family, and me and my wife were talking with Matt, and there were a bunch of other people in the room. We're like, so what do? You're an engineer. Like, what do you work on? And he's talking about this, sperm cell sorting machine. And as he's talking, like me and Andrea are sitting more and more on the edge of our seats, like enthralled with what a cool technology this is. And slowly everyone else in the room just vacates, including Lisa. So it's just me, Andrea, and Matt. It cracked me up. All right. In 2183, the Systems Alliance and the Turian Hierarchy co-developed the IES, Eternal Ambition Sync, stealth system for small military frigates, namely just the Normandy, I think, in 2183, right? Unless they're implying it had further use after that. They said that the Normandy was stupid expensive to build. They weren't really consistent with their handling of credits in Mass Effect 1. They got a little bit better with it in 2 and 3, but they would throw away terms like, 1 billion credits as not being a lot, and then made it a lot starting in 2. Anyway, it's unknown how the Initiative acquired the system for its surface ships, as IAS stealth technology is classified. I mentioned that earlier. I'm glad they're at least going to say we have no idea how this happened, but we wanted it to be true. So it's true. Unless if it's my theory that the Alliance and this council were actually privy to the Andromeda Initiative and like caused all this funding to happen once the Reapers showed up. Despite valid security certificates, no record of negotiations exists in the Nexus Legal Archives. An IES stealth system is designed to capture the heat and radiation emitted by all starships in refrigerated storage sinks, effectively removing the ship from sensors. Initiative starship systems are streamlined to emit less electromagnetic and particle radiation and to lower heat production. This reduces the amount of emissions to be stored. Breakthroughs in cryogenic research allow the storage sinks to be more effectively refrigerated, allowing more stealth time before the sinks must be vented for safety, right? Because if you vent them... If you don't vent them, if you wait too long, it'll eventually cook everybody in the hull. Tempest can remain stationary in stealth for several hours or travel at FTL and silent running for shorter periods. I know, right, Johan? Well, it's just about, like, the fact that it's sperm-related shouldn't have scared them away. It's cool technology, right? It's a really cool thing to have to finally engineer. Wow, that's crazy, Six Gun. It's a special class of crystals, okay. So kind of like how we use quartz crystals for timing, Leon? Oh, I used to work in shipping. Yeah, we would do, our main bio thing we would ship were mice. Don't remember if we did much sperm shipping. How did we use quartz crystals for timing? I don't know if that's like a TLDR Wikipedia thing that you can summarize in a sentence or two. I'd probably just pull an article.
System Pythias. Andromeda Initiative Habitat 1. Designated EOS.
It was supposed to be an easy first step. Until no one else showed and we got clobbered. Twice.
Why has Sam
Alright,
altered
Callow.
frequency detection?
Cool.
What are we hearing, Sam?
There is a signal, Pathfinder. I recommend an immediate examination of EOS.
Well, hold on. I gotta go collect my butterflies. We're gonna go to Hyrule Castle right away after I dick around for 100 hours.
Mineral deposit.
Yeah, I remember that it worked both ways, Leon. Baby chicks. Interesting. And we did overnight freight shipping. It's a very interesting job. Before 9/11, before they passed the Check 21 Act that allowed checks to be transmitted between banks digitally, you used to physically have to present checks to the bank. So, like, if you banked with Chase and you wrote a check to Walmart from Chase and they wanted to cash it, they had to physically ship that check to Chase to get it cashed. And each second that it spent not being cashed was interest that they weren't accruing on the money. So the company I worked for, AirNet, would purchase those checks for a couple pennies less than they were actually worth. And then we would ship them overnight and try to get them for the full value. And you can imagine that industry didn't last very long because it was pretty unnecessary. In fact, we were one of the only companies that was allowed to fly at 9/11 because it would have brought down the economy if those checks weren't being cashed. But that's why they were like, this can't happen again. Like, we need to make this a digital thing. This is kind of silly that this is still going on into like mid-2000s. Nice, Jahan.
Anomaly on sensors.
We're going to be playing Mass Effect Andromeda for about another hour and 10 minutes. It'll return next week. I'll be trying to play it about 1 day a week until we beat it.
Deploying probe.
We might have to push it next week. I'm going to try to beat the Dark Souls 3 DLC. But after that, it'll get at least 1 day a week. And once we beat Zelda, it'll take up Zelda's slot as well. Brilliant deposit. The function by which quartz works is the opposite principle to piezoelectricity. Applying a current and getting motion rather than applying motion and getting a current. See, I thought piezo was both, right? Are they not related in any way? Oh, where have you found a Pro Controller, Mega Man? I still haven't been able to find anybody stocking one. We'll see if we're done with, we should be done with Zelda. We should have some space to do Mario Kart for free play when it comes out. Nice triple. No, I know that feel, man. So in the days before Twitch, I was so excited about Mass Effect that, like, I would get my friends to play this game. I'd be like, you gotta play this. Like, I need to watch someone else play this blind. I need to live it vicariously through you again. I watched my wife play it. Now you have a persistent resource for that. 8060 and its satellites track debris from Pythias' asteroid belt, resulting in numerous dust rings. Numerous meteorite impacts have left it rich in nickel, but these same impacts make mining difficult. It's cool looking. I feel like they put a lot more effort into the galaxy map. It's kind of... I get why they have you fly in between the systems, because they want to show off the work they put into this. But I wonder if the added frustration is worth, you know, the focus on the art, right? That's always a struggle in games, the balance of like art appreciation versus functionality. Like with Arkham Asylum and turning on the detective vision all the time, so everything in the game is constantly highlighted in blue. You don't ever look at any of the art assets. I like how when you're at the really close to the gas giant, it's very blurry. That's accurate to what you'd expect. The nuke is a hydrogen methane gas giant. Debris in its orbit suggests it has seen Ket visitors. I don't really know a lot about the Ket's like interstellar travel capabilities yet. That's awesome, Triple. Yeah. I had a, when I was playing Mass Effect 1, I had a fucking surround system set up in my bedroom. It was one of the things I bought with my job at the time when I was like still single and had a shit ton of expendable income. And the Sovereign conversation in that game with surround is insane. The subwoofer just shakes your entire room when he's talking. Individual creatures of blood and flesh. It's one of the things that if I could erase my memory of Mass Effect 1 through 3 and play them again, I totally would. I just have to undergo, what is it, electroshock, Jahan? Well, that sounds, it might be more scary than, you can't really target it specifically, right? Okay, we have one more to check out. Piezoelectricity and electrorestriction are related but not the same. Quartz is both. Not sure if something with one definition. Huh, interesting. I could probably ask Matt, actually, too, since he works really closely with both of those things. Tidal heating bombardment from Pythias' asteroid belt has aggravated Pele's volcanic activity. Methane in its upper atmosphere contributes to the planet's scorching conditions. I think we need an engineer. We got a few scientists in chat right now. I think if I erased my memory of Mass Effect 1 through 3 and played them now, you'd like them as much. It's a really good question. Yeah, well, it's interesting. Both raise good questions. I think if I played it on Twitch, I wouldn't have been as immersed in it, right? Like, I'm making the conscious effort to sit here and read all of the codexes because I know that I like that, because I played it prior to Twitch. I'm sure there's a bunch of games. Like, I think I probably would have enjoyed Pillars of Eternity a lot more if I had played it off stream. See if people have custom dialogue yet.
Ah, Pathfinder. It's so wonderful to meet you. I'm Dr. Suvi Anwar, assigned to act as liaison between your crew
Like
and the
that
Nexus
her name
Sounds
is
team.
Suvi Anwar, and she's redhead with a Scottish accent.
Welcome to my team.
It's very
I look forward
true
to
to
working
the
with you.
Mass Effect macro
Likewise.
lore, right?
I can't wait to get to work.
The humans have
There hasn't been
all
much to do so far,
basically just made a homogenous
I've studied all the
society.
planetary scans. I've even had some hands-on experience with Helios soil samples. If you want,
Wouldn't
I'll
help
send you my
me.
analysis on the native bacteria and microfauna.
Not there
60
yet.
pages. That's a lot of pages. About dirt. Oh, you don't have to be kind. I know it's barely more than a summary. Anyway, I've waited
Okay,
months to
that's
get out
pretty
there
good.
to see Helios. It's why
Maybe
I joined
they
the initiative.
save their work
The
for
Milky
your
Way was
shipmates
just a corner
instead
of
of
a
the
vast
people on
universe,
the art.
a corner of a tiny corner. We're the ones who got to step out of that corner. It's incredible. The first time I handled a Prothean artifact, I was
The
hooked.
Canadian or English.
So
Right.
alien.
Drew Carpershin really
I just
liked
knew there's
London
more
for
out
some
there,
reason.
and I want to see all of
That
it.
stuck around into
I
this game.
totally know what you mean. So will you be joining us on missions? Oh, that's funny. Me, out there, with the guns and the danger and everything.
I could show you the world. Oh, that's kind of nice. They show you if you're going on a romantic inquest.
Why should that be funny? You seem capable. Oh, I'm flattered, but no. I have no combat experience. I'd shoot you in the back. Not intentionally, of course. Anyway, I've just received some instructions from the science team, and I really should go over them. Later then.
Fitz and Simmons. That was cute. Alright. That was more what I expect from squad banter. The Callope one was pretty good too.
Have we? It's all been so hectic, but I'm sure things will quiet down soon. Can't be worse than the Nexus.
Cool. Loadout. Omniblade 1. Okay, I wanted to know what I currently had equipped. I was having trouble finding that. Mods. Here we go. Four, 225. Oh, that one's pretty cool looking. Don't think it actually affects your melee though. Pistol melee optimizer. Scope. Two things we want to have on the same weapon. A scope and a melee optimizer. Okay. Yeah, I want more power recharge speed. I guess the game automatically gave me a shotgun last time and my recharge got really nasty after that. You had to pay for extra holsters. It's cool. I'm glad they kept that system. I thought that was really clever in Mass Effect 3. Like letting you equip lots of weapons, but having it affect your weight and having your weight affect your power cooldown. Oops. More codex entries. All right. Mods. No mods available. Bummer. Not dicking around with consumables. Right. Okay, what do we learn? Suvi Anwar is a member of the Nexus Science team and holds advanced degrees in astrophysics and molecular biology. In a screening interview, she stated she was from a large, rather boisterous family of 5 children. Neuroscientist mother and mathematician father exposed her and her siblings to science from a young age, which sparked a lifelong love of the subject. It's actually not that far off. 2 very good friends of mine are neuroscientists / physicist couple. Pursuing her PhD in molecular biology, Suvi was handpicked for a team doing cutting-edge biophysical and cybernetics research. After a year, the team was headhunted by a Black Ops organization for a classified biomedical project. Wonder if that was Cerberus. That would be cool. Suvi was extended an invitation but declined, opting to refocus her attention on her own projects. I wonder if the implication here is that she was sniped to work on rebuilding Shepard. That would be kind of a cool... I mean, it's the part of the ongoing Mass Effect small universe problem where everybody's fucking related. Like, you know, the main character's mom. Oh yeah, she made the L2 implants. Okay, of course she did. Everybody's fucking important in this universe. But it's still kind of fun to have those nice little tie-ins. She declared there was no hesitation on her part in signing up for the Andromeda Initiative once she learned of its existence, owing to a desire to see and experience more than one small corner of this vast universe. Technology. Andromeda Initiative equipment is designed to be modular and adaptable to any situation. Weapons and armor in particular are built with the understanding that they will be customized multiple times in the field over their operational lifetime. Gun modifications can be purchased from appropriate locations or recovered in the field. Each weapon's targeting computer also contains an adaptive integration VI that it analyzes a mod on installation, adjusts the weapon's balance, heatsink requirements, and ammunition block accordingly, and sends a list of any additional components to the user's Omni tool for manufacturing. So, I haven't actually been in combat long enough in this game to completely grasp the way guns work. The Codex seems to imply that guns work the way they do in Mass Effect 1, where like you can just keep shooting forever, the thing limiting you is heat, but that you also have heat sinks. And so, does it work where if you run out of heat sinks, then you have Mass Effect 1 shooting mechanics, or do you have unlimited heat sinks and the heat sinks just exist to enforce a reload mechanic? Like you have in something like Overwatch, where you have infinite ammo, but you still have to reload. One of the other Codex entries mentioned something about Omni tools being able to re-minifact thermal clips and not needing to collect it, but I have seen like ammo things lying around on maps, so I haven't really figured out how it works yet. See if I have alternate armor. Is that something I would see in the loadout station? Oh, you're totally right. Cool. Presumably this is for like pre-ordering the game or something. It's ammo, but augmentations can change that. Okay. It's cool.
Hey, can you drop by the biolab?
Sure can. So if I wanted to make the hammer, Krogan hammer, I can make level 1. You have to have level 1 to get level 2. Thank God. I'm glad it works that way. You get lithium and element 0. Let's do melee. So lithium and ESO, which I can buy from the shop, presumably. Yeah, right. It's like, why would you ever use anything other than the thing that gives you bonus XP when you use XP for literally everything else? I'm on board with you, Leon. It's frustrating when they give you good upgrades that early. Resources, minerals, titanium, aluminum, graphite. So I'll have to find those from somewhere. Do the vendors draw on any vendors I've met in the entire game? Is that how this works? You just try to commit to memory what I need here. 20 lithium, 10 element 0. My strike team mission is going. Waiting debrief. Hooray! Mission successful. 5 mission funds. Bronze credit loot box. Bronze material loot box. I can recruit a second team. It just gives me random people, it looks like. Positive traits. Elite. +5 to effectiveness. That's just like the calculation to see if they're successful. Plus 10 effectiveness during a hostage situation. That's kind of neat. Hostage situation. 78% chance of success. I'll take that. High risk, high reward. 25% chance of success, and I'm good. 5%. Oh, you can do it in multiplayer or send a strike team? That's a cool concept. Enemies everywhere! I like that they kept that meme in the mission traits. Wondering if so what's the penalty for failing? Do you just not get the rewards? Do you lose anything? Magnesium. And some credits. Teams get negative traits. Interesting. So it's kind of like a Darkest Dungeon sort of thing. Everyone will laugh at you. Yeah, I don't know if I like the idea of 25%. It is too low of a success chance.
Our tech lab is an engineer's dream. It's perfect for any delicate technical work.
Cool. More codex entries. I'll wait till I get the rest of the ones in here first. Is it generally true that you don't have to scan outside of like combat missions and levels? Because I really like the scanning concept, but if I can know pretty well that like if I'm on the Nexus or on my ship that I won't ever have to worry about scanning, then I won't worry.
Clean air, plants, helps me think.
Something on your mind?
Maybe.
It's classic lean animation.
What the hell was that?
I know that look. It's just my biotics reacting to all this.
Your biotics?
I don't normally lose it like that. A huntress should have better control.
Huntress?
Another term for an Asari commando. I was one before the initiative.
I like the idea that they explored that.
Some things stick though, like losing the old man.
They didn't really talk too much about like interspecies participation in some of the things like Asari commandos or the Solarian STG, and it makes sense that that would happen.
How does a human soldier get to serve with
There's
Asari?
a noise cue in your scannable
Prove
objects.
your biotics can rip an
Try to
NPC
listen for
apart,
it. Thank you, Triple.
And people get nervous. Funny that.
What does it sound like?
The Alliance found
To the
me
extent
a
that you can
cross-species
describe the
military
sound.
initiative in a hurry. Sent me to Thessia to serve with the Huntress unit. One of the few places where my powers were welcomed. Your father made another one.
There's a lot of loss going around. Dad, the Golden Worlds.
A friend and mentor who trained you to be a Pathfinder. I said I wouldn't get in the way, and I meant it. But I prepped for years as your father's second. Then he chooses you? An untrained Pathfinder and all this mess to fix? The hell was he thinking?
Is this going to be a problem, Cora?
I don't want a rival. Just answers. It's done. Best I can do now is be your second. Keep your father's mission alive. Then maybe we'll all get what we came out here for.
Interesting. I wonder how many characters we get a potential relationship with.
Even if we get there, there's a mountain of hard work ahead.
Working hard was never my
Sometimes we're on
problem.
bases or in a cave.
Biotics like
Sure.
this. Thinking like an Asari huntress. I never had a place. Best I could be was a useful freak. The initiative was meant to be different. Will be different if this mission succeeds. So I'm seeing it through. It's quiet in here. I can keep the plants watered while I work. First job, see if there's any news on the Asari Ark. If they made it, we could use some Asari expertise. If you want to talk, I'll be here.
Cool. More squad lore. Neat pictures.
Ryder?
What did you do while you were part of the Asari military?
4 years in a commando unit called Ta Lane's Daughters. Part of the Council's cross-species military integration.
Oh, do the characters in this game not have
Your time
Schrodinger's
defending
sexuality?
Silva's expedition was probably more important.
Like they did in like Mass Effect 3.
But we did good work. Peacekeeping is a full-time job, even in Asari space.
What was your commando unit like?
Janae and I were the youngsters. Tethys was our old lady sniper. Kalia patched us up, and Valenza prayed between firefights.
Did she do anything else other than pray?
Led us all over the Athena Nebula and beyond. A huntress's work is never done.
Who'd pick a fight with the most powerful species in the galaxy?
Themselves,
Interesting
usually.
triple.
Terrorists, cults, rogue Ardat Yakshi, people demanding a withdrawal from the Citadel. The Asari were spacefaring when our Roman Empire was new. Didn't fix all their problems. Sometimes you need commandos for that.
You were in the Alliance before you became a huntress, right? What made you join up?
My biotics. I was still living on my parents' cargo freighter when they manifested. Untrained biotic power on a starship means accidents. But we couldn't afford a tutor. The Alliance had implants, the training, everything. Old history now. Your turn. Remind me why you came to Andromeda.
The Prothean digs woke us up to how much we don't know, and to what humanity's next leap might be. Then Dad's career collapsed. His AI research made him too toxic.
I heard. Must have changed everything for your family.
No worries. I was asking dangerous questions there, so. I've talked a lot before in Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 that, like, you're best off when you have that narrative uncertainty, when you don't know how the other playthrough plays out. Like, as long as you don't know in Mass Effect 3 that you're going to have this Rachni mission with Grunt, regardless of your decision with the Rachni Queen, then that mission feels really cool. If you chose to save the Rachni Queen, you're like, shit, my decisions have consequences, right? This wouldn't have happened otherwise. But then when you find out, oh shit, in the other playthrough, like, it happens anyway, and there's just slightly different dialogue, it makes it more of a bummer. So it's nice on the first playthrough to not know, like, oh, I wonder if this character has Schrodinger's sexuality, where it doesn't collapse into, you know, gay, straight, or bisexual until I try to pursue them, or if they're actually fixed in stone or not. But, you know, like, I asked the question, so I opened that door. Thank you, though, for being cautious about it. Appreciate it.
Did you come out here with anyone? Maybe someone you served with?
I had my fun on shore leave. Nothing serious, though. Asari huntresses figure things out, but I was there for soldiering, not romance.
Does that mean fraternization is okay for Asari commandos?
It'll happen,
not with other
but
commandos.
Usually only for one deployment.
Right. Not to be a life mate.
Asari don't usually stay with each other long term.
Whole...
After your 500th birthday, you learn some self-control.
After 4 years with Asari commandos, he must have some great war stories.
Nasira assassinated a Krogan warlord with a pack of playing cards once.
A pack of cards?
Choking hazard, apparently.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive.
See you later, Cora.
I'll be here.
Wow, yeah, no, the snappiness and value of the, like, dialogue really jumps as soon as you get onto your ship and can start talking to people. That's interesting. I wonder if it was a different writing team? I could see them focusing an entire team that's just on, like, squad dialogue, since people have taken that so seriously all the way back to Mass Effect 2, you know? Maybe it's just been because... Oh god, that's an interesting bug. We make that not happen this time. There we go.
I'm in the armory.
Maybe it's just because at the beginning of the game, like, you're really restricted from talking to the NPCs so much, and you don't really know too many of the NPCs you're going to be
Pathfinder,
interacting
making
with.
the rounds. Slumming it, huh? Want to see how the riffraff are making out?
Hey, it's a dirty job. Are you the riffraff spokesman?
King, actually. You might want to bow. Otherwise, things might start falling off the Tempest at the most inopportune times.
I'll take my chances. Just want to see how things are going with the ship.
I can coax more out of this baby than some might think, but we shouldn't go too far or push too hard between Nexus stops. For now. It just feels good to be stretching our wings, you know? Locked in idle too long, you start to drift. People, same as ships. Stuck on the Nexus, gotta say, I was regretting joining the initiative.
Does the game realize... You can go ahead and answer this. Does the game realize what choice you're tending to pick and default to that choice eventually? Because it's starting to default to the logic choice, and maybe it just does that automatically. It's not a consequence of what I've been picking so far.
I doubt you were the only one.
Yes,
it'd be a neat little
but
mechanic,
it's a new thing for me, regret. I tend to live the way I work. Kind of feel it, do it. Not a lot of close ties, no real sense of purpose. Figured maybe I'd find my true calling in Andromeda. Then I got here and, oops, I just made a decision there's no turning back from. I was going nuts on
That's
that
something
station.
you would think about.
You can't know how jazzed I was when you showed up.
I do more than show up. That's good.
You mean how jazzed you were that a Pathfinder
So the
showed
fact
up?
that I've consistently been selecting the logic option, is it coincidence that the default option is logic? Like if I don't press anything on the analog stick and dialogue comes up, it's automatically on logic. I think I've selected it more than anything else. I'm just curious if I picked emotional, it would default to emotional without me touching the stick, or how that works. Gil seems alright. He's no Tali, but the only Tali is Tali.
Oh, hey, Pathfinder.
What's up?
The Pathfinder's there? Let me say hi.
Fine, but don't embarrass me. Ryder, this is Sid, my sister. Sid, Ryder.
Let me guess. Little sister?
Who are you calling little?
Look, kiddo, gotta go.
Wait, Ryder, I just wanted to know if...
So I know it feels like I just
Rude.
jumped aboard your ship without explanation.
Now's as good a time as any.
No. I know that I can be of use here. I know everyone on the crew, even the actuators Gil prefers for the ship. Better, I know how to get my hands on them. With me around, your crew's going to be at their best.
Heavily
We've been
overthinking
failing
every
for
choice.
months,
Fair
Ryder.
enough.
Now that we have you, we have a chance out here.
Yeah, so like here, there's not a logic choice. You're intense. I like it.
Ability to haggle with the locals? Great. But please tell me you're also good in a fight.
Like I said before, Wrangler, Provisioner, Gunner, and everything in between. I do what I have to. We all have a personal stake in this. If it keeps going the way it's been, we're all dead.
Yeah, that's fair
I should
enough.
track down a lead for Gil's actuators. Back channels, you know. We'll chat later?
I like you. You're pretty cool. Petra Nix. Sorry, I was doing some calibrations.
Ryder.
You talked about your back channels. What did you mean?
We brought a lot from home. Some of it marked initiative, some of it in personal caches. Most things you want, someone's got. You just have to figure out who, and what they're willing to take in exchange.
It can't be that simple.
Oh, but it is. Most things are simple once you know the trick to them.
How did you hear of the Andromeda Initiative?
Short answer, Cash. She was looking for some experimental ship mods, and I knew how to track them down. I thought it was a one-time deal, but she came back. Once, twice. Eventually, I figured out something was going on. Something big with creds behind it. I asked and she told me about the initiative. New galaxy, new home. Couldn't pass that up.
It's really interesting the number of people that were willing to come out here. This seems like such a insane risk to take, right? Because they're even implying like no one has ever done this before. There's no way we know for sure that you'll even survive the trip. We even had that message earlier about all the people. I mean, I guess you could think the same thing about early explorers and like pilgrims and things like that. Traveling across the ocean.
You were on the Nexus when the revolt happened?
Kind of appreciate that they
When you
didn't make them all
promise people
super
golden
extreme
worlds and all they get are
exploratory
wastelands and a
zealots.
death cloud, they riot. Some wanted to go home, some demanded answers.
Go home.
And
I
a
don't think
couple
that's
just
happening.
wanted to stir shit up.
And you?
Some
I
days
picked the
wondered
shoot
if
the
X's
catalyst
had a
option,
point.
so
Maybe we were conned into coming here.
try not, don't turn
But why
around.
would the initiative go to all this trouble just to screw us over? Thing about conning people, you always know something they don't. That's why the con works. And if I'm going to pick a side, I'm picking the liars.
He's so furry.
You're pretty familiar with the ship.
I made sure the technicians had what they needed to keep the Tempest ready and waiting. Leadership wanted to strip her for parts, but I kept saying, a Pathfinder's gonna show up. I like being right.
You probably have work to do. We can
Right,
chat
you're
later.
right.
You know where to find me.
I feel like there's been very conscious effort to avoiding "I should go" like stock phrases when you leave conversations. The fact that they joked about it in the Citadel DLC makes it more likely. She always says something very specific to whoever she's talking to when you disconnect from the conversation. I should go. I have to go.
You're not Harry.
The blue give it away? Habitat 7 was a little more action-packed than Harry bargained for. He decided to spend his retirement years in the Hyperion looking after your brother.
Happy to have you, Dr. DePero.
I'll do my best. Now, hold still.
Ow!
Sorry.
I remember you having a gentler touch.
Still trying to get my bearings. Thought I'd be waking up colonists, not taking
You're gonna tell me why you just stabbed me?
Being nervous means you understand what's at stake.
That's the problem. I always hoped to work in the field, but everything's happening so quickly.
Focus on the positive. It helps.
I guess this is my opportunity to study alien species firsthand. Getting a Ket specimen aboard the Hyperion would be difficult, but here...
what?
A Ket corpse. For autopsy.
Yeah, I can pick one up for you, no
a
problem.
live subject would be better, but I'm not greedy.
Why do you care about the Ket?
Harry didn't tell you? I'm a specialist in alien anatomy. My thesis on Krogan virility and aggression is what got me in the initiative.
Can you tell me more about the thesis? You're full of surprises.
That's a very specific topic.
I grew up on Omega, lots of Krogan mercenaries. The best habitat outside Tuchanka. But we were discussing the Ket. An autopsy could teach us potential.
Tell me more about your
weaknesses,
thesis.
average lifespan.
Give me 50
Right.
dialogue options about it.
Just
I want to know all
something to
about
think about.
Krogan virility.
Sam, make sure the Pathfinder eats her vegetables.
You doing all right there, Lexi? There we go.
Need something?
How long have you and Harry been friends?
I remember when he didn't complain about arthritis. We met at a medical convention on the Citadel. He was moderating a panel on neurosurgery in low-gravity environments. His name card was crooked, but he was so damn confident, I knew we'd be friends.
You guys more than friends?
So
Talking
how
about
did an Asari
crooked
doctor
name
end up on the
cards.
human ark?
Specialist in alien anatomy, remember? That includes humans. Also, Harry insisted. Maybe he always intended to switch jobs.
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
Oh, what's this? This is the space book. Space Facebook. Got you covered, Cal. There's soup in the galley, texture only vote for me, and fruit cocktail. To think we would have left port without you. This is actually pretty cool, the space Facebook console. I like that. You don't get a lot of opportunities for like intra-squad banter because they have to be standing in the same area and it's possible that you can miss it just by walking past them. These Ally McBeal bathrooms, man. Knew it was the future. I know, right? And that's been a problem. BioWare's always had that issue. They do that shit in like Knights of the Old Republic, right? Oh, I can customize the colors of this. Awesome. Might actually change the other things. It lets me do that easily enough. Oh, not that dark. Now I think I understand what how this thing works. I was super confused during character creation. I ended up spending less time in it than I'd like to because it's an unusual method of doing colors, I feel like. If I were to change it... Okay, it looks like it remembers my specifications. Let's go with the short sleeves again. Dark. It is white. Okay, seems so. There we go. High quarters. Let's go ahead and do a mission, maybe. I think I've almost explored everywhere there is to explore on my ship. Don't know that there are any other NPCs that I haven't talked to yet. I can check my map. Sam, Lexi, Petra, Liam. I haven't talked to Liam. Talk to him real quick. It's like down here. I read that right? Oh, other side. See if Sam has anything new to say. He should be effectively a squad mate. Oh, this is he's moving that couch
Pathfinder, help me with
that he
something.
asked for help with.
I know, not exactly standard. Gotta make the space comfortable. Plus, the fabric diffuses the charge from an overclocked Omni blade. Not giving up a 6% boost, right?
Right. What?
Never mind. BS for the requisition. So, finally time for that beer? And after 2 years and a dozen suspensions, I took a lateral promotion out of the force. Being a cop just didn't fit.
We'll get loud.
The
Let's spill
crisis
some
response,
drinks on the suit.
digging people out of trouble, that worked. I bet Hustle followed you into a few peace actions.
Hustle?
Think about your Alliance days much?
Tell me about your group.
Heavy urban search terrain 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Earth's contribution to a multi-species disaster response unit. HUST-1, but Hustle looks much better on the patch. All civilians, retired vets.
Cool.
Or shits like me. I was fiercely bearded. Tastes better just thinking about those days.
I put it behind me after Dad's work went sour. It was a long time ago.
600 years, give or take. So, Pathfinder. Why Andromeda?
That blunt, huh?
That blunt.
Company like this.
I started in the Alliance, but it was the science that kept me going.
Science
when
hype.
that ended.
I like how different
Well, if I
Ryder
wanted
is
to be a
from
part of the
Shepard
next
too.
big discovery, it had to be here.
Your dad is kind of the
I
connection
don't hear
to Shepard,
idealists a lot.
sort of.
Everyone's cynical.
Still don't know if I
Back
like
at
him
you,
being an
Costa.
AI
Why'd
researcher
you
too.
come?
But
I want to say I'm running from my past, but really running from myself. That'd be a great story. But it's bullshit. I had family, friends, a good enough job, nothing was wrong. I just heard about the initiative and I believed in it. I believed in a new beginning. Still do. I have to. We're in it.
We can't go back, but we're not trapped by decisions a galaxy behind us.
I don't feel trapped. We came from a good place for good reasons. We keep that in mind or steer us right, just like back in Crisis Response. Remember the essentials. A new start guided by the Pathfinder. And team. I'll bust my tail to make that a good story.
cool. This game is good at like carrying on the tradition from Mass Effect 2 and 3 of not having the boring reverse shot. It's really only a Mass Effect 1 and Knights of the Old Republic problem. BioWare kind of figured out that that didn't work. But I think it's worthwhile to appreciate the effort that goes into that, because it takes time To not just like show one person's face and then flip to the other person's face and never have them do anything interesting. And sometimes it gets kind of silly, like it's like borderline Aaron Sorkin walk and talk sequences, but I think for the most part it works pretty well. Let's see if we can go upstairs and talk to Sam, if it'll let me. If it'll let me? Question mark. Wow. I think that's also a kind of loading screen. Oh, I understand now. Okay, so it's actually on the lower level, but it's down the stairs that are down there.
Strike team ready for deployment.
Figured out how to hire a cinematographer. It's necessary though, man. It's worth spending the resources on it. Like, discussions in Mass Effect 2 stand out so much better. Even though the content in Mass Effect 1 I think is the premier, like the Vigil and the Sovereign conversations. I gotta go upstairs for strike team. So Sam is this way. It'd take me a while to get used to the ship. Already went to medbay, crew quarters. Up another step, maybe. Pathfinder's quarters, bathroom. So they're just talking about a little console in here. Yeah, there we go.
Hello, Ryder. It is interesting to be renewed.
How do you mean?
Since my creation, I have been Alec Ryder's Sam. Now, I am your
You
Sam.
are my Sam.
I am still myself, but now the input and experiences I have are completely new. I will develop in a new direction.
Samwise
The term reincarnation seems appropriate.
Being linked to me is a totally new experience?
You and Alec are unique individuals.
Love not having an elevator in my own
I can now
ship.
see the variations that define you. I look forward to our continued partnership.
Me too, Sam.
Are you still on the Hyperion?
Yes, this terminal provides a direct link to my servers in SAM node on the Ark. I can maintain a presence on the Tempest via quantum entanglement communication.
I feel like she would know this.
I'm sure that'll come in handy.
It ensures I remain in touch with you and the Pathfinder team at all times.
What was Dad's take on Scott and I?
He believed your family trials brought you closer together, and hoped that would endure. It appears that hope was well-founded.
Is it confusing to be in multiple places talking to different people?
My awareness can be partitioned, so I can give you the same attention as, say, a SAM node technician.
Oh, that's cool.
In the field, you are my primary focus, and all other requests are queued. In the vernacular, you have my undivided attention.
Cool. Man, I still think one of my favorite things in the entire Mass Effect series is the Legion conversations in Mass Effect 2, where he's talking about how the Geth think. So it's an interesting way to think about science fiction, and it's cool when Mass Effect explores it.
So if we're going to work together, you might notice I like to joke around sometimes.
The Geth are a lot more interesting than just
How's your sense of humor,
typical
Sam?
AI, though.
Alec Ryder encouraged me to develop this skill.
Humor's not a skill, it's... Okay, try telling me a joke.
A neutron enters a bar and asks, "How much is a drink?" The bartender replies, "For you, no charge."
I can see why Dad told you to keep working on
Hey,
your
that's
humor.
a good joke, Ryder. That's a classic.
Thanks, Sam. Nothing more.
Oh, there's a SpaceX model in here? That's interesting. Families of my lost expedition asked me to convey their appreciation for you for finding their loved ones. It's always difficult when we lose people, but knowing what happened will help them begin the mourning process. I hope your next excursion is a happier ending. Thanks for talking. Things feel better, though they don't feel fixed yet. Remember to take time for yourself, too. It's important. So is time to grieve. Oh, cool. Reading from Asari, like the Asari Bible, basically. Ciaris religion. That's coming along. Sam and I are learning about botany together. Interesting times. Proud to be here. Hitting this point again. Our team, no place I'd rather be. Here's what we get to fix things. As soon as we have people on the ground, I'll have my eyes on to get them what they need. Just make it happen is why I enjoy hustle and exactly why I came here. Costa. What a list of media themed to frontier. Genres include Western, space opera, and oddly a Turian historical drama. I like the human squad mates in this game. They've struggled with that. I mean, James was interesting in Mass Effect 3. Miranda was okay, but I didn't care as much for Miranda and Jacob. Definitely didn't care for Caden and Ashley. Thought I had to clarify. I know someone said something about back channels doing what I have to do. Being on the Nexus during the bad times, one of us got used to a lot of ugly things, because survival just isn't that pretty. But in the end, I'm here to help you, so if there's anything you don't like, I won't do it. Simple as that. Thanks, Witcher. Attach my paper on Helios soil in case you were looking for some light bedtime reading. I'm so honored to be here. The attachment Helios Pedology Sanwar to AIT has been categorized as spam and is now quarantined. Fuck you, server. I want to read that. Attaches my Krogan thesis I mentioned to you. Only 500 pages, but I wasn't allowed to go over. 1,400 pages. Oh, I can't actually read it. This game is unplayable. Not being able to read the thesis on Krogan virility and aggression is just as big a slight as not being able to pet the dogs in Zelda Breath of the Wild. That's really cool that they have the SpaceX reference. Bet that makes Elon Musk happy, given that there's a character in the game pretty heavily inspired by him. Alright, let's see. No associates. Footnote noted indicates she may have been part of an unnamed mercenary band that was hired to steal sensitive military secrets from a base on Menet. Looking at Menet from the original Mass Effect. Turian's largest moon. Okay. Sparse, she states she's from Palaven, but also has disclosed she's not recognized as a formal citizen of Turian society, never having entered boot camp. That's super unusual. Initiative by Nak Marquez, she listed her as a business associate and recommended her on the basis of her street smarts, adaptability, and familiarity with most weapons. Interesting. Nice nod of him. Just keep screwing it up. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, screwing up a joke is one of the 10 great socially awkward events. Technical Officer Bill Brody is a chief engineer aboard the Tempest. After traveling to Andromeda aboard the Nexus, records show the Gil was woken from stasis roughly a year ago to assist with construction efforts before prepping the Tempest itself. There are no records of Gil's early life. He explains he was an undocumented street kid from one of Earth's megapolis cities, Though unschooled, Gil likely showed sorry, I keep scrolling this at a bad speed. Gil likely showed a remarkable aptitude for mathematics and spatial reasoning, since at 10, he often broke into a local scrapyard to dismantle and repair destroyed shuttle engines. In time, he was caught and sentenced to a steady job. Gil's mechanical expertise eventually drew him off-world to numerous colonies across the Milky Way. His unconventional work drew the attention of Veteran Nix, who agrees he was always on the lookout for new contacts. Vetra claims she persuaded Gil to join the initiative. Gil claims he won Vetra's initiative clearance in a poker game and exchanged it for a guaranteed seat along with his friend Chill. Gil and Jill. He remains an invaluable member of the Tempest crew. Sure. Although young by Asari standards, how young is that? Lexi Tapero is regarded as one of the most skilled doctors in the Andromeda Initiative. Born on the crime-ridden space station Omega, Lexi began her medical career by stitching up her father, a Turian bouncer at the Afterlife nightclub, where her mother was also employed as a dancer. Again, small universe, but that's cool. In her screening interviews, Lexi states her parents' dream was for her to get off this rock and live a life worth talking about. Following her parents' wishes, she left Omega to continue studying medicine as well as psychology on the Citadel, where she eventually met Harry Carlyle. Carlyle convinced her to join the initiative as the Hyperion's physician. Though there was some confusion around assigning an Asari to the human arc, Lexi's credentials and expertise in alien anatomy quickly silenced any concerns, and I'm pretty sure they did that so that you see a Mass Effect alien right at the beginning of the game. Like, you see aliens right at the beginning of Mass Effect 1, too, right? You have the Turian Spectre on board your ship. By her own admission, Lexi's a workaholic. On or off the table, I have a hard time not dissecting people. Figuratively, of course. One of her many goals in Helios is to improve her bedside manner and learn to appreciate the moment. Hi, Ben. He's rubbing his face on the microphone. Still hungry. Early spaceflight. The human philosopher Plato once said, "Astronomy compels the soul to look upward and leads us from this world to another." For much of its recorded history, humanity has indeed looked to the night sky and dreamed of venturing to the stars. However, after the historic NASA Apollo 11 moon landing in 1969, the drive for crewed space exploration slowed as government funding dried up. The move toward cheaper unmanned probes and orbital stations gained traction instead, as one of the central obstacles was the expense of creating first-stage booster rockets that would be lost after each flight. The lure of sending people into the cosmos never lost its draw. In the early 21st century, a private company called SpaceX pioneered efforts in sustainable space travel by developing a reusable launch system. That just happened. There is an article about that yesterday. Of course, they still love you. Anyway, it revolutionized the field as the first entity, government or private, to successfully launch and then safely recover an orbital booster rocket intact, allowing it to be reused in future launches. Reusable hardware placed lower cost, sustainable space travel within reach. Galvanized by SpaceX's achievements, a renaissance in space exploration followed. I hope that's true. Reusable launch system technology later became pivotal in establishing the European Space Agency's first permanent settlement on Mars, Laval City, in 2103. And of course, it's the European Space Agency that does it, and that's what gets us to the mass relay technology. Tempest Laboratories. The Tempest is equipped for long-range survey and scientific studies, which are carried out at the ship's two main labs. Pretty sure it is. They did that a little bit in Mass Effect 1. Some of the codex entries had real-life pictures, and I think the planets, when you visited the Sol system, were like real-life satellite images, telescope images. Tempest is equipped for long-range survey and scientific studies, which are carried out at the ship's two main labs. The biolab is equipped to hydroponically grow both Milky Way and Andromeda plant life for research and consumption. Plants also clean the ship's air and generate a modest amount of oxygen. Sealed observation chambers are set up to study small fauna, sequence genetic material, or simulate bacterial growth in carefully controlled conditions. All biomatter entering or leaving the lab is subjected to additional quarantine measures. The Tech Lab is used for engineering and technical studies, spectral analysis using laser apparatus, and for analyzing the capabilities of discovered technology. New minerals or metals can be subjected to additional resistance testing before being used in the Tempest Research Center. Because of the potential volatility of new materials, the Tech Lab is equipped with heavy radiation shielding and can be sealed off in an emergency. Cool. Oh, gosh. One of these has a thing I need to clear. Okay, here we go. Crew like no other. Daunted and working in the field, she's excited about the prospect of researching the Ket. Miniature mission. The fact that she brought her sister with her to Andromeda might have something to do with her dedication. I like that you have the crew dossier that develops the more you talk to them. That's a cool change. Alright, let's go ahead and start this priority mission. We only have about 15 minutes left for stream, but we can at least get it started, since we've had basically no combat today. Except for the very beginning of stream. We had left off in the Eden Prime Habitat 7 mission. It's okay, Mass Effect isn't about combat for me, and never has been. For me it's like, okay, I gotta fight these things so I can get to the next conversation. Next lore dump. Oh, that's cool. I can still see that. Black hole from all the way over here. It's still doing that lensing effect.
A mirror of the signal on Habitat 7. Possible atmospheric manipulation.
Is that possible? We'll find out. If it is like Habitat 7, no doubt we'll run into the Ket.
Planet AS uses all to find the landing site. It says something about it improving the viability of it. Orbital distance, desert world with significant resources. AOS is often racked by deadly radiation contaminated storms. Catalog is non-viable after numerous attempts to settle. Symbol detected, similar to the ones Habitat 07. Yeah, let's try it. Seems fine. Yep.
Suiting up.
Ready, Freddy?
Hope we're all that ready. Callow? All right.
Integrating search area from Sam. How he pulled that mystery signal through the storms, I have no idea.
Multisensory neural collation. Amazing.
Factory fresh across the board. Spinning up the compensators.
You're already tuning the displays.
We'll get a better read on this pass than the Nexus has had in months. What?
I said a lot of people have their hopes pinned on us.
Interesting.
They gave up on EOS.
She's starting to go
Can't
cray
blame them.
from
Expecting
Cypher.
a golden world,
the
instead
AI
they saw their
integration in her
friends
brain.
die. Never know how that'll affect. Sorry. You okay?
I've got the training, people, the tools. We can do this.
Pathfinder, the Tempest checks out. We're good.
Thanks, dude. You're pretty great. I like everybody on the ship right now.
Take us down. You have no idea how long I've wanted a Pathfinder to say that.
Pathfinder definitely feels like a much more important title in this game. Like, it's not just like, yeah, you're just the person who might have a job to do this. No, no, no.
Adjusting entry.
You went through very specific training to
Got
be able
this,
to do it.
right? Hell.
Cool.
There.
More detail on the
Set
surface.
us down at this nav point.
Oh, we need helmets here? That's nice. I need to like do this to her cheeks. Oh, it was just for the cutscene.
Reports state this planet suffers deadly storms that are contaminated by radiation from the Scourge.
I'm impressed at how
EOS deployment
big
was
the world
incomplete
is.
due to environmental hazards and ultimately hostile encounters.
Looks like salvage. New. Days ago new.
Who else is here?
They must have known these wouldn't last in these
This
conditions.
analysis provides us with important research data, Pathfinder.
They
If you
do
continue
now.
to scan and
We'll
collect
make
this
EOS a
data,
home.
we can utilize it to develop new technologies and upgrades for equipment, such as your weapons and armor.
Scourge is a bunch of... It's like a strange phenomena that we've bumped into in Andromeda that screwed up our whole plans. I don't know if it's all the way through Andromeda, but it's definitely in the Helios cluster that we're spending most of the game in. So it's this like weird energy structure that disrupts ships and causes problems. I might have a codex entry on it. I can just show you what it looks like. Yeah, the Scourge. I think it has something to do with dark energy, but I'm wondering to what extent they're just like picking a
Too long in this environment
space magic
without
sci-fi
power.
word.
We didn't expect this kind of environment. Who could?
Every time I turn, it looks like I'm wall running. Doing those Mass Effect suicides. Yeah, the dark energy explanation doesn't really make sense. Looks like you have pretty open exploration in this one. The levels were very tightly pathed out in Mass Effect 1 through 3. And it looks like they put up shields to keep you from exploring too far on the edges there. Oh, chest-high walls. Nano Reapers. God, I fucking hope they don't do anything Reapers related in this game. This is their one chance to get away from that. Please, please, please.
Door's getting emergency power, but it's code locked.
Site 1 issued individual security codes. Each outpost self-organizes and sets its own protocol.
Just say we can't open it without codes.
Yeah, but the barren planets weren't, they weren't really well populated, right? Like, it was just a really quick, let's set up this big flat space, maybe add a little bit of topology, but there was never like, oh, there's a volcano, or oh, there's a tree, you know? It was typically pretty flat. A lot of that was, you couldn't jump, so what were you going to do to explore, really? Yeah, this game does bear to mind Mass Effect 1 in a lot of different ways, which I think is a good thing. Get this series back to its roots, exploration. I did enjoy that sort of planet exploration, popping in on the Mako and driving around, it was fun. Technology mining. Oh wow, that's actually... Yeah, right, exactly. Datapad.
Got a code lock key.
That should help get us in.
Specialist Cathari needs to stop navel-gazing about the monoliths that never built them. We need a speculating mind of his. To grow food, stop wind, or get special project segment done. It's not worth our time right now. They have big structures and they do good work, but I tag his runner just in case. Interesting. What's up, Prop? Also, how you been, Prop? Congratulations. Doing Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger style study now. Selling your body to science propagable. Oh yeah, it's already April Fool's for you.
We suffered our first death today. Storm came out of nowhere. Lockley tried to cover our crops. Lost his footing. Got swept away.
You good there?
His wife is still in cryo. Maybe by the time they wake her up, I'll know what to say.
What are you hiding, Eos? Plants exhibit sporadic hypergrowth despite an environment that can sandblast paint. This is like an electromagnetic trigger. I detected a signal of some kind, definitely alien, but that's not my field. Vector. Yeah, it's pretty funny, Game Saucer. Combat roll. Just listen to an audio log here, lady. Calm down.
Main door had power, but not the interior doors?
Full functionality would require an active power relay station.
So I know this is a bit of a spoiler, but it will help me to feel more comfortable playing the game. Am I going to be able to revisit this planet at will later on, or is this like Mass Effect 1 where after I've spent some time here, at the end it'll become unrevisitable, and I need to like get all the scans and all the things now? So it's more like Dragon Age Inquisition, I guess? Holy shit, it's snowing in Los Alamos. God, what is going on with the weather lately? Pretty heavy snow too. Message for Nick Thaniopoulos. People are talking here, saying that Eos isn't viable, that things aren't going like they expected. I think you should come back. I know what you're going to say. I didn't sign up for the initiative to stay trapped in a floating tin can. Promise you can have your adventure later when they've had more time to plan for your safety. Mom told me to make sure you don't get in over your head, and that's what I'm doing. Please think about it for me. Check in more often. Try to do adopt Mom's worry. Right to the nail on my pinky finger. Yeah, right, Sailor Dan? It's sick. And it's been, like, super warm. That's cool, Triple. And Nodovan, thank you for confirming. Tactical werewolves. That's awesome, Prop. What is a tactical werewolf? It's the wrong channel. It's the only one they gave me on the Nexus. I'm requesting an update because my friend hasn't checked in for some time. She hasn't responded to any of her messages, and I'm worried. Requested an update on Leah Wells a few days ago, and I haven't heard anything back. Mine looks like the message wasn't even opened. $50-mile-an-hour winds in Las Vegas. How often is it windy in Vegas, Kevin? I don't remember it being windy at all when I've only visited it once. You guys are crazy dry. Tactical, perfectly reasonable character in katanas and trench coats.
Sandstorms, radiation. What the hell was Alice thinking?
That's awesome, prop.
Eos might have looked great back in the Milky Way, but up close.
Thanks, Gabe Saucer. Just posted in Discord.
Stay positive. Put on a brave face for the rest of the team, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm gonna die out here.
I got a partial lock, but I can't turn on the antenna. Something's blocking the power.
A remote lock is active. The interference originates from a nearby power relay tower.
Let's check out this relay tower.
Relay tower hype. Maybe. Open that one.
Look at this place. It's a wasteland.
The radiation in Eos
Environment design's really pretty in this game.
Life.
Radiation? Our suits protect against that, right?
Site 1 contains shield masts to dampen the brunt of contamination.
But if we went outside...
Structure up ahead. Sam?
It fits the profile of a power relay station, Pathfinder.
Right. We get it running, maybe buildings get power.
And we get a line on that signal.
All the chest high walls. It's a new philosophy towards URL generation. Game Saucer, like Giphy Cat does that too, and a bunch of other sources. It makes it so that you have a recognizable URL. So you can look at the URL and be like, oh, I remember which clip that is, you know? Rather than just being a string of nonsense characters. A light RPG. Turn into humans when angry. That's awesome.
Huh. Guess that ship wasn't Ket then. They don't knock.
There are people here. We thought everyone left was gone.
Of course you did. Now shove off. Find your own salvage. This spot's taken.
So you're a salvager. Got a name? I'm Ryder.
Clancy. Making an honest living by... Wait, Ryder? As in Pathfinder? The Nexus just can't let Eos go, can it? However much it fails down here.
I'm tracking a signal that will help Eos. I only need power for the antenna.
Look, I cut the power for a reason. The Ket are patrolling today. You turn the power relay back on, they'll know there's a juicy target alive down here.
Is it smarter to hide and hope, or take a chance that might save this whole planet?
I remember when people used to talk like that. Okay, I'll enable the generators out there. You want to poke the tiger, it's on you.
Expect trouble when we start the generators.
So since I can't stand my character's face anymore, let me, what's the option? Rider's helmet. As equipped. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna call it the Ket.
There's an error in the startup sequence. Manual input required.
Damn it.
Please scan one of the pylons to determine a hackable input location.
Hackable input location? Yeah, right.
Really, Ryder?
Yes, that was funny. Really.
Generator interface possible. Location marked.
Generator is active.
Right.
Sam, our friend Clancy. Was he part of the outpost team here?
No, Pathfinder. According to Nexus records, he's stationed in the hangar bay.
So he's what? Playing hooky?
Or he's a part-time salvager.
We've got company.
Hey. That was my first time seeing their ships, I think. At least in a place where it was really clear and I can make out what they're up to. Okay, we're gonna do this combat. I think that'll be it for today. Chosen. Vanguard as well.
They weren't kidding about the cat.
Cool.
The power relay station is ready for activation, Pathfinder.
Awesome. Alright, let me save the game since it actually lets me save. Thank goodness. And I'll give you guys an update on what's coming up next.